We are bringing you an extra hour here at 7 as this winter weather moves in. Taking a light look at our state capital in Salem there, as you can see some flurries are making its way. Salem right now is under an ice storm warning, while the Portland and Vancouver area is under a winter storm warning for snow and ice.
We have team coverage in both Salem and the Portland area this morning with all the latest on conditions. Rod Hill right there standing by with the latest forecast. But we do want to talk about school closures and delays this morning. Most of the big districts in the area have closed for the day. This is a look at some of the smaller ones. Well, Gresham-Barlow, of course, one of our bigger districts, coming in with a closure today. Yamhill, Carlton, Greater Albany, Centennial schools, all closed. Oregon State University tells us they're going to open up at noon today. Another full list of closures is available right now at the bottom of your screen, and we also have information at KGW.com. All right, Rodney Hill.
Yes.
What's the latest there?
All right, Ashley Graham's is coming up, but you saw, if you look carefully, she's in Salem, and boy, there's snow sticking down there now in our capital city. So it's a winter storm warning is the verbiage from the Weather Service from about Wilsonville northward through Portland, Vancouver, out through the Coast Range. Near Wilsonville south, it's an ice storm warning. That does not mean that you folks in Salem are seeing nothing but ice. You're seeing snow right now and sticking snow. What it means is that in the mid to south valley, you folks later today into tonight will have the greatest threat of significant freezing rain ice accumulation. Some of the models are showing a quarter to even a half of an inch of ice accumulation in some areas. If that's the case, that's an ice storm, and that would likely bring down some power lines, tree branches, make travel very, very difficult. That's later today into tonight. The storm itself is all wrapped up there off the California coast. Here's that Salem live camera. We've got snow sticking on the ground, flurries in the air, 32 degrees at McNary Field. Camera's shaking in Portland. We do have gusty east winds. My wife just texted me, I live up in Vancouver, saying, honey, it's incredibly windy. Winds up along the Columbia River have been gusting between 45 and nearly 50 miles per hour this morning. The wind chill, if you're in that outflow area, makes it feel like it's close to 10 degrees this morning. Very cold, very windy. We are dry, though. Portland will see the snow start to move in the 8 to 9 o'clock hour. We do expect widespread, at least light coverages of snow on the ground at the noon hour. Then that band moves up to the north, and then it's a scattered mix of different wintry types of precipitation this afternoon with temperatures near to above freezing. That is your forecast for now.
Thanks for that. Let's take it back down to the south in Marion County. I can give you a live shot or at least a trip check shot here from the camera at Highway 22. And obviously Interstate 5 now has a little snow coverage. There was an earlier crash near Highway 22 that has cleared, but suffices to say things get more wintry the farther south you go. This is down in Albany, US 20 near Waverly Drive. You can see a snow covered, maybe sleet covered roadway there. We've also had numerous reports in Lynn County of icing, already seeing freezing rain mixed in. And I think if you look at this camera near Highway 34, it's got a pretty good glaze over the camera there down in Lynn County. All right, closer to the metro area. This is I-5 live near the Tualatin area. Traffic is getting around just fine. I don't see any snowflakes there. But to Rod's point about the breeze, you can certainly see the camera here at Airport Way bopping around in that gusty wind. An update from TriMet, or a reminder, I should say, the Max Blue Line remains disrupted. They're using shuttles right now to serve stops between Civic Drive and Cleveland Avenue due to ongoing police activity at Gresham City Hall. Guys?
Thank you, Chris. The Salem-Keizer School District, one of many that have announced that it will be closed for the day due to forecasted weather conditions.
Ashley Graham is going to join us live right now from Salem. So, Ashley, we sent you there to find snow, and my goodness, you definitely found it.
We are here. The snow is here in downtown Salem, and we've started to see this accumulation really pick up in the last hour or so. I want to give you a look here at the roads just to my left. You can see this lane right next to us. This is a lane that not many people travel in, and so that snow accumulation really picking up. Over on the other side, you can see where folks are traveling down the road, and of course those two lines where your tires come through, clearing just a little bit. But I do also want to show you here on the sidewalk just how this snow has accumulated here in the last hour or so. Of course, you can't see the pavement right now, because so much snow has landed. It just is continuing to increase here in the next couple. Sanding is going to be their best case scenario. They also have some plows that are ready as well. They can't start plowing these roads until at least an inch or two has accumulated, so we'll start to watch out for that. When they do that, they start kind of on those main arterial roads, and then they make their way through to some of those more well-traveled residential roads. I also checked in with Salem Fire this morning. We are not far from the firehouse. They said they are increasing staffing, bringing in some extra people in case we start to see power lines down or any of those other effects from the storm. So again, we're here live in downtown Salem. We started to see the snow really accumulate, and we'll continue to give you updates here throughout the next hour. Drew, China?
Ashley, we know some of our viewers just waking up. They're turning on their TVs this morning, maybe expecting the Today Show, but we've got this extended coverage here on Sunrise now. And some of them may be asking, geez, when did that snow arrive? Because it really has picked up in the last few minutes. So can you just talk about the timing from when it went to nothing to all of that snow that you're seeing right now?
Of course, I mean, we're up early, right? So we were expecting this to come anytime during the show. We drove down here right about 5 o'clock. I know at 5 o'clock we were telling people, hey, we're here, we're waiting, we're on standby. And that started to happen right around that 5:30 into 6 o'clock. And now we are almost into that 7 o'clock hour. So I think we are past that 7 o'clock hour. It really runs together when you start to see these snowflakes fall. It certainly is beautiful, and the first time we've seen this snowfall here this year. And so, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. But want to make sure everybody's safe as they head out the door this morning if you're trying to commute.
For sure. Ashley Graham's live for us this morning there in Salem. So really preparing for the worst, or hoping for the best and preparing for the worst, has been a theme all this week as crews from ODOT and PBOT have been busy getting things ready these past few days. Yesterday, we saw them treating city, county, and state roads with the icer. They were making sure all the plows were ready to roll. And in some places, they told us they actually had teams pre-positioned ready to respond.
TriMet also says it's putting heavy-duty chains on some buses and running trains through the night to keep overhead lines clear of ice buildup. Officials say the biggest concern right now is the threat of ice.
The urgent thing about this week's forecast is the freezing rain aspect. You know, if it was just a trace of snow or potentially an inch of snow, that might be some cause for concern, but freezing rain is just dangerous.
Yeah, so authorities say that road conditions will likely change several times over the course of today and tomorrow, saying that you should not expect a normal drive and not to assume that you can make it home if the trip was okay headed out. They also ask that you not leave your vehicle in a travel lane if it becomes too difficult to drive. Multnomah County has opened a 6th severe weather shelter in the meantime to help bring people in from the cold. So here's a map of all the locations which will remain open through at least noon today. Now, those hours may be extended depending on weather conditions, but all of these are open to people with pets and accessible for those with disabilities. And a reminder for you, if you need a ride to a shelter or help finding one, just call 211.
We always expect grocery stores to be busy on a week like this, but hardware stores locally have also been busy this week with customers getting ready for that possibility of snow and even freezing rain. Thomas Schultz joins us live now in Southeast Portland outside Ankeny Hardware. So Thomas, what did the workers there have to say?
Well, Drew, I mean, they're saying get those supplies ahead of time as early as you can, especially with just a couple of hours, maybe less than an hour to spare in Portland before we start to see some of that snow that you just saw down from Ashley and Salem. Let's show you a little bit of the preparations, not necessarily in the hardware, but out on the sidewalk here in Southeast. You can see these businesses beginning to put a lot of salt out here. This has been out here all morning, so that's likely something that's been over here overnight. We're not seeing any de-icer yet on 11th and Stark here in Southeast Portland. We've also seen some TriMet buses running as normal and cars going by, but of course, once again, that snow, that freezing rain is going to be coming into the forecast fairly soon. That snow maybe just an hour or so away from here in downtown Portland, Southeast Portland, where we're at right now. But that hardware store, they're telling people, look, I mean, if you haven't gotten those supplies, those shovels, ice scrapers, chains, anything that you're going to need for this winter weather, now is the time to do it before it moves in just under an hour or so. And that store, just like other hardware stores across our area, is just packed with supplies right now. Once again, you're taking a look at some of those shovels and ice scrapers and all winter supplies that you need to have ideally before this storm hits. Now, they say a lot of people, they wait till the last minute or until after that storm has already come. That's just a little bit more dangerous. You don't want to be out on the roadways trying to gather supplies when you should already be prepared and have that for this scenario when that winter weather starts to move into our area once again, just under an hour away or so. But guys, out here in southeast Portland right now, the biggest thing we're seeing is just a lot of wind. Rod's been talking about big wind gusts. You might be able to hear it a little bit in the mic as well. All morning long, we're just getting large gusts of wind that have been sporadic but have been picking up just a little bit. So we'll keep you updated as we continue to see more of that weather start to impact us here in Portland. Guys?
All right, Thomas Schultz reporting live, keeping us updated on what's happening here in Portland. And hey, we might start to see scenes like this today. Down trees and power lines. According to the Oregon Department of Emergency Management, extra weight caused by snow and ice buildup on trees can cause branches or even whole trees to fall unexpectedly, like you're seeing there on your screen. Yikes. In turn, those trees can take down power lines. So if you're walking or driving around, you'll definitely want to be extra cautious. If you see a down power line, stay away from it. Immediately call 911. Do not try to touch the line, even if it looks inactive. It could be live. If a power line falls on your car while you're in it, stay inside the car. Do not get out unless there's an urgent threat like a fire. And in cases of severe weather, only travel when absolutely necessary.
All right, let's get back to Rod Hill. Rod, can we talk about timing? Because we saw Ashley Graham just a moment ago there in Salem, surrounded by snow already. Thomas Schultz, meanwhile, in southeast Portland, still in dry conditions. So when can we expect to see that Salem weather up here near Portland?
Well, it's moving to the north, and I still think the timing is somewhere between the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour. It's 7:11 right now. So between 8 and 9, snow starting to pick up in Portland. Now, Salem, really within about a 60-minute period, went from flurries to all of a sudden it is white on the ground. I would expect at least a similar possibility here in Portland. We do have the gusty east winds coming out of the gorge, which tend to be a drying impact, so it might take it a little bit longer here in downtown to really get things going. Thomas mentioned in his live report the gusty east winds. They've been blowing as high as 45 to even closer to 50 out near the Columbia River, producing bitter wind chills in those wind tunnel areas, making it feel like it's only in the low teens. From the Weather Service, we do have the winter storm warning in effect now into tomorrow morning for Portland, Vancouver, out over the Coast Range. This more purplish bright tone is from about Wilsonville south to Albany, Salem, Woodburn, down into Eugene and Corvallis. That's an ice storm warning. You folks are getting at least mainly snow in Salem right now, but the ice storm warning up because later today into tonight, you folks will have a more significant threat of freezing rain ice accumulation than we will have here in Portland. For Portland, it's snow coming in this morning. Again, we look for it to start arriving between 8 and 9 a.m. Could have 1, 2, 3 inches of snow on the ground in some areas by the noon hour. And then this afternoon, it's a scattered precip pattern that could be a mixture of different types of moisture with temperatures near to above freezing. Then overnight tonight, a heightened chance everywhere of freezing rain showers mixing in. And then there's an early snow band coming in, it looks like first thing Friday morning. Behind that, mid-morning or so tomorrow, the storm starts to wind down. And by noon tomorrow, we're above freezing. The moisture's tapering off and we're out of it. There's the storm right now spinning off the coast of California. There's our live camera down in Salem showing 32 with sticking snow accumulation. So far, nothing on the grass over the Reserve Venus and Golf Club. But by the noon hour, actually no later than 10, I would say, this will be covered in white out there in Washington County. 36 Kelso, 31 PDX, 32 Salem with snow. Eugene has had a mixed bag of ice and snow reported this morning. There will be snow showers picking up across all areas of central and eastern Oregon up into the gorge and over the Cascades. Futurecast shows 8:30 this morning. Snow starting to move north into Portland, snowing at 9, 10, and then by noon, that starts to move out. Temperatures for you at 5 o'clock today, near to above freezing from Kelso down through Albany. Warming up nicely along the coast, changing to afternoon rain showers, and then in the 20s out east. 35 today, maybe. That wouldn't be until later this afternoon. 30 tonight, 42 tomorrow as the storm ends, and then by Saturday we're back to normal. Mountain snow in the Cascades, and the rest of us will be seeing rain. Well, the storm is coming up from the south. That's where the snow and ice have really been hitting hard so far this morning, and that's the focus of Chris McGinn.
Rod, thanks. I will get you to Lynn County in just a second. Just in from TriMet now, the MAX yellow and orange lines are disrupted because of downed trees on overhead wires in North Portland. TriMet using shuttle buses now to serve orange and yellow line stops between the Expo Center and Lombard Transit Center. So just be aware of that. To Rod's point about the wind, this is Highway 26 at the Sylvan Hill, and obviously you can see the camera on on the west side here, bopping around the breeze. No snow there just yet, but again, down in Lynn County, we have now 1, 2, 3 crashes, 2 of them on I-5 and 1 just west of the Brownsville area. I'm going to show you a couple of the cameras here in the area because these have certainly become significantly snow and sleet covered since we first went on the air. This is US 20 at Waverly Drive. You can see there traffic on the roads there in the snow. This is a camera that has been glazed over since we went on the air near Highway 34. So obviously there is some freezing rain component to this already in Lynn County, specifically in the Lebanon area. We've been taking some phone calls and getting some photos from there. So guys, I'll show you one more picture. This is US 20 near Weldwood Drive, and that clearly looks like an icy mess on that roadways. We will obviously keep you posted as sunrise rolls on. China?
Thank you, Chris.
All right, get my bag there. Make sure my ground is all set.
The Sunrise team is prepping for today and tomorrow's winter weather alongside with you. This morning we're talking about how to properly put on tire chains, and we know the gender and I believe the name of the brand new baby elephant at the Oregon Zoo. You'll want to stick around for that. Your time now is 7:18. We are monitoring conditions throughout the area on this KGW Weather Impact Alert Day. This is a live look from Salem on the right there. And then we have Portland on the left. And Rod Hill is saying what we're seeing on the right there is what we will be seeing on the left. So it's only a matter of time before Portland starts to look like Salem.
All right, we interrupt this weather coverage for just about 30 seconds as we learned earlier this morning that the new baby elephant at the Oregon Zoo is a baby girl. That's right, we just got that announcement about an hour ago live here on the Sunrise Show, and we also learned the new baby's name.
Yeah, Tula means many things, but in Sanskrit it means balance. And for us, that's really important for the herd. She's already brought that harmony and that stability to her family here at the Oregon Zoo. And she brings that balance, not to mention she was up and standing within minutes of being born. So balance is really fitting for her. And then the TU at the end of her name really connects her back to her mom and her grandma, who also have 2 at the as a suffix for their name. So Tula 2, and we shall call her Tula.
All right, Tula for short, but officially Tula 2. And there she is with her mom, Rose 2, and Auntie Shine. The elephant herd getting to know the new little one. Again, the baby was just born a little over a week ago, back on February 1st. Some of the best pictures so far. You see her right there hanging out with mom and aunt. And actually, you could hear her. Did you hear those?
Is that what they sound like?
Yes, when they're that small. That's the trumpeting of a baby elephant.
Ew.
Maybe asking for some food. All right, Rod Hill asking for, well, we're asking you all the questions this morning. The when and where, the timing of that storm we've already seen passing through Salem.
Yeah, the timing, nothing has really changed from what we've been talking about. It should be snowing here in Portland at some point between 8 and 9 o'clock this morning. It's all moving straight up to the north. The storm itself, the big low, spinning off of the Northern California coast, so moisture is pushing up. This is important for you to know. The National Weather Service radar at some point back in the 6 o'clock hour failed. It went down. Chris McGinnis called the Weather Service. What's going on? They said, yeah, it's not working. They sent a tech out to fix it, but as of right now, there's no live radar coverage over our area available for any media outlets. No word on when that returns. And my point is, remember that. Don't look at your radar and go, well, nothing's going on. It's safe for me to go out. We don't really have eyes on this storm like we normally do. We're relying on observations and live cameras and that sort of thing. So here's our live camera down in Salem looking at the state capitol. Clearly you've got snow on the ground now, and the snow has been coming down pretty good since that early 6 o'clock hour, even the back half of the 5 o'clock hour. It's 31 right now. That is moving up into Portland. So by 10 o'clock this morning, I think it will have already been snowing long enough out in Washington County. This is Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club in Loa, that grass I expect to be snow covered by 10 o'clock this morning. 31 is the temperature out there right now. Again, Portland is currently dry. I don't have radar, so I'm not exactly sure where the line is of that snow coming up into us right now, but it's on the way. 31 in Salem, 28 in Eugene, 32 in Newport. Very cold out east once again. Pretty much central, eastern areas all expecting snow shower accumulation, generally a couple inches. The gorge, couple inches to maybe 3 or 4 at most up through Hood River and out into the Dalles. There will be snow accumulation all the way up into the Longview area, I believe, eventually this late morning or into early afternoon. Here's the timeline. 8:30 this morning, the bluest snow, now moving into Portland. It's been snowing 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30. Now you've got snow up in Longview and Astoria, if that's correct. And then early afternoon, that moves on. And then we have scattered precipitation. It may not be as dry this afternoon as this indicates. There will be the threat of any type of scattered precipitation. Could be those little ice pellets, what we call grapple. Could be freezing rain. Could be some snow showers in the air. And then here's 4:30 in the afternoon. Now overnight tonight, see this big salmon color? Even where the ice storm warning is posted, which is you folks in Marion County and also down in Lynn County, everybody south of Wilsonville, your highest threat of significant widespread icing will be this evening into the overnight hours. Now you saw some green on the radar. There could be some slivers of above 32-degree temperatures overnight tonight too. That of course would just be rain. Here's the final snow band. Models have been loving one final snow band early tomorrow morning. Then once that pushes out, the storm is over before noon, and we'll actually start to warm up to 40 or better tomorrow afternoon. Could still be some scattered rain showers tomorrow afternoon. This shows you snow potential. I like to tell you, don't pick out one city. I mean, the modeling is not good enough to go, hey, Newburgh is going to get 2.2 inches. But the modeling is good enough to say that the general range here is 1 to 3 to maybe at most 4 inches of snow coming up through the valley. All total from what's falling this morning and that final snow band that we'll get tomorrow morning. Here's the freezing rain ice accumulation map. The zeros represent a trace of some icing. You get down into Salem and Turner, that's at least the best threat to have a 1/4 inch of ice or more, and that is significant. That really produces problems, leads to a heightened chance of power lines coming down as well. Temperatures today near freezing to above this afternoon. If we do get above freezing, which we may or may not do, that would make things a little bit easier later today to get around. 30 tonight, 42 tomorrow as the storm comes to an end. Here's Chris.
Rod, for sure that ice threat in Marion, Polk, and Lynn County is really concerning, of course. Just in from TriMet, a reminder that the max orange and yellow lines are now disrupted because some trees took down some overhead wires up near Vanport. So right now they're using shuttles to serve stops between the Expo Center and the Lombard Transit Center. All right, let's get you back down to the south in Lynn County. Several crashes now. We've had 2 crashes on I-5 southbound between Corvallis and Tangent, and now it looks like there's a crash just west of the Brownsville area as well. I'm going to give you a snapshot of Highway 20 through the east side of Albany. There you go. You can see it's snow and sleet covered there. We've had numerous reports of freezing rain down there as well. And this camera on I-5 at Highway 34, that's been glazed over since we went on the air at 5 o'clock. Ashley Grams is live in Salem now. Ashley, what do you see?
Tons of snow coming down here. Just in the last 2 hours or so, we've started to see the snow really accumulating, both on my jacket here in the last couple of minutes as well as on the roads behind us. So we checked in with road crews. We have some updates on that. We'll tell you all about it. And of course, we'll keep up on that forecast after this break.
All right, our winter weather coverage continues here in the 7 o'clock hour with another look at some school closures. I mean, this is just a small sample of the many school districts that are closed today, including Reynolds, Willamina, Kalama, Beaverton. I feel bad for the kids in Estacada these days. No longer a snow day in Estacada. They simply move from in-person to virtual learning. A full list is running there at the bottom of your screen as well, and we have a full list at KGW.com.
And we will have more winter weather coverage this morning. Coming up, how electric companies are prepping for the possibility of power outages, and later we are giving you a step-by-step on how to put those chains on your tires.
North toward Portland, not here yet, but much of the Willamette Valley south of Portland now seeing snow coverage on the ground. Just grab this from the camera in Silverton. from the Oregon Garden Resort, and that is the snow on the ground. Portland will look like this in just a couple of hours in your forecast.
.30 half hour of the Sunrise Show this morning. Extended coverage because of the winter weather that is moving through the area. And yep, you can see right there from our Salem Skycam, it is already hitting Salem this hour. We are under a winter storm warning in the Portland area and an ice storm warning there in the Salem area.
We have team coverage of what's going on right now in our area as well. Ashley Grams is live in Salem this morning reporting on conditions there, but we do have Rod and Chris standing by with the latest on weather and traffic.
Before we get to those guys, how about a look again at some school closures this morning? Lots of closures to mention. Where do we start? How about Yamhill County? McMinnville and Newburgh closed today. Up in Clark County, Vancouver, Evergreen, Ridgefield, Washougal, all closed. More of the big ones, Salem, Kaiser, Portland Public, Beaverton, all closed. We've got that full list rolling at the bottom of your screen and also at KGW.com. All right, Rodney Hill, in the Weather Center, what do you have for us?
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us for our extended coverage. If you are just starting your day, winter storm warning for the Portland area up through Clark County. That's this top color you see. From about Wilsonville southward, it's a ice storm warning, which is a bit confusing because you folks in Salem are obviously seeing snow right now. The warning is primarily for a heightened chance of freezing rain, ice accumulation later today going into tonight. But you are in fact starting your day off with accumulating snow on the ground in our capital city. The storm itself spinning off the northern coast of California. Look at the snow over our beautiful capital. It is sticking 31 degrees. Here is the wind in Portland. If you live in East Multnomah County or East Clark County, it is a windy morning. Gusts have been nearing 50 miles per hour for hours coming out of the gorge. Currently Trato 46, Portland 48. The wind chill factors are all the way down to about 10 degrees when you get into the higher wind gusts. So it is a very windy, very frigid morning, and most of us are seeing a noticeable wind in the downtown Portland between 10 and 20 miles per hour as well. These are the temperatures from Portland all the way down Eugene. It is freezing as we have snow that is on its way toward Portland, currently moving to the north. Here it is on Futurecast. This is nearing 9 o'clock this morning, showing we have at least light snow in the area and then thicker or heavier snow into the 10 o'clock hour into 11. We expect snow coverage on the ground, much like we're seeing in Salem right now. And then by the noon hour, that is up north of us in the afternoon. We'll bring some scattered showers. So Portland, we're waiting for the snow. In the next hour, 8 o'clock hour, I think we start to see at least some flurries. Snow will be on the ground at noon, 32. Showery weather. We could get just above freezing this afternoon at 5 o'clock. Here's Chris.
Hope for that, Rod. All right, let's get you out the door. First off, a major update from TriMet that the MAX yellow and orange lines are disrupted because of trees that have come down on overhead wires in North Portland, obviously due to the wind, right? So we're dealing with shuttle buses now between the Expo Center and Lombard Transit Center. Plan extra time there as a lot of folks plan to use TriMet to get around to avoid driving on the roads. Let's take you to the roads. This is I-5 between or just south of the Brooks area, north of Kaiser, and there is clearly some snow coverage on the side of the road. We go a little farther south and west out to the west side of Salem. It's been snowing here since we went on the air around 5 o'clock, and you can see snow coverage on the road down there. And the farther south you go, we've got a number of crashes already reported in Lynn County. It looks like a new one just popped up west of the Lebanon area. So again, icy roads, definitely a concern in Lynn County now as we're seeing icy precipitation mixing in with the snow down there. China?
Thank you, Chris. And crews have prepared for this storm for several days, including those in Salem who are seeing this winter storm before the Portland-Vancouver area.
We have Ashley Graham's live in Salem this morning. Ashley, I thought it was pretty cool the way you arrived in Salem and there was nothing on the ground. Then you snapped your fingers and it was like, boom, completely surrounded by snow.
Just a little bit of magic, and now we are in a snow globe here in Salem. You can start to see how much snow has accumulated here on the roads as well as here on the sidewalk. Now, you might be wondering, what is this snow like? Well, just a few minutes ago, I tried to make a snowball, so I'm going to show you again. It didn't go very successfully. We have photojournalist Eric Patterson behind the camera, and see how it just kind of breaks apart. He said, I'm going to give this a B- for a snowball fight, and then he ended up changing his grade to a C. So those kids that are out of school today, well, they might not have so much fun with a snowball fight, maybe have to go for those snow angels instead, but a lot of people still need to get to and from work today. Take a look at this road here behind us, and you can see, even though this is a pretty heavily traveled road in downtown Salem, that snow is still sticking. Now, we did catch up with teams who were preparing to work on these roads yesterday. They're working 12-hour shifts today around the clock with de-icer trucks. Sand is ready, as well as those snow plows if they do get enough snow on the ground here. Now, they say that even with this de-icer down a couple thousand gallons, that really doesn't matter if we start to get freezing rain, which can make things pretty difficult and dangerous.
Freezing rain is hard for us because once it starts to accumulate, it's all we can do is put sanding rock down on top of it, and that helps. But snow is a lot easier to respond to because you can plow it and you can deal with it.
Yeah, so these crews start on those main arterial roads, and then they move to clearing those other residential roads as well. You can see a little bit of an emergency response here. We're right near that fire station. The fire station told us they have started to staff more people today so they can be prepared to respond to any emergency calls that might be related to this winter weather. So, of course, I want to give yourself extra time when you're traveling today to stay safe. If you can stay home, please do that. Drew, China?
All right, Ashley Graham's great reporting this morning for us in Salem. Meanwhile, local utility companies say they're ready for the possibility of widespread power outages the next couple of days. So PGE and Pacific Power both told us they have a team of meteorologists keeping an eye on this forecast. And while no one is expecting conditions to be as bad as last January's ice storm, power crews are still being pre-positioned, ready to go.
Based on the weather forecast, we're seeing some winds, some high gusts coming out of the Columbia Gorge tonight going into tomorrow, as I'm sure you're aware. And then we're also looking at some precipitation throughout the Portland metro area.
All right, we just heard from one of the power companies right there. They recommend that you have at least 72 hours worth of food on hand, along with flashlights, extra warm clothes, and blankets, all in case you do lose power. And we also have some tips to keep your pets safe today. So the best advice is to keep your pets inside if at all possible. Pets can get frostbite just like us if they're outside in freezing temperatures for too long. If you're walking your dog, vets recommend putting boots on their paws to protect them not only from ice but also from road salt. And even if they want to, you should not let your dog eat snow because there could be toxins beneath that snow that could make them sick. We also heard from the Oregon Humane Society this morning. The Humane Society will be closed today because of the weather. So that's both shelters in Portland and in Salem. They did tell us that all of the shelter pets will still receive care thanks to staff and volunteers.
Your time now is 7:39. Headed over to Rod Hill, tracking this winter storm warning.
Yeah, you know, one of the headlines this morning that's really important that you know for a number of reasons is that the National Weather Service radar that we rely on, all the TV stations in Portland rely on that imagery from that radar. It stopped working back in the 6 o'clock hour this morning. They have a tech, we're told, trying to get it back up, but we don't know when it's going to come back up. So my point is, don't look at your radar on the phone and go, oh, there's no snow yet, I'm going to head out. The snow might be literally at your back door and you don't know it. Chris McGinnis just giving me an updated report that we now have reports of snow in Sandy. And as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, at some point, we're going to start to see flurries begin to fall from the clouds here in Portland. Hasn't happened in downtown yet, but we're getting close. Here's a look at a storm warning from Portland up through Vancouver into tomorrow morning for snow this morning, a mixed bag of wintry precipitation tonight into tomorrow morning. It's an ice storm warning from about Wilsonville south. It is snow for you folks primarily at this hour, but late afternoon into this evening, the threat of significant icing is real for areas south of Wilsonville, and we could have an all-out ice storm event with a 1/4 inch of ice accumulation or potentially more in some areas, sticking on power lines and trees and the roads and all of that. For the Rose City, we've got the snow coming up this morning. Eventually, could have several inches on the ground by the noon hour. It's scattered mixed precipitation this afternoon. And then Portland, too, could see some freezing rain showers overnight with a mixed bag. Early snow band tomorrow morning. Behind that, later in the morning, the storm ends and will actually be warming up tomorrow afternoon with all this behind us. The big storm spinning off the coast of California. There's that live shot from Salem, the snow on the ground. This is what is moving northward up toward Portland. Again, Chris McGinnis getting a report of snow in Sandy right now. Here's off the Turner exit just south of Salem on I-5. That's the, looks to be light coverage on the hills at Willamette Valley Vineyards this morning. And here is a look at downtown. No snow yet. We do have gusty east winds out along the Columbia River, currently 35-mile-per-hour winds, gusting closer to 50 miles per hour, producing, look at these gusts, 48 PDX, 46 Troutdale, makes it feel like it's closer to 10 degrees outside in the wind. The actual air temperature in Portland is 31, that matches Salem. Pick out your city, it's still really cold out east. There's Burns at 14 after being 27 below yesterday, wow. All right, 9 to 11 is going to be when we see most of the snow. That was 9, this is 11 in Portland, and then it moves up to the north. And then we get into a scattered pattern of precipitation this afternoon. Again, we have the impact alerts for the storm warnings up today, tonight, into tomorrow morning, and then we're through it. It's over by noon. The weekend gets back to normal. Here's Chris.
That sounds lovely. All right, let's take you out to Sandy. This is Highway 26, just west of Sandy, between Boring and Sandy. And if you look closely, we're starting to see some snowflakes out there. ODOT obviously got the de-icer down on the road there, so that's good to see. Let's take you down to Oregon City. This is near Clackamas Community College, Beaver Creek Road at Highway 213. You can see the power lines here getting knocked around in the breeze. Starting to see some snowflakes there as well. And camera number 3 takes us down to Wilsonville, where it looks like, yeah, the snow is definitely flying here now in Wilsonville. Again, the road's just wet, traffic volume light, so that's good to see. I did see salt put down on the roads in the city of Portland as well in anticipation of this weather moving in. Guys, I can tell you right now the roads locally in town are still in okay shape if you need to get somewhere, but clearly that is not going to be the case in the next 30 to 90 minutes. We'll keep you posted. All
right, Chris, thank you.
The tighter the chain, the less wear it's going to have. So if you have it super tight, that chain can't move at all. It'll last a lot longer.
Solid advice from an auto expert. After the break, we'll learn how to put on tire chains and socks the right way to keep you and your car safe on icy roads.
Welcome back to extended coverage of the Sunrise Show on this Thursday morning, and this shows why we're still on the air here in the 7 o'clock hour. A live look from Salem, the state capitol building there, with snowflakes falling all around the capitol. And we also have a crew on the ground this morning in Salem. Oh. Ashley Grams and Eric Patterson behind the camera showing off all that snow that's been falling. Yeah, someone's still trying to get where they need to go on this Thursday. We've seen some traffic out there as well, but things definitely moving slower this morning in Salem. All Salem Kaiser schools, by the way, have been canceled for today, along with a whole lot of other school districts in the area. Those school closures continue to scroll at the bottom of your screen. Rod Hill will join us here in 2 minutes with the latest forecast.
All right, let's talk chains, because knowing how to put chains on your tires can make all the difference between getting stuck in the snow and getting where you need to go.
One of the local tire experts from Point S Tire showed the Sunrise crew how to get the job done.
These are considered almost like a Diamondback. They're a diamond-shaped chain. Easy to use. You don't have to drive over them. You can put them on while the car sits there. And your best bet is to test fit them before you need them. And the whole reason is the tighter the chain, the less wear it's going to have. So if you have it super tight, that chain can't move at all. It'll last a lot longer. You want the chain on this way because when the snow and everything's hitting it, forcing it in, it's pushing against this so the clasp doesn't go the other way and push it out. If it was opposite, it would push the chain out and undo it.
Now, there is an alternative to using chains. Auto socks offer a simpler solution.
They're really easy. It's almost like a hairnet for your tire. There's an elastic band on the inside. They self-center themselves at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. It's the same as chains, where max speed is 25 miles an hour. More of the community is going towards these over chains, because if you break a chain, you can get damage to your vehicle. Whereas these, you wear a hole in them, you just keep driving on them.
Stuart gave us one more piece of advice. Check your chains often.
Let's say you were going 15 or 20 miles, 25 max on them. But if you were going that far, maybe every few miles, get out, make sure they're tight, snug. You never want them coming apart, because it's going to take that fender out. It's going to scrape up everything. You're going to have damage.
Definitely learned a lot there. All right, your time now is 7:48. We have a winter storm warning, but what's the radar situation right now? Did we get it back?
No. So this happened, and it's important for you to know this. It happened in the 6 o'clock hour. Chris and I noticed the radar imagery dropped out. It doesn't look right.
Right.
Chris called the weather service. They said, yeah, it just went down. It just broke, basically. They have a tech. That radar's in the hills outside of Scappoose. They have a tech up there working on it. We have zero word on when it's going to be back, or if it will be back today. We don't know.
And that's also on your phones, right?
And that's what shows up on your phone. It's what all of the Portland TV stations and broadcast outlets utilize. So anything on your phone right now is misleading, because it's not accurate current radar. So that's a safety factor, absolutely. Yeah. We do have report. Now we're really relying on your reports. Thank you. A lot of you have sent them in on our Facebook pages, etc. We have reports of flurries just in about 5 minutes ago in Multnomah Village.
Oh.
So all of us here in Portland apparently are getting really close to start seeing that we have snow coming up into the area right now. All right, here's a look at where it has been snowing down in Portland big time. Or not Portland, pardon me, Salem. Salem. 31 is the temperature there. It's sticking snow. Again, there's Willamette Valley Vineyards just south of Salem with snow on the hill. And we're starting to get reports of flurries falling out of the clouds here in the Portland area. Right now we're at 31. We have strong winds gusting between 40 and nearing 50 miles per hour coming out of the gorge in East County and racing along the Columbia, and 10 to 25 mile per hour cold east to north winds in downtown Portland as well, making the wind chill factor feel like it's only in the teens. Again, the storm has been coming up this way. At 5 this morning, Eugene had freezing rain. Ever since then, the odds have been snow. We've had reports of mixed icing in Lynn and Marion counties, but right now it appears to be just snow, which is sticking, as we saw from our live Salem camera. It is above freezing at the airport up in Kelso, 36 degrees. Astoria also above freezing at 38. All of our coast cameras show nothing in terms of snow on the ground. They just looks like it normally looks. Here's a look at our Futurecast timeline. So 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock looks to be when we're going to start seeing sticking snow and some accumulation as this band continues to push up to the north. Here it is at 11. Now it's snowing in Longview and Astoria. And then this afternoon we get into more of a scattered precipitation pattern. Here's the main icing threat. I know you folks in Salem are under an ice storm warning. It's snow right now, but you're under that warning. because later today, going into this evening, there is a significant threat that we could have at least pockets of freezing rain accumulation of 1/4 of an inch of ice or more. That's significant. That would bring down trees, probably have some power outages and that sort of thing. We go into tomorrow morning, there's one final snow band in blue. This is early Friday morning. That moves out, and then before noon, the storm's over. We start to dry out to some degree, and we start to warm up. Models continue to show a range of 1 to 3 to maybe at most 4 inches of snow out of this morning and what could come later tonight. It shows a freezing rain ice accumulations for a lot of us a trace to 1/10 of an inch, but there's that heightened chance of significant icing of maybe 1/4 of an inch or more down around Salem. That's late afternoon, evening into the overnight hours. We have the impact alert up today, high 35, tomorrow 42. Again, the storm generally ends before noon tomorrow. Chris, what's the update?
Thanks for that. Let's take you back down to Marion County, where it has been snowing now for a good 2 hours in many cases. This is I-5 near Perkins Road. Now, I showed you this camera a little while ago, and there was nothing on the freeway, and it's just a little light covering on the side of the road. Well, now you can see we've got some snowy tracks on the freeway itself on I-5 near Perkins Road. That's north of Salem in the Kaiser area heading up towards Brooks. Here's Highway 22 over near Eola Hills. This is in Polk County, west side of Salem. That is plainly snow covered. And note the temperature, by the way. We got a ways to go before we get to freezing. The ODOT sensor there indicating 27.3. Down in Lynn County, this looks like a little bit of an icy mix. We have had numerous reports of freezing rain early this morning. There's some indication that we may actually bounce back to snow in some of those areas before we see the main quote-unquote freezing rain event move in. Back out to Sandy, Highway 26, just west of Sandy, obviously showing some snow beginning to fly there. I showed you this camera a couple of minutes ago. That's in Beaver Creek Road and Highway 213. Got some snow there, and the wind really bopping this camera around. Drew, check this out. These cameras are mounted pretty good, and this is down in Tualatin getting knocked around, and obviously we've got a little bit of snow starting to form there on the side of the road. Drew, right now, no crashes in the immediate metro area, but you can see the road and the snow starting to come down. So we're going to keep you posted on this as we go through the morning.
Well, you're showing Tualatin there, Chris. We expect more snow to fall in that part of our area, more snow in the Portland area as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. That is why we're going to stay on the air past 8 o'clock this morning. And we need your help with some of this coverage. So let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. You can share your photos with us, your snow videos. You can text all that to us. 503-226-5088 is the text line. Many times on mornings like this, our viewers become some of our best reporters. So let us know what's happening where you live, and we'll have more sunrise for you right after this.
We have breaking news out of North Portland this morning.
TriMet tweeted about 30 minutes ago that Max orange and yellow lines have been disrupted because of a tree on the overhead wire. So Thomas Schultz is covering this story for us now. Thomas, out in North Portland, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, well, guys, I mean, it's really gusty out here in North Portland, and you can see just this vacant train stop at Delta Park Vanport. TriMet telling us that 3 stops are affected right now. They're being served by shuttle lines from the Expo Center to Lombard. A TriMet worker I just spoke to said they weren't sure exactly when they'd be able to get that up and running. Once again, this line is being served by a shuttle bus at the moment. And guys, it is really gusty up here. We were over in Southeast Portland about half an hour ago. We got sporadic gusts of wind. Up here in North Portland, it's a different story, which makes sense why we could see, a tree branch falling on an overhead wire, leading to this closure of this train line here. Orange and yellow affected. We'll bring you more information all throughout the morning as we see more of this winter impact in Portland. Guys?
Thomas, thank you. And a reminder, you can watch sunrise anytime on our TV app, KGW Plus, available now on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. We are bringing you another hour of the Sunrise Show as this winter weather moves in. Salem right there under an ice storm warning, while the Portland and Vancouver area is under a winter storm warning for snow and ice.
We have team coverage for you this morning in both Salem and the Portland area, where we know a tree has come down in North Portland. It's stopped some of the TriMet lines, so we're going to have more on that in a second. Rod Hill will also bring us the latest forecast, but let's talk about school closures real quick here because there have been so many to mention this morning. Gresham Barlow Centennial, you see there at the top of your screen, closed for the day. So are Yamhill schools and Greater Albany schools. Oregon State University says it's going to open at noon today. We'll see if that changes. We also know that Portland State and the University of Portland are closed. Portland Public Schools. Rod, I could keep going here, but we do have that list running as well at the bottom of people's screens. So I'll just let you take over with the forecast.
All right, thanks for that, Drew. Good morning to you at home. Winter storm warning for the Rose City up until early tomorrow morning. It's an ice storm warning from about Wilsonville south down I-5 through Woodburn, Salem, Albany, Corvallis, all the way down Eugene, also up until early tomorrow morning. We had some freezing rain reports in Eugene early this morning, also some icing reports in parts of Lynn and Marion counties. But right now in our immediate area, it's mostly snow that is moving north, and we are starting to get reports of flurries here in the Portland metro area. We've been watching our Salem Skycam. Our Ashley Grams has been down there reporting for us all morning, and that is slight accumulation on the ground at this point with the snow still coming down. Here's Portland, different scene, but again, we are getting reports of flurries in the area. It's in this 8 o'clock hour that we expect to start seeing at some point snow picking up, and then between 9 and 11, we should start to see enough snow where we start to put some accumulations on the ground. Again, that's between 9 and 11 this morning. That's what Futurecast shows here in blue. This is 9:15. Everything's moving through the north. So by 11, you folks in Salem are pulling out of it. Portland's on the back end of it. And then in the afternoon hours, the moisture goes more scattered. But it could be a wintry mix of scattered showers later today. It's 31 degrees. One of the big stories, we have 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts in parts of downtown. Burnside is a pretty good wind tunnel, for example. But you get out in East County and along the Columbia River, those winds have been just shy of 50 miles per hour. Really windy and also producing wind chill factors closer to 10. Scattered showers this afternoon. By noon, we'll be on the back end of the snow. There will be snow on the ground. 35 degrees. Maybe we get above freezing this afternoon. Here's Chris.
Rod, thanks for that. Let's take you down to the southern part of our viewing area where it has been precipitating for hours, right? We've had numerous crashes on I-5 south of the Albany area between Albany and Eugene. Let me zoom in on one of these spots just west of Lebanon. You can see here, it looks like definitely some snow covered or ice on the roads there. This is Highway 34 and I-5. That camera has been iced over for hours this morning, and Highway 22 west of the Salem area plainly snow covered. One traffic alert to let you know about. I want to step out of the way real quick. We're getting word that Highway 18 right now is closed west of Grand Ronde, between Grand Ronde and Rose Lodge because of a crash. No updated information from ODOT, but guys, I can show you right now that camera at Murphy Hill, plainly snow covered there. So I'll keep you posted on that as we roll through the morning.
Thank you, Chris. We are continuing to follow breaking news out of North Portland this morning.
TriMet says the orange and yellow MAX lines are disrupted right now because of a tree that fell on some overhead wires. So we have Thomas Schultz covering this story for us. He's live at a TriMet stop there in North Portland. Thomas, what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, guys, crews tell us to expect disruptions. They don't know how long it's going to take to get these trains back running from the Expo Center stop all the way to Lombard. Let's show you. Those TriMet crews are starting to arrive on scene, and they're walking along the tracks here. You can see some of them stirring around their cars here, just preparing to try to not only close these tracks as they've already done, but try to get these branches off of the wires. Guys, I'll say, like, we haven't seen the branches where we are at the train stop, but it's really, really windy up here in North Portland. It's not a surprise that something like this is happening here this morning, along with the cold, of course, as we've been talking about all morning long. We're expecting that snow to come in. We're expecting maybe some ice. But Chad, if we just pan to our left here, you can see these crews walking back toward their car as they're continuing to work on this stoppage. Once again, they say to expect delays out here on the orange and yellow stops up here in North Portland. Guys, we'll bring you all the information as we have it. Once again, they're just trying to figure out exactly what needs to happen here as they try to reopen these train lines. Guys?
Thomas, thank you. Yep, already seeing scenes like this. Down trees and power lines, as Thomas was just talking about. But according to the Oregon Department of Emergency Management, extra weight caused by snow and ice building up on trees that it's headed our way can cause scenes like this, branches to come down, trees to fall unexpectedly. In turn, those trees can take down power lines. So if you are walking or driving around, definitely be extra cautious. We're already seeing this today again. If you see a down power line, stay away from it. Immediately call 911. Do not try to touch the line, even if it looks inactive. If a power line falls on your car while you're inside it, stay inside that car. Do not get out unless there's an urgent threat like a fire. And in cases of severe weather, only travel when absolutely necessary. Salem Kaiser schools are closed for the day because of this weather.
Ashley Grams has been live for us all morning long in Salem. You were there before the snow started falling. Obviously, it has fallen a lot here over the last couple of hours. So, Ashley, let's talk about conditions there right now.
Right, we've really started to see this snow build up, and as you said, we've been here since the snow started falling. In this area, we have been bringing you live reports. So about 6:45, I decided to put a scraper down here on the ground, and it might be tough for some of you to see. Actually, our photojournalist Eric, he just about stepped on it right before this live shot. So we're going to uncover this here to kind of show you how much snow has accumulated on the ground since 6:45, so that's just an hour or so. Here is our first alert storm team weather scraper that we use on our windshields here. But you can also see that this is building up on the roadways as well as on these cars. I'm going to step out of the way here to give you a better look at some of these cars that have been parked across the road here for the last couple of hours or so. And you'll see that one just in front of that police cruiser there. They have their windshield wipers straight up. I think the one in front of it does as well. So this is a reminder to you that if you are heading out to work this morning or somewhere else with your family or friends and you're going to be parked in one place for a long time, of course, get those windshield wipers up. Expect to see some accumulation on your car. And of course, you might need one of these for your windshield as well. And then a reminder for those of you who are driving on these roadways, we did actually just see a car wheels spinning in the middle of this intersection trying to get some traction so that they could get out of the way as that light changed. So we are seeing some slippery conditions out here in Salem. We'll continue to bring you some live updates throughout the morning. Drew, China?
Ashley, we've seen a lot of reporters use like rulers or some other type of measuring stick to show how much has snowed where they're standing, but I don't think anyone's ever used that bury the ice scraper trick before. So very resourceful on this Thursday morning. Well done.
That's a new one.
Ashley Graham's live for us all morning in Salem. Some great video from that part of the area. All right, let's talk about crews from ODOT and PBOT because they've been busy the past few days getting ready for all this weather. Yesterday, we saw them treating city, county, and state roads with the icer and making sure that plows were ready to roll. In some spots, they told us they had crews that were pre-positioned, ready to respond.
TriMet also says it's putting heavy-duty chains on some buses, running trains through the night to keep overhead lines clear of ice buildup. And officials say the biggest concern right now is that threat of ice.
The urgent thing about this week's forecast is the freezing rain aspect. You know, if it was just a trace of snow or potentially an inch of snow, that might be some cause for concern, but freezing rain is just dangerous.
Authorities say that road conditions will likely change several times over the course of today and tomorrow, saying that you should not expect a normal drive and not to assume that you can make it home if the trip out was okay. They also ask you not to leave your vehicle in a travel lane if it becomes too difficult to travel. And a reminder, Multnomah County has opened a 6th severe weather shelter to help bring people in from the cold. So here's a map of all of the locations, which will remain open through at least noon today. Now, those hours may be extended depending on the weather conditions. But all of these are open to people with pets and accessible for those with disabilities. And a reminder, if you need a ride to a shelter or help finding one, just call 211.
All right, let's get back to Rod Hill in the Weather Center. Rod, we're still on the air here in the 8 o'clock hour because this is the hour we started to, or we thought we'd expect to see some snow starting to fall in the Portland area. Is that still the timeline you're looking at?
Yeah, starting to see multiple reports of at least flurries being spotted. Multnomah Village flurries. Canby now reporting light snow. I've got reports of flurries out in the Gresham area at this hour. KGW TV and where I'm standing, we're next to the football field at Lincoln High School, just off 405 in downtown. I don't see anything. We know it's been snowing in Salem since early on in the 6 o'clock hour, and obviously they have coverage on the ground with the snow still falling, and the temperature has been steady with the snowfall at 30 degrees. Haven't shown you the coast. We had some reports of snow in the Newport area, just inland. Radar has been showing there may be some snow up around Astoria, or has been this morning. Lincoln City, Chinook Woods Casino Resort camera looks pretty quiet right now. And here's downtown Portland with flurries starting to pick up in the metro area. I do have eyes on a camera down in Oregon City. Remember, this is coming up from the south. Didn't see anything there. But we are going to slowly see this pick up. Futurecast shows most of the snow that's going to become more widespread will be in the 9 to 11 o'clock hour, which is this blue band that you're seeing move up into our area. Once we get into the afternoon hours, we go into more of a scattered pattern. Now, Portland's under a winter storm warning. You folks in Salem under an ice storm warning, but yet you're getting snow. So why the ice storm warning? Here's why. See the salmon color? This is 5 o'clock this afternoon. Watch this area expand. That could be hours of significant freezing rain ice accumulation in parts of the valley, mainly south of the Portland area. And then into tomorrow morning, we have one more band of snow coming through. And then before the noon hour tomorrow, the storm's gone. It's all over. Temperatures start to warm up. We will either hold at 32 or get a few degrees above 32 in the valley this afternoon. As the precip breaks up somewhat, that will give us a chance to maybe get some warming going. This morning snow band is going to be anything from a dusting to a few inches in different areas, maybe a dusting to 2 inches, but the snow expected to make it up late morning into the afternoon hours up into the Longview, Kelso area. That bottom line of that graphic showed those winds gusting out near the gorge as high as 50 miles per hour this morning, producing wind chill factors closer to 10. And that is a drying wind. That could rob some of the moisture and keep Portland from getting as much as Salem. It's certainly going to slow the speed that snow is moving up into the Rose City. But at this point, we are finally starting to see some flurries in the area, Chris.
Rod, thanks for that. Let's take you to Wilsonville. We've got live snow on the freeway, I-5 at Wilsonville Road. You can see the traffic volume obviously very, very light for this hour of a Thursday morning commute. So that's good news. Farther north up around Tualatin, again, snow there, snow on the side of the road. The de-icer is doing its thing for now. Want to keep going further north up towards 217. And one more spot I want to show you. Guys, if you've been around here long enough, you know that this is one of the notoriously bad spots on Portland freeways. This is I-5 at Breeze Hill. Just now seeing the snowflakes fly there. ODOT clearly has de-icer down there, but this is a spot we'll watch closely as the morning wears on. This has been, you could write a book about the conditions on the road here over the years throughout winter weather events. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Back out to Highway 22 west of the Salem area. That is snow covered now. This is out near Eola Hills, and it looks very snow covered. Also want to point out an update. The road is now back open, but Oregon 18 between Grand Ron and Rose Lodge, we've had a crash and a disabled vehicle reported out there. Also note the conditions here over the Coastal Pass at Highway 18. So obviously pretty snow covered there as well. And one last check. I want to take you into the McMinnville area, or Dundee, I should say. 99W at 18 near the bypass. Obviously starting to see some snow stick on the roadway out there. So the snow is moving north, and the road conditions, the farther south you go, the worse they are for now. We'll keep checking, but guys, there have been numerous crashes in Lynn and portions of now Marion counties. We'll keep you posted through the morning.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, get my bag there. Make sure my ground is all set.
Sunrise team, prepping for today, tomorrow's weather, alongside with you. This morning we're talking about how to properly put tire chains on if you're stuck in the thick of it, and we now know the gender and the name of the brand new baby elephant at the Oregon Zoo.
Be prepared with KGW's weather impact forecast, live or on your schedule. We'll show you what's coming, when it's going to get here, so you are prepared. Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Start your day with KGW at sunrise.
Streaming live from 4:30 to 7 and on your schedule all morning long.
Breaking news from overnight and Rod Hill's accurate forecast.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch KGW News at 6 live or on your schedule.
The top local headlines that impact you. Exclusive investigation.
And my weather impact forecast.
Local news on your schedule.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule. Like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Oh my, a long time. I've been forecasting in Oregon for like, I don't know, 35 years. Older than you're competing against apps and AI. They're actually pretty easy to beat. But if you really want to know what's going on, there's more to it than that. And there's so much more that's more interesting than that. I want to be able to help people live their lives and make decisions that not only help them make good decisions in their lives, but keep them safe.
All right, welcome back to this extended coverage on Sunrise this morning, as we're getting reports now of at least 27 Alaska airline flights that have been canceled both in and out of PDX. According to the Port of Portland, Alaska canceled several flights this morning because of weather both in the Midwest and right here on the West Coast. Many of the canceled flights are headed to California, but there have also been cancellations involving Phoenix, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, and Seattle. Several incoming flights also canceled this morning. So to find out if your flight is impacted here, you can head over to flypdx.com.
And we are continuing to follow breaking news out of North Portland this morning.
Yeah, TriMet says the orange and yellow MAX lines both disrupted right now because of a tree that fell on some overhead wires. We sent Thomas Schultz out to North Portland to cover this story for us. Thomas, what else can you tell us?
Yeah, well, guys, all morning long, we've been here about half an hour. We're seeing crews out here working on these lines, trying to restore them. Of course, we heard that branches fell on these lines, leading to them being closed from the Expo Center stop all the way to Lombard on the orange and yellow line. Let's step off a little bit. You might be able to see one of their cars has actually worked their way down the tracks, just working to restore these lines to where they are. We can't see where these branches fell from where we're at the Delta Park Vanport stop. But guys, I gotta say, it's really windy out here in North Portland. Something like this happening is not a surprise at all. We were over in Southeast a little bit earlier. We didn't see wind anywhere near the gusts that we're seeing out here in North Portland. Now, because these stops are closed, and TriMet says it's not clear how long they're gonna be closed, but it's gonna be quite some time. They've got shuttle buses running. We just saw one that took some people who were going to be on this train line and took them to that Expo Center stop, or that North Lombard stop, excuse me, trying to get them back to where they need to be. But once again, this is an outage that's going to cause disruptions. It's going to cause delays. So if you are on the orange or yellow line, please be cognizant of that, especially as this winter weather starts to enter the Portland metro area. It's just going to probably get worse before it gets better. Guys.
I'm Thomas Schultz reporting live for us. Thank you, Thomas. All right, your time now is 8:18 on this weather impact alert day. We're talking about a winter storm warning.
Yeah, Thomas, by the way, probably has 40-mile-per-hour gusts easily where he's out there in Delta Park. They've been gusting 48, 47. Haven't seen a 50 spot yet, but just under 50-mile-per-hour wind speeds along the Columbia this morning. So very cold, very windy. Winter storm warning for the Rose City up into tomorrow morning. It's an ice storm warning from about Wilsonville southward. That's a brighter purple tone. The whites are different winter weather advisories, mainly for a few inches of snow during the day into tonight for central and eastern areas of our state. Expecting there to be at least a few inches of snow up in the gorge out of all this. The storm started early this morning in the 5 o'clock hour. We had freezing rain in Eugene, and that went to primarily snow. We've had some freezing precipitation mixed in around Salem, but right now that's primarily snow. And with it moving northward, we're now starting to see increasing reports of at least flurries in the air moving into the downtown Portland area, including some flurry reports from downtown Portland. So this is going to be picking up in the minutes ahead, and Portland eventually has a chance to look much like Salem does. So the snow coming in, most of what we're going to see this morning will be 9, 10, 11 o'clock, and then that pushes up to our north by the noon hour. Certainly the potential of a couple to a few inches of snow on the ground out of all of that. Thursday afternoon, it's more of a scattered precip pattern. That continues tonight. But once we get into late afternoon into the evening, the temperature profiles I look at as a forecaster shows that 4 o'clock is the button this afternoon for there to be a heightened chance of freezing rain showers in the area, if temperatures are freezing, of course. So we'll keep an eye on that. And that's overnight. And then there's an early snow band coming through Friday. That clears by mid-morning, if not sooner. And then the storm is over before the noon hour tomorrow. And tomorrow afternoon, we're up into the 40s. Here's the storm spinning off of the California coast. Here's our live camera down in Salem. That's been snowing since early in the 6 o'clock hour. It's 31 degrees temperature-wise. And yeah, you can plainly see that we do have flurries in the air over the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out in Aloha. This is Washington County. We also have reports of snow picking up in Gresham, Sandy, Oregon City, and flurries from the Harrison Towers. I'm not sure exactly where that building is, but that's in downtown Portland, I'm told. Temperatures outside, 30 degrees from the golf course there. And yeah, you can see, if you look carefully, there are some flurries in this shot now, looking across the Willamette River in downtown Portland. East winds sustained at 30 out along the river with higher gusts. Between 9 and 11 is when we're going to see most of the snow that will eventually start to cover the ground here in the Rose City. That moves on. Scattered precipitation shower mix this afternoon. Late afternoon and in the evening, the Salmon area, watch it expand. That's your freezing rain threat showing up on Futurecast. This area, parts of the Mid-Valley, maybe not everywhere, but there could be pockets where we have freezing rain accumulation of 1/4 to nearing 1/2 of an inch thick. That is an ice storm. that would produce some problems and make travel very difficult. That's late this afternoon, evening, and then overnight. This map shows you snow potential from a dusting to an inch to at most 3 to 4 inches in some spots from this morning, and then adding that snow band coming in early tomorrow morning. This shows you freezing rain potential. Anything colored on this map is some freezing rain. The zeros would be a trace. There's a 1/10 of an inch in Newburgh, and here's that bullseye down around Salem and out into Polk County. There's Dallas, where there could be a 1/4 of an inch of freezing rain ice accumulation or more. That's a problem, as you know. 35 at most this afternoon. Maybe we hang out at 32. The mix of showers and freezing rain threat tonight. The storm ends tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, we warm to 42. We're dry Friday night into Saturday morning. Late in the day Saturday, rain returns, and then we're back to normal. Rain in the valleys, snow in the mountains. Chris, the reserve camera, my partner's showing snow flurries, and I've got all kinds of reports of snow in the Portland Metro in terms of flurries right now.
I got your snow right here, Rod, at the Sylvan Hill. This is a live look right now at Highway 26 at Skyline Boulevard. And that camera, by the way, is getting smacked around by a breeze. And also, well, okay, ODOT's zooming it in here. Obviously, they're looking at some of the utility trucks that are out there. But it's bopping around in the breeze. The snowflakes are starting to fly at 650 feet on the Sylvan Hill. This is down in Tualatin now. Again, it's been snowing a little longer, so the snow coverage a little more impressive on the road. I'll take you farther south to Wilsonville. You get the trend here. The farther south you go, the more snow that we see on the roads. And we'll take you even farther south, down towards Arndt Road. Again, snow coverage there on I-5, getting down into the Woodburn area again, and a little farther south yet, down into the Salem area. This is I-5 at Highway 22. Again, this is an interstate highway that is now snow covered in Marion County. We have also had reports in with the snow of areas of freezing rain and ice in Lynn County. Look at this. This is I-5 at Lake Creek Road near Highway 228. This is in the Brownsville area. Note the temperature. It's 28 degrees, and that camera is glazed over. So certainly some pockets of freezing rain already occurring in that part of our viewing area as well. A reminder locally that the TriMet Max orange and yellow lines remain disrupted. Shuttle bus is running between the Expo Center and Lombard Transit Center because of trees brought down from those gusty winds on the overhead wires. We've got a live reporter on the scene, and we'll hear more from Thomas Schultz in a little bit. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Chris. Down south, Salem Kaiser schools are closed for the day because of the weather.
Ashley Grants has been covering the Salem scene for us all morning long. No pressure, Ashley. Last time we saw you, you played a little game of hide and seek with the snow scraper. So we have these big expectations now for your Salem live shots.
The big expectation is that I can show you just how beautiful this snowfall has become here in the past couple hours or so, really building up. But we also want to warn you to be careful, to watch out as you head out today, because look at these snow-covered roads here. We're right outside the Salem Convention Center, and you can see these cars that have been parked here for a couple hours or so. We're starting to see that snow accumulation on their windshields and such. Those of you who are heading out, make sure you take it slow. You can see these cars, kind of following along with that, headlights on. Give yourself extra time to get to where you need to go, and give yourself a little bit of extra distance between that car in front of you. You don't know when there could be a slippery spot, some ice. We have seen a couple cars back tires spinning just a little bit extra today, and that can be pretty dangerous. And another reminder for those of you who might have your kids home today for a snow day. Salem Kaiser saying all their district offices are closed as well, and they might make this day up at the end of the year. So we'll continue to check in with you guys throughout the rest of this hour to give you live updates on these conditions. Drew, China.
All right, Ashley Graham's great job for us this morning there, reporting in Salem. Another mention about school closures here. Reynolds Schools, Willamina School District, Kalama, Beaverton, Estacada School Districts, all impacted by today's weather. Of course, we have closures at most of these districts. We want to mention again, Estacada, the situation there. They no longer shut down for the day. They moved to virtual learning for the kids there. So I guess no in person, but still school virtually for kids in Estacada this morning. We've also seen some flurries up at the Oregon Zoo. This is a live look from our Oregon Zoo cam there. We were just talking to the zoo the other day about the conditions and how this impacts the animals, and they told us, throughout the year, the animals always have that opportunity on their own to head inside for their indoor enclosures. So, as we mentioned that, we also want to turn to some breaking news from the Oregon Zoo this morning. Earlier this morning, right here live on the Sunrise Show, we had an exclusive gender reveal at the zoo. We learned the zoo's new baby elephant is a baby girl, and the crowd went wild. Well, they went wild earlier, I promise you they did.
Yeah, Tula means many things, but in Sanskrit it means balance. And for us, that's really important for the herd. She's already brought that harmony and that stability to her family here at the Oregon Zoo. And she brings that balance, not to mention she was up and standing within minutes of being born. So balance is really fitting for her. And then the TU at the end of her name really connects her back to her mom and her grandma, who also have two at the as a suffix for their name. So Tula 2, and we shall call her Tula.
All right, Tula 2, the full name, Tula for short, and there she is with Mom Rose 2 and Auntie Shine. All the elephants getting to know each other a little bit better these days up at the Oregon Zoo. We have more weather coverage coming up this morning on the Sunrise Show. We'll do that right after this.
KGW's Evening News. Important stories to help you stay informed and keep your family safe.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Christine Pitawanich.
And I'm David Molko.
Weather impact alerts to help you plan your week.
We need to be extra careful with anything that can throw a spark.
And a team of local journalists connected to our community. David Molko, Christine Pitawanich, and Matt Zaffino. Your Evening News team, tonight on KGW.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, we have a lot of winter weather coverage to get to you this morning and how electric companies are prepping for the possibility of power outages. And then there's been some trees that have gone down that have affected some lines. So we are looking at that right now. Thomas Schultz has been live there all this morning, kind of going over the disruptions that are happening.
I believe we also have Tia York on the line this morning with TriMet to tell us more about this breaking news situation we've been covering now for a while. So Tia, first of all, are you there this morning? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Hey, Tia. We've been talking about the situation in North Portland. Can you give us more specifics on where exactly this, what we've been describing as a tree falling on top of power lines, or pardon me, TriMet lines has happened?
Sure. Max Orange and Yellow Line service is disrupted right now, and this is near the Delta Park Vanport Max station due to a tree that fell across the overhead wires. I just saw some photos from the incident. It wasn't a huge tree, but when you're dealing with the overhead wires which power TriMet's Max trains, any type of debris in those wires can cause a disruption. So our Max Orange and Yellow lines are disrupted right now. We have shuttle buses serving riders in the area. Our crews are on the scene already working to make repairs, but they do expect the disruption to last for another hour or two.
Another hour or two. And do we know if this was weather related?
It's really too early to tell. I mean, we would assume that with all of the winds that were coming through last night and still probably gusting today, it could be weather related. It's unclear.
One more question before we let you go, Tia. We're talking about ice as well in the forecast, and we'll see what areas get hit with that ice. But I know ice is basically the worst word that TriMet can hear. Can you talk about what preparations are being made in case we do have another ice event around here?
Yes, you're right. Ice really is a big challenge for both our MAX and bus systems. So to help mitigate the impacts of ice, we did run MAX trains overnight, and that helped keep the overhead wires clear of ice. It just provides a little bit of warmth that prevents the ice from building up on the wires. Trains are running now, and so the thought is that the ice would not collect on the wires while we're in regular service. But some of those trains are equipped with ice cutters if we do begin to have concerns about ice building up on the overhead wires. We can use those trains that have a very a small blade that shears the ice off to provide as much MAX service as possible during this winter event. You know, buses, just like cars, are going to have to move very, very slowly on the ice. We did start chaining up some buses overnight, and we'll do more as the conditions call for it today. We want to remind our riders that when buses are chained, they can travel no faster than 25 miles per hour. So we do appreciate their patience as the storm moves in today. We should assume that transit's going to slow down in response to the conditions. So we do ask our riders for their patience. We ask them also to please plan ahead. Go to trimet.org/alerts. All of our information about delays and disruptions is posted there and updated regularly. So if TriMet riders need information, that should be your first stop before you head out in these freezing cold conditions. And once you do head out, please bundle up and use a lot of caution. It's going to be slippery out there. We want people to be safe going to and from stops and stations. So take it easy, take it slowly, have a lot of patience, and we're all going to get through this together.
All right, Tia York, we'll let you go. Tia York representing TriMet, of course, helping us out here this morning with a breaking news situation, letting us know about the impact of a downed tree in North Portland impacting the MAX orange and yellow lines this morning.
We do know that crews have prepared for this storm for several days, including those in Salem.
Yeah, Salem has brought us the best pictures of the morning so far in terms of snow. Ashley Grams has been covering that story for us all morning long. Ashley, we'll let you fill us in on the latest there.
Yeah, definitely. We're just outside the Salem Convention Center here, as we have been all morning long, bringing you live reports on these road conditions. And not too long ago, we actually saw a car really struggling to get through this intersection. I want to show you that video that our photojournalist Eric Patterson captured. You see kind of those back wheels spinning, and I think it just really illustrates how difficult it is to know road conditions until sometimes you're out there, right? You don't know how slippery these roads are until you're driving on them, and then you see yourself sitting in an intersection as the light changes, and that can be really dangerous. So I did reach out to the road crews here in Salem. They told me that plows have been running for the past hour or so. Here's what they had to say to me yesterday when we caught up before this storm.
We prioritize our roads here in Salem. Our trucks will go out and respond to snow and ice on the arterial streets first, and then once they're under control, we then go out and begin going to the lesser arterials and then really important residential streets.
Right, so this is a good reminder that they are working on those main arterial roads right now. So give yourself extra time when you're driving if you really do need to go somewhere this morning. If you're able to stay home, a good option as well. If you need some updates, if you're here in the city of Salem, you can go to the City of Salem's website, or you can also check out their social media. Drew, China.
All right, Ashley Graham's live in Salem for us. Again, Salem Kaiser schools closed today. So are schools in Yamhill County, including the McMinnville and Newburgh school districts. You see there on your screen, Centennial Schools, Gresham Barlow also closed. Oregon State University, the last we heard, said they were going to open up at noon today. We'll see if that sticks. We do know the University of Portland and Portland State University both closed for the day. We've got that full list of closures and delays as well running right now at the bottom of your screen. Rodney, what's the latest with your forecast?
Well, right now the headline is we've got snow moving into Portland. It's going to take it a little while to get going and start showing up on the ground, but more than not, we are seeing flurries in the air. And you've got to look a little carefully, but there are flurries in this vantage point as well from the Rose City. Of course, we're looking down toward the south waterfront and up toward the hill on OHSU. 32 is the temperature. Now, out along the Columbia, we still have those east winds gusting to sustained at 30, gusting closer to 50 miles per hour times. And we have a cold 20 to 25 mile per hour breeze at times here in the downtown as well. All right, this one's easier to see. And yes, we have sticking snow on the grass starting to take place. This is out in Washington County on the west side, Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out there in Aloha. Your folks, your temperature is 29. Even you have a cold east wind. The wind chill absolutely makes it feel like it's below 20 outside. It is frigid outside this morning. Temperatures, of course, we'll be watching. Snow is headed north up into the Kelso Longview eventually later this morning. But right now you're holding above freezing, as is Astoria. But there's Portland, Salem, and Eugene, all at 32 or colder. We do have reports of snow flurries in the air across the Columbia up in Vancouver at this hour as well. Futurecast in blue This is the snow over Portland in the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hours, and then that moves up to the north, and we get into more of a scattered precipitation pattern for you this afternoon. But right now, I need to change that to say snow flurries in the air starting to pick up. There will be, we think, widespread accumulation throughout the Portland area by the noon hour, probably on the lighter side like we're seeing down in Salem. And then it's scattered precipitation later this afternoon that might give our temperatures a chance to get up to about 35 degrees. One of the cameras, Chris, that's really great is that Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club camera out in Aloha, sir, and the one behind you.
We'll do you one better. Photojournalist Alyssa Taylor on the scene in West Lynn, hanging out at the Market of Choice, and there you can see the snow on the ground there. We'll switch gears. The Sylvan Hill is now starting to get hit with snow and wind. Look at the wind really hitting this camera and shaking it around. So far, traffic is getting around just fine. Obviously, de-icers have been put down all over. I've seen PBOT, for the first time that I could see this winter, put salt on area roadways, some area roadways as well. So that's going to help initially, but you can see that the snow eventually wins out the farther south you go. This is down towards Tualatin near the 205 interchange. Again, snow picking up just a little bit there in coverage, and will continue south as we go down into the Woodburn area. Again, more snow coverage on I-5, Highway 22 west of Salem, more snow coverage there. And Lynn County has been especially hit with a number of crashes. I've counted at least a half a dozen crashes on or near I-5 this morning in Lynn County. Interestingly, guys, this is a look at I-5 at the Lake Creek Road camera. This is Highway 228 near the Brownsville area. And this has been showing a consistent glazing from that early freezing rain all morning long. So a sign of things to come likely as we progress through the morning throughout the Willamette Valley. We'll keep you posted. Drew?
Hey, Chris, before we let you go, that shot we just saw from West Lynn, I don't think we can pull it up that close.
I can bring it back up. Let me go ahead and get to you there.
Because that's not up in the hills of West Lynn, Chris. That's down at sea
Highway
level.
43.
Yeah, so right by 205, and really the snow picking up there now as well.
It's snowed hard.
And yeah, so I imagine we could see this in downtown Portland here in the next several minutes, as a matter of fact. So we're keeping an eye on that. We're also talking about the possibility of power outages, right? Because we're talking snow and ice in the forecast, high winds. We talked to PGE and Pacific Power. Both told us they have a team of meteorologists keeping an eye on the forecast. And while we're not calling for conditions to be as bad as we saw last January during that big ice storm, they say power crews are still ready to go, pre-positioned.
Based on the weather forecast, we're seeing some winds, some high gusts coming out of the Columbia Gorge tonight going into tomorrow, as I'm sure you're aware. And then we're also looking at some precipitation throughout the Portland metro area.
So the power companies are recommending everyone have 72 hours worth of food on hand, along with flashlights, extra warm clothes, and blankets, just in case you do lose power.
Multnomah County has opened a 6th severe weather shelter to help bring people in from the cold. So here's a map of all the locations which will remain open through at least noon today. Now those hours may be extended depending on weather conditions. All of these are open to people with pets and accessible for those with disabilities. And a reminder, if you need a ride to a shelter or help finding one, just call 211.
Getting back to that idea of losing your power, if it does happen to you, firefighters say you should not use your oven or your range to heat your home. And if you use a generator, definitely keep it outside. Running your generator inside is a big risk for carbon monoxide poisoning. We talked to Rick Graves with Portland Fire, who talked more about this tasteless, odorless, invisible, and deadly gas.
Have that generator outside of your home. Make sure it's not the exhaust isn't venting into your structure, but it's outside. It's downwind if you can be downwind.
Last winter, there were 12 people that went to the hospital because of carbon monoxide poisoning. All right, we also have some tips to keep your pets safe today. The best advice, first and foremost, keep your pets inside if at all possible. We know pets can get frostbite just like us if they're outside in freezing temperatures for too long. If you're walking your dog today, vets recommend putting boots on their paws to protect them from not only the ice, but also road salt. And even if they want to, you should not let your dog eat snow because there could be toxins beneath that snow that could make them sick.
All right, we want to bring back that live picture from West Lynn. This is your neck of the woods, and you said you know exactly where this is at. It's sticking right now. Looks like people are driving slower.
Yeah, so that's, there's hilly spots in West Lynn where you would expect a scene like this, but this is right there down at sea level, basically, right close to the Willamette River, right by I-205, if you know that area. West Lynn Wilsonville Schools among the many districts in the area that called it quits early this morning. So no school today for the kids out there in West Lynn.
And so Rod Hill, looks like the storm has made it Over here.
Well, keep in mind how cold it's been. Yesterday we had a record-tying 24 degrees in the morning when it was clear. That was actually the coldest temperature we've had all winter. So this is not a morning where you need to think about high, low, low, high. It's cold everywhere, and the precipitation coming through is sticking snow. And as we're seeing, it's now starting to accumulate in the southern portions of the greater Portland metro area. The storm itself is spinning off the coast of California. If you haven't heard me say this yet, this is important. Somewhere back in the 6 o'clock hour, Chris and I noticed the radar imagery didn't look right. Chris called the Weather Service. They confirmed that the radar stopped working. They have a technician on radar site now trying to get it back up. We don't know when that's going to happen. There's a radar site off the Washington coast, Medford, and Pendleton. So what you're seeing on this is the radar beam far away from its home, hitting moisture way up in the clouds. If it were working, you would see solid snow on the radar from Salem up into Portland right now, but you don't. So this is important. You look at your phone, that doesn't look so bad, I'm going to go on with my plans. No, realize the radar is out and we don't have solid coverage over Portland at this hour, or Salem for that matter. But we do know the snow continues to be solid and accumulating in our capital city. 31 degrees have been snowing down there since the 6 o'clock hour. And a reminder, if you're going up into the Coast Range, it's cold and you do have a threat of running into some snow or ice. Freezing rain will be a concern up in the Coast Range later today into tonight. What was this? Let me back up. Well, hold on. Okay, that last camera really showed some pretty good snow up in elevation. Here's Timberline, where the temperature is only 14 and the winds are gusting up into the 35-mile-per-hour range to 40 miles per hour, in fact. So very cold over the Cascades with snow-covered passes. So this is a storm that's impacting all of Oregon up into much of Washington. That's Canida, their hot springs resort over in Warm Springs. And you can see that is a snowy mess. So this is widespread conditions. Make sure you check if you're going to be traveling anywhere around our state to see what local conditions are. We have kind of light flurries in downtown Portland right now, 32 degrees, but the snow is going to be picking up and getting heavier between now and 11, and we think we will start to get a solid dusting laid down in the city center. Here are the current temperatures. Kelso and Astoria still above freezing. The moisture band is working its way up toward you, and you are expected, both cities, to get some snow. Here's Futurecast. 9:30 this morning, heavier snow starting to accumulate in Portland through the 11 o'clock hour. And then this afternoon, that moves out. We get into scattered showers. This is late afternoon into the evening. The salmon color, watch it increase. That's a potential freezing rain ice zone where there could be a quarter of an inch of freezing rain or more. This does show most of the moisture goes back to snow first thing Friday morning, and then it moves out, and then before noon tomorrow, the storm's expected to end and temperatures will start warming up. Our models continue to show a snow accumulation range, all total from this morning and what we would get again later tonight into tomorrow morning, of anything from an inch to maybe we get some spots showing 3 to 4 inches. In terms of accumulating freezing rain, the modeling just shows maybe some traces in Portland, but becoming increasingly impactful ice as you drop south. And maybe we have this zone. This shows Salem, Turner, and Dallas in Polk and Marion counties with the potential of more than a quarter of an inch of freezing rain ice accumulation starting later this afternoon through the overnight hours. The KGW impact alerts up through Friday. Again, the storm will end before noon tomorrow, and then it's dry Friday night. It's dry Saturday morning. Rain picks up Saturday afternoon, and by that time we're back to normal. You see the lows close to 40 going into Sunday, and the highs eventually getting back up into the 50s. That's your update.
A cold rain will have never looked so good. Let's take you down to the Markham Bridge. If you look closely here, this camera is right over OMSI. You can see the snowflakes starting to fly. Traffic's still rolling along okay. A reminder, of course, that ODOT has been out there with de-icer. But even that, as the precipitation picks up, the farther south you go, the longer it snows. Eventually, the snow wins out, right? So we've got snow coverage down near I-205 in Tualatin, and farther south down towards Wilsonville, even more snow coverage. And again, that continues to be the case across the region. The farther south where the snow has been on the road longer, that's where we are seeing more issues. In fact, I-5 now just north of the Salem area. Looks like we've got a crash not far from Perkins Road. You see the yellow and the orange showing up on my traffic map, an indication that A, speeds are slowing down, and also likely some of the traffic sensors there are being covered by snow and possibly ice. A reminder for anyone using public transit to get around. TriMet having to use shuttle buses on the Max orange and yellow lines because of trees taking down overhead wires in North Portland. So right now the orange and yellow line served with shuttle buses between the Expo Center and Lombard Transit Center. We will keep you posted on that as sunrise rolls on.
KGW's Evening News. Important stories to help you stay informed and keep your family safe.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Christine Pitawanich.
And I'm David Molko.
Weather impact alerts to help you plan your week.
We need to be extra careful with anything that can throw a spark.
And a team of local journalists connected to our community. David Molko, Christine Pitawanich, and Matt Zaffino. Your Evening News team, tonight on KGW.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, welcome back to extended coverage this morning here on the Sunrise Show as we move on through the 8 o'clock hour, and this is why we're still on the air. Salem getting hit hard with snow on this Thursday morning. We've seen it falling there for hours at this point. This is the first shot from Salem from our Capitol building camera right there, and then we have a crew on the ground. They've been there, again, for the last several hours, and they've really seen that snow accumulate from nothing on the ground right around 5 o'clock to what you see right there live this morning in the state capitol. Next shot comes from Chad Dehart, our Sunrise photographer. He is behind the wheel there of Drive 8, cruising along I-5 this morning. You can see the roads here in Portland, for the most part, still clear, but we are seeing flurries fall through the sky, and we expect the snow scene in Portland to look like this not too long from now. This is just a few miles to the south in West Lynn, right there along the river, or along the Willamette River by I-205. So we're not talking about up in the hills. This is down at sea level this morning in West Lynn, where schools are closed for the day.
And there are a lot of hilly areas around there and around us. So knowing how to put chains on your tires could make all the difference between getting stuck in the snow and getting where you need to go.
One of the local tire experts from Point S Tire showed the Sunrise crew how to get the job done.
These are considered almost like a Diamondback. They're a diamond-shaped chain. Easy to use. You don't have to drive over them. You can put them on while the car sits there. And your best bet is to test fit them before you need them. And the whole reason is the tighter the chain, the less wear it's going to have. So if you have it super tight, that chain can't move at all. It'll last a lot longer. You want the chain on this way because when the snow and everything's hitting it, forcing it in, it's pushing against this so the clasp doesn't go the other way and push it out. If it was opposite, it would push the chain out and undo it.
Now, there is an alternative to using chains. Auto socks offer a simpler solution.
They're really easy. It's almost like a hairnet for your tire. There's an elastic band on the inside. They self-center themselves at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. It's the same as chains where max speed is 25 miles an hour. More of the community is going towards these over chains because if you break a chain, you can get damage to your vehicle. Whereas these, you wear a hole in them, you just keep driving on them.
Stuart gave us one more piece of advice. Check your chains often.
Let's say you were going 15 or 20 miles, 25 max on them. But if you were going that far, maybe every few miles, get out, make sure they're tight, snug. You never want them coming apart because it's going to take that fender out. It's going to scrape up everything, you're going to have damage.
It was sunny yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the message you're bringing to the studio right now?
And you still couldn't get the chains on the tire.
Oh, that's a good point, too.
This is truly playing along exactly as our Futurecast models have been showing it.
Right.
So everything seems to be on track with the current forecast. So if you've been keeping up to date, that's good news. We don't foresee any surprises. I do want to throw out a reminder that obviously traveling over the Cascades, they're looking at maybe 6 inches of snow today. Here's the Coast Range. And this is one of the lower highways. This is US 20, which runs into Newport. 25 degrees and absolutely snow covered. And the Coast Range is at a heightened risk of some sort of a sleet or freezing rain mix at times later today and this evening as well. So if you don't have to go over the Coast Range today, I probably would postpone that trip. It's going to get worse, not better, up over those mountains. Here's downtown, and look how the cloud deck has just really gotten lower. That brings increasing precipitation down to the ground. You can see the flurries out there, which are going to start sticking, and we'll start to see noticeable white patches in downtown in the coming minutes. Truly, we're seeing that south of downtown in the metro area right now, including West Lynn, where Chris has been showing you some images. We're at 32. We're holding right there. 31 in Salem. It's still snowing in Salem. It's been snowing since the 6 o'clock hour, so that's been continuing. It is 29 in Eugene, where they had freezing rain and then snow. I've seen pictures recently out of Eugene, and they have definitely a solid inch plus on the ground, including on the roadways that are absolutely covered. Coldness is not an issue. Everybody's getting snow this morning up and down the Willamette Valley. Here's the Futurecast, which seems to have a handle on this. This is 9:30 this morning. We're right in the middle of the snow band that's starting to pull out of Salem as it moves north toward Longview and eventually maybe even up into Astoria. Here's after 11, the heavier snow starting to move out. This may be too fast. I would say noon is a good time to think, well, we start to get out of the snow sometime around noon here in Portland as the back end of it moves north of the Columbia. We do have reports of snow up in Vancouver now as well. And then the afternoon, it's hard for me to believe it's going to be this dry, but all the modeling says we kind of go into a lull in the action. If that's true, we would have a chance to warm up just a little bit above freezing. I do want you to notice there is warming attempting to come up from the south. So that's rainy weather in Newport and even into Eugene at 3:22 this afternoon. And then that plays a role into a growing threat of freezing rain, ice accumulation. That's the worst stuff. That's the rain that comes down. It's all liquid until it hits a surface, and then boom, instant, it hits and freezes into a glaze. That's what can bring down tree branches and the power lines, make traveling almost impossible. So we are seeing an increasing threat late afternoon into the evening and into the overnight hours, mainly south of Portland, down through Salem and farther south, and including up into the Coast Range, of significant freezing rain ice accumulation. That's why it's an ice warning from about Wilsonville south. This does show some warming in green, maybe if this were exactly right, on the east side of I-5. And then here we are overnight into early tomorrow morning, and the models love a final snow push across Portland and Salem Friday morning, but it's rain in Eugene. And then once that moves out later in the morning, we start to warm up. The storm is over. We'll have some lingering scattered rain showers Friday afternoon. That's about it. Models still showing anywhere from an inch, which we know we're getting in places like Salem and Eugene, to eventually, if you add the snow coming in overnight tonight and early Friday morning, we could get 2, 3, no more than 4. Probably most of us are going to end up with 1 to 2, maybe 2.5, that type of thing of actual snow on the ground. The freezing rain threat, primarily a concern later this afternoon, 4 o'clock on into the overnight hours. And this does show that potential bullseye of a quarter of an inch or more of ice accumulation down in the Salem area. We'll be watching that carefully. So if we're quiet enough this afternoon, we might just get above freezing, but then back down to around 32 with that threat of ice and a snow mix overnight tonight. Similar situation up in Southwest Washington. Longview, you've been holding above freezing. This shows 39. You're like 36 right now. If that's the case, maybe you get a wet mix with the snow moving up. East winds gusting close to 50 out along the Columbia River coming out of the gorge. That is happening right now. Very blustery up toward the gorge in East County. The impact alert will end, I think, by noon Friday, and then we're back to normal the weekend. It does look like Saturday morning is dry. Rain comes in later in the day, and then you can see it's back to normal. So this is why everybody was saying, get your chocolates and your flowers for Valentine's Day yesterday. Right, Chris?
I'm gonna put my yak tracks on and walk on over to my local Fred Meyer. Okay, so we know that Weather Service radar is down, but I can tell you by looking at all the cameras, I-84 and Highway 26 seems to be kind of the dividing line between where we've seen snow on the ground and where we're just seeing snow in the air for now. Obviously, that's going to change. Here's out near Sunnyside, I-205 and Sunnyside Road. It's snow covered there. Check this out. This is down near Stafford Road. For perspective, this is the northbound 205 commute. That's obviously slowing in the snow. We're starting to get snow coverage on the road. And one more camera I'm going to show you. This is pretty impressive. This is Highway 26 out near 217. There's now enough snow in the wind to start blowing and drifting that snow across the roadway, despite the fact that ODOT has heavily put de-icer down on these areas. So a sign, again, that you may only have another hour or so of okay road conditions before things start to really go downhill, even in areas where we don't have any snow coverage. Let's take you farther south, down into the Salem area. It looks like we got a disabled vehicle at that exit. The yellows and oranges that are showing up on the freeway on I-5 indicating much slower traffic there. Highway 22 west of the Salem area. This is out near Eola Hills. We've been watching this all morning, and it is getting snowier there. Note the temperature, by the way, down to 27 degrees. And guys, south of Salem is where the snow has been most prolific so far this morning in terms of coverage there, and even some icy spots on the roads down in Lynn County. I've already had at least a half a dozen crashes on highways in the Lynn County area. ODOT's moving this camera. I wonder what they're looking for. Let's see if they find anything real quick. I mean, that's impressive to see the already just the tiny bit of snow that's blowing and drifting around on the roads. There we go. Okay, that's what they were looking for. Looks like that is either fender bender or a disabled vehicle here on 217 near the 26 interchange. It looks like that is going to be northbound. What are we looking at? I apologize. I don't know the perspective as they move the camera around a little bit here, but in any event, we'll keep you posted. Obviously, things are going downhill pretty quickly out there.
Chris, this much we know for sure, right? Our viewers are fantastic, and we've heard from a lot of them this morning calling into the newsroom with what's happening in their neighborhood. But we want to be greedy. I love hearing your voice, but I really want to see your pictures and videos. So let us see what's happening where you live. You can share photos and videos with us by texting us. 503-226-5088 is the text line again. Send us all those great photos and videos from your neighborhoods this morning.
And the snow isn't all doom and gloom. It can be fun. Ashley Grams has been out in Salem all morning and actually ran into some people taking full advantage of the snow day.
Is the snow good for a snowball? Did you try?
Yes. It's good. It holds. Good.
Works.
I'm going to hit you with it.
I love it.
So people are having fun out there, but back to breaking news that we've been talking about, reports of a downed tree at a Southwest Vermont and 62nd Place.
So Thomas Schultz is covering this story for us. He's on his way there right now in Drive 8. As you head there, Thomas, what else can you tell us?
Show you a little bit of what that looks like. Just really icy, or not icy yet, but snowy roads heading down to Southwest Portland. We were in North Portland, and just as we continue to get further south, that snow is picking up. You can see the roadways down here just starting to get covered a little bit. Let's show you a little bit of what that camera on top of our car looks like. Well, just stunning. I mean, it's starting to be iced over on top of the car. So it's something you really need to be careful of and cognizant of if you are driving. I mean, if you don't need to drive, please stay at home. There's no reason to be out in this weather if you can avoid it. But once again, you can see all of that snow just hitting our windshield. It's just getting worse and worse as we're driving down to that downed tree in Southwest Portland. And everybody here is, for the most part, drivers are being very cautious and going maybe 40 miles an hour versus 55 down here as we continue to move our way towards Southwest Portland. But again, you can just see more and more snow starting to come into the Portland metro area. Obviously, Ashley's been seeing it all morning long down there in Salem. We're starting to see it a little bit more up here in Portland, and just a message to drivers. Please be cautious. Please be vigilant on those roadways. If you can avoid being on the interstate or being out and about today, please do so, because once again, it's going to be some tough and dangerous conditions here as we start to hit it in Portland, guys.
All right, Thomas Schultz live for us there in Drive 8. And when Thomas gets to where he's going, we'll check back in with him as we continue on with this extended coverage of the Sunrise Show this morning, not only streaming on KGW+, we are staying on TV. So keep it right here. We're back with more Sunrise into the 9 o'clock hour after this.
KGW's Evening News. Important stories to help you stay informed and keep your family safe.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Christine Pitawanich.
And I'm David Molko.
Weather impact alerts to help you plan your week.
We need to be extra careful with anything that can throw a spark.
And a team of local journalists connected to our community. David Molko, Christine Pitawanich, and Matt Zaffino. Your Evening News team, tonight on KGW.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW+. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW+.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Welcome back to extended coverage of the Sunrise Show this morning as we take a look from Drive 8 on this Thursday. We are covering all of the winter weather that's hitting the area right now. We've seen lots of snow already in Salem. More snow expected to arrive here in the Portland area as we cruise through this 9 o'clock hour. That's why we're staying on the air here to bring you the latest on conditions all across the area. We also want to let you know that we do have school closures to get to on this Thursday morning, so we can roll that list right here for you. Just a few to name because there's a whole bunch rolling at the bottom of your screen, but some of the big ones you'd expect. Portland, Salem-Keizer, Gresham-Barlow, Centennial, some of the smaller districts there in Yamhill County, including Yamhill-Carlton. Greater Albany School is closed today. We've seen this note about Oregon State University opening up at noon today. As far as we know, that's still the case. We also know that Portland State University and the University of Portland, forgot about that for a second, both closed today on this Thursday. All right, next up here this morning on the Sunrise Show, we have Ashley Graham. She's been in Salem for us all morning, China.
You've kind of seen it go from nothing on the roads to, well, what is behind you now. So kind of walk us through what's going on out there.
Yeah, there's absolutely something here on these roads as well as the sidewalk. Now, you might not believe me, but about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, there was a snowplow that came through here right on this sidewalk from the city of Salem, and the sidewalk is completely covered once again. So you can just see how this snow is continuing to build up here as we head into this 9 o'clock hour. This snow, we didn't see any of it when we first showed up here at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then we head into that 6 o'clock hour. That's when we started to see this snow fall. It's completely covering these sidewalks, everything, cars as well as these roads behind us. We have seen a few cars slipping as they headed down these roadways. I did check in with road crews here in Salem, and they said that they have had plows running for over an hour or so. They start on those main roads and then move their way into those residential areas that are more heavily traveled. They're putting down de-icer. They have sanding trucks available as well. We also saw some folks coming out throwing some snowballs at one another, just taking a break from work real quick to check out how beautiful it is. So beautiful, but again, give yourself some extra time as you head out this morning because it can be slippery out here as well. Drew, China.
Ashley Graham's reporting live for us from Salem all morning. Thank you, Ashley. Hey, we do want to get back to that breaking news. Reports of a downed tree at Southwest Vermont and 67th Place.
Yeah, Thomas Schultz is covering this story for us. Thomas, you've been all over the place this morning, Southeast Portland to North Portland, now heading down to Southwest Portland. What can you tell us about the story as you still arrive on the scene there?
This is the snowiest we've seen yet in the Portland area. Let's show you a little bit of what that looks like. We're on Southwest 45th right now, and cars are moving really slowly. We are as well as we're heading down a hill here, and you can see it looks about 1/4 of an inch of snow is just coated along the roadway here. Cars are being very patient, very cautious as they go along the roadway. We heard reports of a downed tree, as you mentioned, Drew, which is the reason we're going out to Southwest 62nd in Vermont. We've seen wind gusting all throughout our area. If you remember, if you were staying with us about an hour ago, we were up in North Portland. We had about 40-mile-an-hour winds, and we're going to take a left right here on 45th as we're continuing to arrive on scene. You might be able to see a little bit of just the wind continuing to gust and pick up, just pummeling that snow along roadways here. Once again, I mean, it's a pretty dramatic scene of just some of this snow continuing to blow in the wind. And we're going to continue to update you guys as we learn more. Guys, we should be arriving on scene here in just a couple of minutes. We'll show you what that tree looks like once we get there. Drew, China.
Okay, thank you. There's a lot going on. We just got word there's no windows in here, believe it or not, so we can't tell what's going on. So, Thomas, you are our eyes. But there is a big window by Rodney Hill. So, Rodney, what are you seeing outside the window there? Anything sticking?
It's snowing. It's sticking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It is amazing, no matter how old you are and how many times you've seen this, how quickly we go from the first sight of flurries to it's white on the ground. Everything is covered in white here at KGW TV. We're near Lincoln High School, just off of 405. And we started to pick up reports right about 8 o'clock sharp this morning of the first flurries coming into town. Now, radar should show more definite colors and snow than what you're seeing. That's because the actual radar out of PDX went down in the 6 o'clock hour this morning. It's still down. So the radars around our area up in Washington, down in Medford, out into Pendleton are kind of picking up some of the periphery of the snow. But we do see on radar clearly from another radar I just looked at that it is now snowing all the way up through Clark County and into Cowlitz County. That's Kelso, Longview area. Of course, Ashley Grams was down giving us the report in Salem where it's 31 degrees, been snowing, as she mentioned, since the 6 o'clock hour. There is a light dusting complete coverage over the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out in Aloha. It's 27 degrees. And here is downtown Portland, and there you can see snow on the bricks and nothing but snow flurries in the air. So it's going to become increasingly slick on roadways as well. 31 is the number out at the airport. Thomas has been reporting in particular of the strong winds. He spent part of his morning out in the Delta Park area. Those winds anywhere near the Columbia River have been gusting between 40 and even nearing 50 miles per hour times. It's a 25 mile per hour cold gust at times here in downtown Portland. Okay, the timeline, Futurecast. This is, what is it right now? It's 9:07. This is 9:51. Showing the snow starting to pull out of Portland. And then Portland, it's snowing 9:30, it's snowing at 10, 11 o'clock into the noon hour. This starts to move away from us. And then we get into the afternoon, there's a bit of a lull. There is some warming down along the southwestern portion of our state. And even this shows rain later today in Newport along the coast. But what I really want to show you is temperature profile information shows starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we enter an increasing threat of iciness, meaning freezing rain in spots, which is what this is showing in the salmon color. This is late afternoon. This is evening into the overnight. This could be a fetch of consistent freezing rain in parts of the mid-valley around Salem. And then by early tomorrow morning, all of that changes back over to snow. And then that's it. The snow band tomorrow morning to start is the end of the storm. Before noon tomorrow, it's all over and temperatures will be warming up. So we're at 31 right now. I need to change that and put snow down. I do that manually. It is 31. It's snowing in Portland. The snow should be moving north of us. We'll have snow on the ground at noon, and then we'll have a mixed bag of scattered showers. There really could be anything from freezing rain to sleet to snow to rain, depending on the temperature mid-afternoon. I've got us no warmer than 35, and we may not make it. We could literally set it at 32 all day. We'll see. Chris, here's your traffic.
Rod, thanks. Let's take out to the west side real quick. This is a live shot from ODOT's camera 217 at Highway 26. Wanted to point this out. Don't be this person. Not that this is necessarily their fault, but this is, something you encounter. Your vehicle stalls. You've got an issue. You're stuck on the side of the road now in a snowstorm. Just consider that before you think about going out. Highway 217 northbound. Looks like this is right near the 26 exit ramp, and this individual is unfortunately now stuck on the side of the road as the snow continues to accumulate. You can also see the snow really starting to blow around in that wind. I mean, the breeze is really blowing. I think this camera really shows it up at 750 feet at the Sylvan Hill. I mean, that snow is now blowing sideways up there. This, of course, is Skyline Boulevard. This is Highway 26. As you get near the tunnel, this is one of those notorious trouble spots for ice on the roads. I don't see that happening just yet, but even with the snow, the compaction can wind up creating icy spots the more folks decide to head out there. A live look in Terwilliger Curves. This is I-5 south of town. Looks like traffic is going along, what little traffic that there is out there, but obviously the road getting snow covered. And one last check over on the east side, just to kind of emphasize the wind. Guys, these cameras are pretty solidly mounted down, and you can see this thing is getting knocked around heavily. I also wanted to point out that we don't have much snow coverage on the east side of town yet, but know that is coming. This is I-205 at Airport Way. And now I want to go ahead and pass it on over to China. It sounds like we've got the Clackamas County Sheriff on the roads telling us about the conditions in town right now. Sir, what can you tell us that you're seeing across Clackamas County?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, thanks for having me. Hey, so I just actually drove from the Canby area up to Clackamas, and we're definitely seeing some snow accumulation on the roadways. Thankfully, folks are taking it nice and slow, which is good to see. There's not a lot of people on the roadways, but, one of the big issues that we're seeing is this wind. This wind is picking up the accumulated snow and causing a lot of visibility issues.
In terms of traffic that you would typically see out there on a normal Thursday morning, would you say that you're seeing folks kind of heed the warning and maybe not as many people out there on the roads?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think people, thankfully, are staying home if they don't have to come out here into this stuff. And so we appreciate that, and we definitely recommend and urge people, if you don't need to be out here, please stay home.
Obviously, conditions have deteriorated quickly in the last 2 hours. Have you seen or heard from emergency management any increase in calls for service or crash reports or anything like that across the county?
Yeah, we have seen kind of an uptick in crashes throughout the county. Thankfully, most of them look to be non-injury type crashes. But our folks, it's going to be a little bit slower for them to get around. So please keep that in mind. But our deputies are out here. They're ready to respond to the calls. And again, we just urge folks, if they don't have to be out here in this stuff, please stay home.
All right. Thank you so much for spending some of your very busy morning with us. We'll let you go, but we'll be sure to check back in. China, that's it from the road department right now. We'll send it back on over to you.
Yeah, great insight there, Chris. Hey, we've been talking about school closures all morning long. Now we have some offices to talk about. City offices are closed, several of them today. Those include Beaverton, Happy Valley, Hillsborough, and Staten State buildings in Portland and Salem also will be closed. And to find a full list of closures, head over to KGW.com.
The KGW newsroom very much open on this Thursday morning, firing on all cylinders here as we continue to bring you weather coverage into the 9 o'clock hour. We're also realizing that all that prep work this week by ODOT and PBOT seems to have been really worth it. Yesterday, we saw them treating city, county, and state roads with de-icer, making sure those plows were ready to roll this morning. In some places, they told us they had people that were pre-positioned ready to respond to today's weather.
So TriMet also says it's putting heavy-duty chains on some buses and running trains through the night to keep overhead lines clear of ice buildup. And officials say the biggest concerns right now is that threat of ice.
The urgent thing about this week's forecast is the freezing rain aspect. If it was just a trace of snow or potentially an inch of snow, that might be some cause for concern, but freezing rain is just dangerous.
Authorities say that road conditions will likely change several times over the course of today and tomorrow, saying that you should not expect a normal drive and not to assume that you can make it home on the way back, even if the trip out was okay. They also say don't leave your vehicle in a travel lane if it becomes too difficult to drive. Just a reminder for you, Multnomah County has opened a 6th severe weather shelter to help bring people in from the cold. So here's a map of all the locations which will remain open through at least noon today. Those hours may be extended depending on the weather conditions, but all of these are open to people with pets and accessible for those with disabilities. And a reminder, if you need a ride to a shelter or just help finding one, call 211.
All right, we did ask for our viewers for help in showing us what it looks like out there today. Here's another scene we're talking about this morning.
Yeah, down trees, bringing power lines with them, extra weight caused by snow and ice buildup on those trees. It can cause branches or even whole trees to fall unexpectedly, like what you're seeing there on your screen. In turn here, those trees can take down power lines, so if you are walking or driving around, you want to be extra cautious. If you see a down power line, stay away from it and immediately call 911. Don't try to touch the line, even if it looks inactive. And if a power line falls onto your car while you're in it, stay inside the car. Don't get out unless there is an urgent threat like a fire. And in cases of severe weather, only travel when it is absolutely necessary.
All right, we are getting some more video, more pictures from viewers around the area. This came to us from West Lynn, a viewer there. We saw a lot of snow on the ground down in the lower elevations of West Lynn a little earlier, so this was probably taken before that snow fell there in West Lynn in the last 30 minutes. So this from West Lynn. This next one comes to us from Harney County out in eastern Oregon. We know they're getting hit with a lot of snow out there. I think we even have maybe a horse behind that tree there in the middle of the photo. Again, Harney County represented this morning here in the Sunrise Show. Next stop, I think we're going to head down to Salem. We've seen snow in Salem since about 5 o'clock this morning, so it's been snowing there for hours at this point. A viewer sent us that shot from Liberty Road South. And then lastly, we have this view from Aloha. A viewer sending us this video, really speaking to all the wind that we're seeing around the Portland area this morning. All right, Rob, we covered some snow there, some downed trees. We've got that wind situation.
Yeah.
What's the latest happening behind you there?
Yeah, so I've kind of pieced together the radar a little bit. If you haven't heard me say this, in the 6 o'clock hour this morning, the radar that's located in the hills outside of Scappoose stopped working. The Weather Service has a tech on it. We understand. We don't know when it's going to come back. So we have a bit of a big void of radar coverage over Portland. But we have a radar off the central coast of Washington, one down in Medford, one out in Pendleton. And those three radars are kind of piecing together and catching us a little bit. So I want to point out a few things. Snow band out east, moving into the blues right now, moving north. Everything's moving north. That's rain with warming down in the southwest corner of our state. Here's the coast. Now, I've picked up the radar that's what they call Langley Hill. It's the central Washington coast. And that's picking up our north coast pretty good. So that's a mix of icing in Tillamook County, rain just offshore, some light snow up into Astoria, where you see the blue and the white. That's snow now moving up through Longview and up towards Chehalis. We know it is snowing between Portland and Salem, but again, here's that void where the radar is just not picking things up very well. This is not an elevation issue. Think about how cold it's been all over the place lately. Everybody's cold. It doesn't matter if you're on a hill or down low. Everybody's cold, snow sticking all over the place. And again, the radar is missing the spot because of the outage, but clearly the snow has not let up any time in Salem. And now we have coverage in most of the Portland metro area right now, or certainly a growing part of it. This is the end of the Oregon Trail Interpretive Center down in Oregon City, just off of 205. There's covered wagon sculpture there. And you can see the grass is completely covered and there's snow in the air. Downtown Portland, obviously the roads are getting increasingly slick and slippery right there with snow on the bricks, the temperature holding at 31. Here's Futurecast timeline. This is 10. Everything's moving to the north. This is the snow band that started in the 5 o'clock hour down around Eugene. And then here it is at 10. Here it is nearing noon. It's starting to move north and out of Portland, but still snowing in Calais County, Astoria, and parts of Clark County. And then the afternoon, we go more scattered. We will be watching this warming trying to come up into Newport, trying to come up in Eugene. That's rain at 3:47 this afternoon. Our biggest concern is this salmon area. That's starting at 4 o'clock and after this afternoon, a heightened threat of freezing rain accumulation pockets, mainly south of Portland. And if Futurecast is correct, this is showing a greater chance of freezing rain on the west side of I-5, more of a mix of rain on the east side. Sometimes the models are so good they are exactly right. So we'll see if that turns out to be correct. But remember, you folks in Salem are under an ice storm warning, not for what's going on right now, but for the increasing threat of freezing rain ice accumulation later this afternoon into the evening and the overnight. Here's about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everything goes back to snow. All the models show this. And then that moves out through the mid-morning hours, and then the storm's over. By noon tomorrow, we're warming up. It's pretty dry outside, and we'll eventually get up to 40. Models, don't pick out the number to one particular city. The forecast technology is not that good. But what it is showing you that you can bank on is anywhere from just an inch of snow to there could be some pockets pick up 2-3 inches of snow throughout all of this. Again, this is not a giant snowstorm, but obviously it's impactful and it's making things slippery and it will be tough to get around. Here's the freezing rain map. Everything colored has a threat of some icing. The zeros like Portland would be a trace. It does make sense that down here in the mid-valley where you see that brighter purple, that is the biggest threat of maybe 1/4 inch of icing or more than that. Temperatures will be around 32 all day. The show's Salem at 35. We may or may not pop just above freezing at some point this afternoon as we have that lull in the precipitation before things pick up. The storm alert goes into tomorrow morning, then the warnings get canceled in the afternoon, and we're out of this storm. That's your update for now.
Thanks for that. We've been talking to various road agencies across the area. We will go down to now Oregon City and talk to the communications manager of the road department, Jared Lyman. Jared, what can you tell us about the conditions in Oregon City right now? My map behind me is all orange and yellow, suggesting there's a lot of snow coverage out there.
Yeah, the snow is definitely sticking to the roads. Our crews have been out since 4 o'clock this morning, pre-treating. And right now they've been sanding some of the steeper hills in the community. And once things get, with enough snow gathers to plow, they'll be plowing as well. But right now it's mostly pre-treating and trying to keep everything as clear as possible. But some things are definitely getting slick.
Jared, salt is obviously something that ODOT mentions is in their toolbox. Does Oregon City consider using salt when conditions warrant?
Oregon City currently does not use any salt. We have a few other tools in that toolbox, however, like sand mentioned before, de-ice treatment and so forth. Salt isn't one of those at the moment, though.
In terms of traffic in the area and how your local drivers are responding, what are you noticing? Are your crews out there noticing that the traffic's a little lighter this morning, or is it business as usual in Oregon City?
Traffic is definitely a little bit lighter than other days. A lot of people have been heeding the warnings they're hearing from your meteorologists. And, people for the most part are being cautious as well. We just urge people to continue using caution, and if you can stay home, it's probably a good idea to do so.
Jared, we will check in later. I know to give you the opportunity, any last things you want to double down on before we let you go here through what's obviously going to be a busy morning for you?
At this point, just hope everybody stays safe and warm.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. We will get you back to the traffic across the region right now. Again, we were just talking to Oregon City, or the managers from Oregon City telling us about the conditions there. I'm going to get you back to the roads on the west side. This is a live look at 217, the northbound ramp that takes you up to Highway 26, and you can see this poor individual stuck on the side of the road with a disabled vehicle. Again, as the conditions continue to deteriorate, really consider whether or not you actually need to be out there, because this could easily happen to you. Not saying that is because of the weather, but the fact that this person is out there on a snow-covered highway right now, obviously not a very safe situation. Let's switch gears real quick. Highway 26 at the Sylvan Hill is getting visibly more and more snow covered. You can also see the wind really whipping the snow here across Skyline Boulevard. Highway 26, obviously one of our notorious trouble spots, especially outside the tunnel. I-205 near Stafford Road, again, more snow coverage there. And just within the last few minutes, I had what I thought was a report of a crash on I-5 southbound in Tualatin, China. And Drew, this is a live look right now at I-205. And you can see that southbound traffic just kind of really slowly moving along. And obviously the snow coverage has become significant since we were first checking out this camera 2 hours ago. I'll send it back over to you for now.
Yeah, every time we see it, it changes. Thank you, Chris. All right, we want to get back to the breaking news. Reports of a downed tree at Southwest Vermont and 62nd Place.
Yeah, Thomas Schultz is covering this story for us. Thomas, the last time we saw you, you were getting to that neighborhood in Drive 8. Now you're there, so what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, guys, here it's about a half an inch of snow at this point, and you can see crews have been out here working to get this tree off the power lines. We've got PGE is out here. We've also got, some tree experts out here trying to get that tree, if you can see it in the distance, off of that power line. And they're working in pretty difficult, precarious conditions right now. That snow continues to gum down pretty heavily, continuing to coat the roadway more and more throughout the morning. Just on the way down here, we were driving from North Portland, and it was, of course, we're seeing more as we were driving south. But even now, in the past 10 minutes that we've been here, it's gotten much thicker, and I expect it to continue to do so for the next time being. But you can see they've been out here for quite some time. They've blocked off this road on Vermont. We're standing at Southwest 60th and Southwest Vermont, and looks like it's going to take some time to get that tree off of the power lines. You can see it in the distance, still just careening and leaning against those power lines right now. A lot of crews out here just monitoring this situation, trying to find a solution quickly and safely, as we've seen wind all throughout our area. We were up in North Portland earlier, and we saw 40-mile-per-hour gusts. We're probably going to see more of that similar kind of weather coming up here throughout the morning, guys.
Thomas Schultz reporting live for us. Thank you, Thomas. And hey, we want to head south now to Salem, really the first area that was hit with snow. Seeing it changed by the minute, really.
Right. Yeah, Salem has been a big story for us this morning. That's why Ashley Grams has been there for hours at this point. So Ashley, now that we're into the 9 o'clock hour, what's it like down there? Are things pretty quiet where you're standing? Because we still see some of that traffic moving around and behind you.
Right, no, the snow is definitely not stopping. I think you can see as the wind changes, it starts to blow different directions. It can make visibility a little bit more difficult. And you do see some of these folks driving behind me. We've seen that traffic volume start to calm down just a little bit, but we are right outside of the Salem Fire Department here downtown. Some firefighters have been coming and going, and more recently, a couple just pulled up, and I went out to ask them what conditions they were seeing. They said it has been very slippery. They have heard of a couple of car crashes happening here in just the last half an hour or so because people have slipped off the roadway. They even said in their very big rig here with these chains on that they were having trouble navigating some of these side roads. So that should be a lesson to all of us as we head out in much smaller vehicles, much lighter vehicles, that we could see some slipping as well. So please be careful, be safe. And their recommendation was to just stay home if you're able to. Drew, China?
Hey, Ashley, you are in that downtown area. Are you watching businesses open up this morning, or have businesses kind of relatively stayed closed for the most part?
Yeah, it's a good question. Tough to see from where we are, but honestly, most of the lights are off at those buildings right behind us, though we do see people kind of coming down through here. And we know that some people are working at the Salem Convention Center because we saw them walk out, kind of take a break here and enjoy some of this snow because they are sitting here for the next couple of hours on their shift. You see that snow plow coming through right now. That's also looks to be a truck. You can see that mechanism there back where they can drop that sand out. That's the City of Salem plow. I know they've got about 8 or so of these running. They say they're working on those main arterial roads before they move to some of those more heavily traveled residential roads. But again, just a reminder to folks that we are hearing it's pretty slippery out here. And you can see those folks slowly making their way through the intersection there. So please be careful if you do have to go out today. Drew, China.
All right, we'll let Ashley go for now. A snow-filled Salem, one of our big storylines all morning long here on the Sunrise Show. We're back with more, including Rod's latest forecast right after this.
Be prepared with KGW's weather impact forecast, live or on your schedule. We'll show you what's coming, when it's going to get here, so you are prepared. Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Start your day with KGW at sunrise.
Streaming live from 4:30 to 7 and on your schedule all morning long.
Breaking news from overnight and Rod Hill's accurate forecast.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch KGW News at 6 live or on your schedule.
The top local headlines that impact you. Exclusive investigation.
And my weather impact forecast.
Local news on your schedule.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Oh my, a long time. I've been forecasting in Oregon for like, I don't know, 35 years. Older than You're competing against apps and AI. They're actually pretty easy to beat. But if you really want to know what's going on, there's more to it than that. And there's so much more that's more interesting than that. I want to be able to help people live their lives and make decisions that not only help them make good decisions in their lives, but keep them safe.
All right, welcome back. We have some viewer photos that have been sent to us this morning. You guys out there are our eyes of what's going on around the area. So this is a photo sent in by a viewer in South Salem, definitely sticking in that neck of the woods. You can see the grass kind of popping up, but it's probably going to be covered here pretty soon. Next up, we have another photo, I believe. This is from Dixie Creek.
In Tangent, Oregon. Know of Tangent? Can't say I've ever been to Tangent before, but I know we've got a lot of viewers out there in those neck of the woods.
Next up, we have Sherwood. How pretty is that? A sunrise. That's actually something we haven't seen here on KGW Sunrise this morning. A sunrise.
Yeah, shout out to Angie Knight for sending in that shot for us this morning.
Absolutely beautiful. And then this photo is from Kaiser in the Salem area. Cars covered. Now, some people put up their windshield wipers,
yes.
Others don't. I'm wondering.
It's a good move. If
is
you want
it?
Yeah, if you want to keep your windshield wipers from sticking
That's
to
a
the
thing?
windshield, yeah, that's what you're trying to do. It's easier to get them going in the morning if they're up instead of stuck to the window. Lebanon is next, not too far from the Salem area, and yes, pretty shot there. Is that a bird feeder out there in Lebanon? All iced over on this Thursday morning. A reminder to keep your pets indoors today. As we think about the wildlife, how about keeping your pets inside if at all possible? Because we know, as we talked about earlier this morning on the show, pets can get frostbite out in the cold if they're out there long enough, just like people can. All right, next up here in our extended coverage into the 9 o'clock hour, we do have Allison with PGE on the line to talk to us about some potential power outages. Allison, let's talk about where customers stand right now, because we were reporting thousands without power a few hours ago. Where does that stand at this hour?
Sure, yeah. PGE is seeing some scattered outages occurring last night and this morning, mostly caused by the wind that we've been seeing. And our crews are already out there working as quickly as possible to restore customers to power.
Allison, how did they prepare for this type of event? Were they out there last night? Did they just go out there very early this morning?
Sure, yeah. Preparedness is really something we're focused on year round. So regardless of whether we're in the summer or the winter, we're always looking at what we can do to make the system ready for inclement weather to occur. So that includes things like tree trimming, upgrading our equipment to make sure we have what we need, and then, staffing up and staging crews ahead of an event like this to make sure we're ready.
Allison, usually when the power goes out, the first thing people start asking is, how long is this going to last, right? When are we going to get this power back? Do you typically reach out by way of text messaging, some way, shape, or form to let people know when you expect the power to come back on? Just want to give people a heads up to what to look for if they do lose power here.
Great question. Yeah, a couple of places folks can look for information. One is on PGE's website. If you go to portlandgeneral.com/outages, you can find our outage map, and that will include an estimated restoration time for when we think those outages will be restored. It's also a really great time to go in and log into your PGE account and make sure we have your updated contact information. We will provide text message updates as well, and we want to make sure we have the right phone number on file for you.
Now, for all crews that you have, are they all out in the field, or do you have some on standby, or is it all hands on deck already at 9:32 this morning?
Yeah, good question. We've got crews already out there working, and we also have crews kind of ready to go on standby. So we're ready to kind of scale up or scale down as needed, depending on how this weather event unfolds.
All right, Allison, we're going to let you go. I know you have a busy day ahead. Thanks for all that information, the latest updates from PGE on a day where we can expect to see at least some power outages, because we've got that mix of snow and ice and high winds, depending on where you live in the area.
So the wind may have already been causing some issues. If you're just joining us, we've had gusts nearing 50 miles per hour in East Multnomah County and along the Columbia River into Delta Park coming out of the gorge. We have the ice storm warning, which is basically from Wilsonville southward. The biggest threat of freezing rain ice accumulation, which is a huge threat to power loss potentially, right?
Right.
That really gets going, in my judgment, in the 4 o'clock hour today into this evening. Not that there couldn't be some freezing rain spots between now and then, but that will be the main threat. So here's our radar, and I'm repeatedly reminding you that the National Weather Service radar that provides excellent coverage for the Portland and Salem areas, that broke basically in the 6 o'clock hour and stopped working. So it's still down. So we're kind of piecing things together with the radar out of Medford, out of Pendleton, and out of the central Washington coast. So it's showing that we have precip in the area, but there are spots where it's not picking up. It's not picking up the snow in Salem. It's coming up into the south part of Portland. The radar, because it's up here in the central Washington coast, is picking up that snow up to Kelso Longview a little bit better. So we know this is all snow from Cowlitz County all the way down to Salem. Everything is continuing to push up to the north. So this hasn't let up since early 6 a.m. this morning, still coming down. 31 degrees in Salem with obviously ongoing accumulation. And Portland just continuing to really get into the complete coverage of white on the ground. Here's the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out in Aloha. It's 27 degrees. Here is the Rose City. Again, we're getting increasing snow kind of starting to show up on the road surfaces themselves. Nice to see this car kind of going slow, right? That's one of the ramps off of I-5. 30 degrees is the temperature in Portland. Here's the Futurecast timeline, which, by the way, this model so far has been exactly correct. So let's assume it's got a good handle on what's going on. This is coming up on 10:30 this morning, showing the snow finally starting to move out of Salem. This is all moving up to the north. And then by the time we get to the noon hour, this is right about noon, the snow starting to move north of Portland, and then we have a break in the action to some degree this afternoon with more of a scattered precip pattern. That could allow the temperatures to bump up a little bit. We're also watching some areas of warming down along the southern coast and into Eugene later today. Here's that this is a 6 o'clock hour tonight. See the salmon color? This is in the Mid-Valley, and this is why the Weather Service has you folks in Salem under an ice storm warning, because of this heightened chance of freezing rain ice accumulation, mainly later this afternoon, this evening, into the overnight. There could be more than 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation, and that is an ice storm, and that could bring down some trees and power lines and that sort of thing. Going into early tomorrow morning, everything goes back to snow. This is kind of the last hurrah, but that could be snow on top of, in some cases, ice. Be really bad for morning commuting on your Friday. Later in the morning, though, that moves out. The storm is over. The warnings will be dropped, and we'll warm up to about 40 degrees and get out of all this. Coldest temperature so far, we're down to 29 degrees. The precipitation can drive the temperatures down. So we're going to be right around 29, 30, 32 into early afternoon. The snow starting to wind down or taper off around noon. And then we have a mix of showers, and we may or may not be above 32 a little bit later this afternoon. Here's Chris.
Check out this. This is a great shot. I'm going to step out of the way real quick. Snow plows coming down the hill on Highway 26 into the Vista Ridge Tunnel. I bring this up because this is a notorious trouble spot. We have had numerous times over the last dozen years or so where Highway 26 has become an icy mess. It's great to see ODOT out there getting that inbound commute plowed. The car's taking it easy coming down the hill. I think that person might be going a little fast, but in any event, you can see the road is snow covered. And I bring that up as well because this poor person is stuck out on the road right now on 217 near the Highway 26 interchange. So not to say that the weather caused that, but the point is you probably don't want to be that person stuck on the road in the snow right now. Not a real good situation for them. South of town had a report of a fender bender, I-5 through Tualatin. I don't see it on camera, but you can certainly see traffic moving really slowly. And here's an update from about 45 minutes ago. I said Highway 26 and Interstate 84 was kind of the dividing line at that point for where there was actually snow coverage on the ground and then just plain snow in the air. Well, look at this. Interstate 84 now snow covered out by 82nd Avenue, and the wind is really whipping things around. I want to take you on a little tour real quick as we go a little farther to the south through Marion County. This is I-5 through Woodburn. Again, snow covered down there, and farther south still down towards Highway 22 in Salem, even more snow covered. It's been snowing there for hours, and the temperatures are nowhere near freezing. And last but not least, guys, I want to point this out as well. Looks like there's a disabled vehicle, by the way, on I-5 through the Albany area. The bigger point is the farther south you go, we have had freezing rain mixing in with and at times just being all freezing rain in portions of Lynn County. This is down in the Brownsville area, I-5 near Lake Creek, and you can plainly see that camera is covered in ice, and that is one of the biggest reasons why the central Willamette Valley is under that ice storm warning. Now, they have since changed back over to snow in a lot of locations, but that will be the threat likely moving forward for the central part of the Willamette Valley. We'll hope that doesn't happen in the metro area, but that is within the cards of something that could happen today. Obviously, you want to keep it tuned here to KGW as we continue covering this latest winter threat in the Willamette Valley. We'll be right back.
KGW's Evening News. Important stories to help you stay informed and keep your family safe.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Christine Pitawanich.
And I'm David Molko.
Weather impact alerts to help you plan your week.
We need to be extra careful with anything that can throw a spark.
And a team of local journalists connected to our community. David Molko, Christine Pitawanich, and Matt Zaffino. Your Evening News team. Tonight on KGW.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, we want to get back to breaking news. There's reports of a downed tree at Southwest Vermont and 62nd Place.
That's where Thomas Schultz has been for us here over the course of the past 30 minutes. Thomas, it looks like you're getting yourself into position here. What can you tell us about this downed tree? All right, I don't think we could try to stay with Thomas to see if that microphone connection can actually come through, but it doesn't sound like we're going to be able to get Thomas's audio. We'll give you one more shot, Thomas. Barely. So why don't we let you?
Snow coming down here on the. Okay. We'll come back to you guys in a bit.
All right, Thomas Schultz live in Southwest Portland. We can tell you there was a report of a downed tree there in Southwest Portland. This is right around Southwest Vermont and 62nd Place. And Thomas wasn't able to get right next to that tree a few minutes ago, but he got pretty close. That just tells the story of the hills in Southwest Portland. Some of those hilly areas in the southwest part of the city already seeing a good deal of snow here this morning.
And speaking of the South, Salem has been hit pretty hard. It was one of the first places in our area that saw some snow. Our Ashley Grams is out there reporting live for us this morning. Ashley?
Yeah, good morning. We're here with Mark Bechtel with Salem Public Works. Mark, what are you hearing about as people head out this morning?
We're hearing the roads are slick. We have about 1 or 2 inches of snow on the ground, depending where you are in Salem. And the snow is still coming down. We've been told that it'll slowly transition over to freezing rain. And so we are looking at conditions that could be very slippery here in town. Snow that will get compacted and then a little crust of freezing rain on top. So really want people to drive safely today, if they have to be out at all.
Yeah, of course. If you can stay home, then you should totally do that. I know you guys have a lot of preparations in place. You also have plows running right now?
We do. We have all of our snow plows are out, and the snow is deep enough that we can make a difference and start plowing. And we're putting down sand wherever we can to help with traction.
Of course, and so I know you guys start on those most important roads first, or the most highly traveled roads?
That's correct. Our arterial routes get the primary treatment, and then if there's time, we'll go off and start doing our secondary routes.
And then you said, I was just talking with you, you said you were in a meeting with the NWS talking about the forecast. You guys are monitoring this because you think there's a possibility conditions could get worse.
That's correct. We monitor not just the National Weather Service, but several forecasting services, and we do our best to keep up with it. We watch the radar, and we respond accordingly.
And your message to folks as they're looking out their windows this morning, possibly needing to go to work?
Just drive safely. There may be a point we need to put on chains or tire socks, and just look out for slick conditions.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate it. And everybody out there plowing, making sure that we're safe on those roadways. Again, seeing a ton of accumulation here in Salem. We'll send it back to you guys.
Ashley, the longer we keep you there in Salem, I think the more likely you're going to stay there maybe for tomorrow morning's sunrise show. Great job reporting from the state capitol this morning. We do want to get back to Thomas Schultz. Last we checked, Thomas, that microphone was working now. So what's the latest where you are in Southwest Portland?
Yeah, well, Drew, we're at Vermont in Southwest 62nd, and you can see crews have been trying to take care of a tree that's been downed along a power line. You might be able to just make out the slanted edge of that power line. We're seeing tree crews out here, arborists. We're also seeing PGE just trying to get this tree off that power line as quickly as possible. This is all happening as there's about an inch of snow on the ground here in Southwest Portland, and it's just continuing to come down all throughout the morning. We've been out here for about 45 minutes, and it's been non-stop, guys. That snow just continuing to fall onto the ground, of course, likely causing issues like the one we're seeing right here with that tree falling. We've been seeing gusts of wind up to 40 miles an hour all morning long. A little bit earlier, we were up in North Portland, and it was really strong winds. Of course, likely there's probably really strong winds happening here in Southwest Portland as well. And let's just show this car right here next to us. I mean, a lot of people trying to just maneuver around here. We tried to actually get up this hill, guys, that they're backing over to. You just couldn't do it. It's just really hard to drive around. Those people who are driving around right now are going really slowly, being very precautious as they try to maneuver around Southwest Portland. As you can continue to see that snow just gusting in the wind in our faces out here in Southwest Portland. And once again, one more time, we'll show you these crews just continuing to try to maneuver and figure out exactly how they're going to be able to safely bring this tree down that has crashed into a power line out here in Southwest Portland. We'll have all more information coming up. We're going to try to get another angle for you guys in just a few minutes, guys.
Our Thomas Schultz reporting live for us. Thank you, Thomas, for being the boots on the ground there, letting us know what's happening. We're going to send it over to Chris talking to Piedmont this morning.
Yeah, we've got Piedmont's Dylan Rivera on the line. Good morning, Dylan. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me okay?
All right, now we hear you. How you doing, Dylan?
Okay, hey, good. Well, Chris, our crews were working overnight, spreading about 8,000 gallons of liquid de-icer and 300 to 400 cubic yards of road salt as well.
Was this the first instance this winter that you have actually spread salt down on area roadways?
Wow. No, actually, as recently as I think a week ago, we had a threat of some freezing rain and precipitation, and so we used salt then as well, and you could see the difference.
As we look over at one of our trouble spots, the shot that's up on screen right now is Sandy Boulevard near 82nd Avenue, and east side of town, always one of the traditional last places to thaw out if and when we do get an icy situation out there. What are your crews seeing on the roads right now, and where are maybe some of the biggest trouble spots that you're hearing about?
Areas at high elevation, as well as areas that are east of 205, 82nd Avenue and east, affected by that cold gorge wind.
You've got an opportunity here to tell the viewers in Portland, what would PBOT advise for the traveling public out there? I mean, you've got some folks that just flat out have to get to, you've got the doctors and the folks that are going to the ORs and whatnot, but for the rest of us, maybe your advice?
Stay off the roads, please. Stay indoors. Your first and best, safest bet is to not travel. Just delay your travel in winter weather conditions like this. Snow is one thing, but with the forecast that this is going to be followed in a matter of hours by ice, freezing rain, a tenth to a quarter inch, that is dangerous, and the combination is bad. So you can, there's a high likelihood that you will lose control of your vehicle if that ice covers the snow. And
Dylan, one last question for you. Does that threat of ice wind up triggering some sort of like beefed up crew and staffing in terms of your road crews that are out there laying out de-icer and salt?
We have been more proactive, I think a little earlier than we would have been with, say, just a straight up snow event. The ice is very troubling, and so we're throwing everything we've got at it. We've got all of our crews deployed this morning in place, reacting and responding in real time to what they're seeing.
Highway 26 down below, that is not your road, but Skyline Boulevard is. And Dylan Rivera, thank you so much for joining us from the Portland Bureau of Transportation. Maybe we can bring that camera back real quick, the traffic camera. Dylan, thanks. I know you're going to have a busy day and a busy night ahead, as we will here at KGW. I want to switch live right now and show you Skyline Boulevard at Highway 26. This is up at 750 feet. To Dylan's point about the higher terrain in town, obviously Skyline Boulevard is going to be snow covered. Also, the West Hill's getting hammered with the east wind. Look at the wind just blowing that snow across the freeway. So even as we showed you a snowplow going by just a couple of minutes ago, likely that will get recovered again, which brings up the next threat that even though there's only a tiny little bit of snow out there, the cars squish that down and that could become ice. So obviously it's just something to watch out for as we go through the next couple of hours. That's kind of a trouble spot. Also want to go back down to the east side. This is Interstate 84. And guys, I know I mentioned this about an hour ago, where I-84 and 26 was kind of the dividing line between where we actually had snow coverage and where we just had snow in the air. Well, I-84 now is clearly snow covered, and that is now pushing northward into Clark County as well. This is a live look at I-84 out near 82nd Avenue. So far, traffic looks like it's making its way around, but we'll see for how much longer as we continue our continuing coverage of this snowstorm here on KGW. Drew, China, back to you.
All right, Chris, great job covering the roads for us. We do want to get back to Rod Hill in the Weather Center. So, Rod, as you predicted, my friend, things really start to pick up in the 8 o'clock hour. Here we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour. So now the question is, what is this afternoon going to look like?
Well, I think the snow band that we're in right now starts to move north of the Columbia River by the noon hour. So in the coming hour, you folks might finally start to see the snow let up in Salem as everything continues to move up to the north. The two warnings we're tracking, the winter storm warning for the Rose City and Clark County into tomorrow morning. It's an ice storm warning for areas near and south of Wilsonville, including Salem. It's been snow in Salem this morning, but there's a greater threat of freezing rain ice accumulation in the Mid-Valley south of Portland than there is here in the Rose City or up into Clark County. The storm itself spinning off of the Northern California coast. We are still seeing a radar outage over Portland. The radar that is centered right over Portland is not working. So what you're looking at is kind of pieces of other radar imagery being thrown into our area, meaning there are spots where it is snowing, but the radar is not showing it. But you can plainly see, and this is true, everything is moving up to the north. We now have snow all the way to Astoria, so Highway 30 through the Coast Range, that's all snow. We now have snow up in the Mount St. Helens area and up into Longview, Kelso. We're continuing to see the ground get increasingly white here in the Rose City metro area. Here's the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out in Aloha. Temperatures have been dropping, now down to 27 degrees. This is the Rose City camera, and oh boy, look at that. That is increasingly snow-covered interstate highways in Portland. You can see how the cars are going really slowly, and we've still got potentially another hour of this at least to go. We're down to 28 degrees. Again, temperatures have really dropped due to us being in the middle of this precipitation band since it started to pick up in the 8 o'clock hour. Here we are at 10, what time is it now? It's 9:50. Here's 10:30. We're getting closer to the back edge. This shows Salem starting to clear out of it. And then by I think the noon hour is a good time to think this starts to get kind of north of the Columbia River and we will get a break. Dylan Rivera from PBOT mentioned snow changing to freezing rain. It's important to note this is not going to be all continuous steady precipitation today. All of the weather modeling suggests there is somewhat of a break behind this band. Now the bad news is, as Mr. Rivera pointed out, the modeling does suggest that once we get through this initial snow band and we get into the afternoon, there's an increasing warm layer that comes into the atmosphere. That would produce the threat of freezing rain or maybe some sleet and that type of thing with mixed showers this afternoon. I still think from about 4 o'clock on into the evening, we'll have the greatest freezing rain ice accumulation threat. This is mainly, but not entirely, mainly south of Portland. The miles, see that salmon color? The miles really picking that up down around the Salem area. That could be hours of straight freezing rain, accumulating at least 1/4 of an inch of ice, maybe more. That would be an ice storm. It would be almost impossible to get around, and we'd probably start to see some power outages start to come in. Tomorrow morning is the last shebang. That is one last snow band. That moves out, and then before the noon hour tomorrow, it all ends, and we'll start to warm up. I do want to show you one more map. This is the freezing rain potential map. Notice where you see the 0, but it's colored over Portland. That's the model saying, well, you get a dab of some ice, a dab, if you will. But down in here where you see the brighter purple, there's the biggest threat area being picked up for an ice storm, for freezing rain ice accumulation. That could be 1/4 of an inch or more. That's the Salem area back into Polk County in Dallas. We'll keep a close eye on that. Again, 28 right now. The snow starting to end in Portland around noon. It'll be maybe only still 28 to 30 degrees. We may or may not get above 32 this afternoon with the precipitation eventually going more scattered. That is your update for now.
Thank you, Rod. Hey, we have another crew out in the field kind of giving us the eyes and being our eyes and ears out there. So we have Kyle Boshi on West Burnside. It looks like it's definitely hit that area.
Kudos to our weather team. They nailed it. This morning I was looking out my window at home thinking, is it going to happen or not? And then it's like we flipped a switch as predicted, and now we've got snow falling. We are in West Burnside, which, as you know, is normally a trouble spot, especially for people trying to get up the hill or come down the hill. We have some light accumulation on the roadway. Behind me you can see West Burnside heading up over the West Hills, and you can see there is some accumulation on the roadway. Early indications suggest that PBOT put de-icer down, and that is certainly helping the situation. As you can see some of these vehicles heading up the hill. Another move that they've made, which is interesting, they've isolated that inside lane to one lane of traffic. On the right side there is what is now appears to be a chain-up area for folks who are maybe heading over the hills as conditions, if they deteriorate and is necessary, they can pull over here and chain up, which is a good idea because having been out here many times before, we've seen tires continue to spin and this be real problematic as people head over the hills. Good to note as well, we aren't seeing the normal amount of traffic we would typically see on Burnside. This is normally a very, very busy roadway. Traffic is backed up if there's a red light, but you can see there's a steady flow, but I don't think by any means it's normal traffic flow out here. And you can also see in the distance there, TriMet bus service continues, so that's a good sign. Traffic continues to move through the city. We drove not a great distance from the station out here, and on the side roads, certainly there was accumulation. It was a little more challenging to get around, but certainly not packed snow of any kind at this point. It's still early. Some of the main thoroughfares, like West Burnside here, conditions are a little bit better. We'll watch and see how things play out as the day continues, whether we see freezing rain or not. That certainly could impact things as well. As far as business is concerned, a lot of the local businesses are still open. Zupan's is over here in the corner. They're busy as well. A lot of people stocking up, obviously. maybe before it gets worse, but we'll see. And we'll be monitoring the situation out here. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Kyle, China and I know that Zupans well, the one you speak of there on West Burnside. You typically come to work at this time of the day. Can you just explain to us again just how much different the traffic flow was today versus your normal day into work?
It was a breeze. I came in on 84 this morning, headed west. Very little traffic, and a commute that, depending on what traffic looks like, could be anywhere from about 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Took maybe 10 to 15. So it was a breeze. People really are listening to what folks are warning to stay off the roads, and that's for good reason. There's really, if you don't have to be out, you shouldn't be out. We say that repeatedly in situations like this, but again, you look behind me, this is West Burnside, and you've driven this enough, you would know, like, this is a busy thoroughfare, and right now there's no traffic, or there's one car coming down the roadway. So good to see that people are staying home. If they don't need to be out, they're staying home, and that's what they should be doing in situations like this, because while not a lot of snow, things can change quickly, and a lot of times we're not really used to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, hopefully this is a good sign of things to come for the afternoon commute. Hopefully things are nice and quiet throughout the rest of today in the Portland area. Having said that, we do want to check back in with Ashley Grams, who's in Salem. We did put you back behind the wheel this morning, Ashley, you and Eric Patterson, just to make sure that some of the roadways we haven't been able to get to yet in the Salem area aren't as bad as we hope. So let us know what's going on there where you're driving and where you are exactly right now.
Yes, well, thankfully I'm not behind the wheel. Photojournalist Eric Patterson is. I'm here in the passenger seat as we drive toward downtown Salem. But actually, we're coming up right now on the Capitol. We're on Court Street here, and you can see how much snow has accumulated on the roadway here. It doesn't seem like plows have come through here anytime recently. See some folks walking along the sidewalk there through snow as well. So this is the Capitol again on your left. They are undergoing some renovations right now, so you might see some of those fencing up, as well as we can see some of these construction workers who seem to be passing us possibly. I wonder if they're done for the day. Maybe they get a snow day as well. We know those Salem Kaiser students are having a snow day, as well as those district offices are closed. We know a lot of city buildings are closed here as well. We did also check in with Salem Public Works. They're telling us that it is slippery out here, that they're seeing 2 inches of snow in some places. They're asking people to stay in if they're able to. It looks like someone's going to go ahead and cross the street here right in front of us. They're thinking about it. They have a hat on there, you can see, trying to keep that snow out of their eyes, because it is just continuing to fall, and we have a lot of accumulation here as well. So these are the roadways right now. We're hearing it's very slippery. Again, if you're able to stay home, please do so. Drew, China.
All right, Ashley Grams, the latest for us from Salem there in Marion County. We just saw Kyle Aboshi here in Portland. Chris McGinnis is going to join us again here with the latest from Clackamas County.
Yeah, we've got Clackamas County Transportation Operations Manager Shane Abbott on the line. Good morning, Shane. Can you hear me?
Good morning, I can.
Shane, what is the latest in Clackamas County in terms of road conditions and what you want your folks to know about in terms of getting around and the ability to get around?
It's very similar to what we're experiencing in the metropolitan area up here. We aren't seeing a lot of impact yet to the Clackamas County roads. We're anywhere from an inch to nothing. The wind's still blowing. A lot of the snow, I feel like, is blowing off of the roads in most places. I do expect that'll change in the next few hours. We've pre-treated most of our high priority roads with de-icer, and it seems to be helping. We have snow plows and sanders out. We're sanding hills and corners, but most places in Clackamas County don't have enough snow to plow off the road yet. A couple of areas in South and Central County are seeing anywhere from up to 1.5 inches, but that's about the most that we're seeing anywhere in our county.
Is there any specific area that becomes just a known trouble spot in snow and ice events, specifically in Clackamas County? Could you name like 1 or 2 that maybe your crews are just dialed in on, like, hey, we got to watch this spot specifically?
In a typical event, we watch our higher elevations, but with this event, the roads in Welch's and up in our higher elevations are actually doing pretty good. We're going to be keeping a close eye in our more populated areas and watching roads like Sunnyside and Sunnybrook with higher traffic volumes. Obviously, you get up into Happy Valley and the Mount Scott area, and there's more hills, and we'll be keeping a close eye on those.
Yeah, this is a live look. Actually, I'm not sure if you can see this behind me. This is Highway 213 near Beaver Creek Road, so obviously in the vicinity of Clackamas Community College. And Yeah, a little bit of snow coverage out there, but looks like everybody's taking it okay for now. Shane, thank you for taking the time to join us on Sunrise this morning. Obviously, you've got a busy morning and night ahead, and we'll let you go. Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, let's keep you updated here on the rest of the freeway system here. I wanted to also point out that as we look at this increasingly snowy roads in Clackamas County, this is I-205, so this is ODOT territory near Stafford Road. There is a crash just south of I-205 on Stafford Road. Not sure if that's causing the slowing or if that's just folks slowing down because the road is increasingly snow covered. But we are seeing the yellows and oranges take up more real estate out here, indicating, of course, folks are slowing down. I also wanted to point out one more thing, and Rod and I have been talking about this throughout the morning, that with the National Weather Service radar down in Portland, we were anticipating seeing a break in the snow, but since we don't have actual eyes up in the clouds with the radar, we were kind of relying on the modeling showing us whether or not we're seeing a break, right? When I go down to the Salem area, you can see it's still snowing down there, and I think even farther south, down towards Highway 34 in the Corvallis area, this is a camera that we haven't been able to see through much this morning, guys, because it is still glazed over with ice, and we do see the temperature there at 27, so something to really keep eyes on in the central and southern Willamette Valley as we go through the next several hours. We'll obviously keep you posted as we roll on through the morning. China?
All right, Chris, thank you. We want to get back out to Thomas Schultz, who is on Southwest Vermont and 62nd. There's been a down tree that we've been hearing about for the past hour or so, but now we're told that Thomas has a better vantage point on this. So, Thomas, what are you seeing?
Yeah, well, guys, let me step off screen here. Let me show you a little bit of what we're seeing. It's two spots that looks like that tree is down. One just branches right here on Southwest Vermont. And then if we pan a little bit to the right, you can see a full, at least a limb, just leaning and laying down across these power lines here. Now, for about an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer, we've been out here watching crews, PGE, as long as some arborists out here trying to figure out exactly how they're going to get these limbs off of these power lines. And look, we've showed you all the vantage points we can. This is the best one we found so far. As we've been walking all around this Southwest Portland neighborhood, we haven't seen any lights on. So it seems like this power line being down is greatly affecting people's electricity out here this morning on a cold morning, especially with, at this point, at least an inch of snow on the ground all morning long. It's just piled up down here in Southwest Portland. When we first got out here, it was maybe about half an inch, quarter to half an inch. Now it's at least an inch, if not more, of snow. And you can see, I mean, it's starting to get pretty slick. Driving around, we've seen cars, ours as well, that's just struggled to get up some hills. Some people just turning around, making U-turns and trying to come back the way they came. But the wind's been a problem all across town. The snow, of course, has been an issue here in Southwest Portland, likely leading to problems like this one that we're seeing right here on Southwest Vermont in 62nd. Once again, that tree limb all the way down across that power line, just causing pretty significant issues for a lot of people out here. And seemingly this is not going to be resolved anytime soon. These crews have been out here as long as we have, at least an hour, and it looks like there's still a lot of headway to go, guys.
All right, Thomas Schultz live there in Southwest Portland. My goodness, Rod Hill, things look a lot different in that part of the city than they did just 2 hours ago. And we talked about things moving fast this morning, and here we are getting hit with that snow all across the city.
National Weather Service is continuing to put out reports letting us know what they're getting observations on. Basically, between Salem and up into Portland, Salem's starting to get reports of as much as 2 inches on the ground. Portland, we're still kind of in that 1/2 inch zone, but clearly this band has the potential to deliver at least 2 inches. Remember, we generally have been saying maybe 1 to 3, so it looks like we're going to be right in that. Chris McGinnis just talking about the radar imagery being down and the fact that we don't really have eyes on actually where the snow lines are setting up, and that raises the question of, is it going to stop snowing with a band move out and we get some drying around the noon hour? As I've been telling you, we'll see. All the weather data still likes that scenario. This is imagery from a radar that's, the Portland radar is down. So you got a radar up along the central Washington coast, down in Medford and down in Pendleton. So those radars kind of coming together to give us some bits and pieces, but not showing everything. We know it's solid snow still all the way down into Salem. And we do know, and this is being picked up by the radar called Langley Hill site up in central Washington, that the snow has now moved all the way up into Longview and Astoria. According to radar, seeing some snow. But this is really troubling. Chris may have just showed you this. Look how slow the traffic is. These are the, I think that's the ramp to 84 downtown Portland. Absolutely snow covered, traffic barely moving. I-5 absolutely snow covered in downtown Portland. So obviously, if you don't absolutely, as a matter of emergency, have to be going somewhere, probably best to stay home right now. Temperature across our metro area has been dropping since the snow has been intensifying. We started with the snow at about 31, 32. Now we're all the way down to 27 degrees. Getting colder and colder, that's going to compact the snow and make it even increasingly more of an icy, slick surface through time. So we're waiting to see if this is correct. This is Futurecast. The blue, understand this was a snow band that started down in Eugene around 5 this morning, started to snow in Salem around 6. We got the first flurries into Portland around 8 o'clock, and this shows we get on the back edge of the heavier or the main snow band as soon as an hour from now at about 11 o'clock, and then it moves across the Columbia River by the noon hour. Not positive that happens. There might be some lingering flurries, but it does appear that we will at least have somewhat of a break at times this afternoon and get into more of a scattered precipitation pattern. The next focus, by the way, this is early this evening, is a late afternoon, evening. This will be the main threat for freezing rain, ice accumulation in the Mid-Valley. Remember, from Wilsonville southward, the Weather Service is calling this an ice storm warning. I know it started off as snow, so that can be a bit confusing, but there's still a real threat that we'll get into a period around 4 this afternoon through midnight tonight and after, that most of the precipitation in the Mid-Willamette Valley will in fact be freezing rain, with accumulations potentially reaching 1/4 of an inch or more. That's that salmon color. Portland's right on the edge of that. We could stay mostly snow. There's a snow band early tomorrow morning that comes through. And then by late morning, just like that, we're done. The storm's over. The ice storm warning will be dropped. The winter storm warning will be dropped. And we'll be warming up to about 40 degrees. Obviously, we have the KGW weather impact alert for the snowstorm up for today, tonight, into tomorrow. Snowing right now at 27 degrees. We'll see if the snow band does push north of the Columbia River at noon. I've lowered these numbers, 28. And a growing confidence at this point that we won't get above freezing, which means your snowy ice-packed roadway that you rely on to get where you're going, it's probably not going to show much improvement for the remainder of today if temperatures don't get above freezing. 30 tonight, 42 tomorrow. Again, it's the mid to late morning hours tomorrow that the storm ends and we'll start to warm up. It's a dry Saturday until later in the day, and that's when good old-fashioned rain starts to return. All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Rod. We're going to head over to He has a live interview with C-Tran reporting multiple downed trees.
Yeah, so it sounds like, and now you can see behind me, by the way, as we show you I-5 at Mill Plain down below, the snow has crossed the Columbia River. It is accumulating on the ground in Clark County. We bring in Eric Flurup, who is the spokesperson for C-Tran. Good morning, Eric, and thanks for getting up with us. What are you seeing out there? What are you seeing across your system right now in terms of the impacts that you're seeing due to the weather, the snow, and the wind?
Yeah, so as you can see from the camera view there, the snow has arrived in Vancouver and Clark County. Initially, the primary impacts to our service were caused by down trees and power lines more so than road conditions. But as the snow continues, certainly we're going to keep an eye on those road conditions and make adjustments to service as needed with our folks out there.
In terms of lines that are actively either delayed or detoured or closed, what can you give me in terms of numbers? Are there any lines that just aren't running right now because of the snow?
No, every route is running right now. We have 3 routes currently, local routes that are on detour because of road closures, again, because of down trees. You can find that information on our website, www.c-tran.com, for anybody who's traveling in Clark County, and we'll keep that updated throughout the day.
Gotcha. And just out of curiosity, are you kind of like looking at chaining up your vehicles? Is there a threshold for that to make sure that they can stay safely on the roads?
There is, yeah. Most of our fleet are equipped with what are called drop-down chains. Those are actually automatic chains that can be deployed by the bus operator en route, so they don't actually even have to be pulled over and installed on the side of the road. So up to a few inches, those will be very effective in keeping our buses moving. If we got several inches or more, then we would have traditional chains that we deploy, but it doesn't look like we're going to be to that level for this event.
Eric, you service tens of thousands of Clark County residents throughout any given day. Do you have any words for them to heed as they go about their transportation in this storm?
Yeah, absolutely. We would say, of course, be prepared for the conditions. Know that bus routes are likely going to be running late in some instances with road conditions being what they are. And if you can delay travel, that's always a good idea. And we also, of course, want to say thank you to the road crews who are out there keeping everybody moving, including transit systems.
Eric Florup from C-Tran, thank you very much. Obviously, you guys have a busy day and night ahead. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's get back to the roads. This is a live look right now. I-205, not far from Mill Plain, and you can see the southbound traffic is really now starting to stack up on that side of town. I want to get you to something else because, guys, this just came across my radar like literally in the last 3 minutes. We've got something going on Gladstone, on I-205. It looks like, and there's one of the ODOT incident responders right now about ready to drive down that ramp. Whoops, let me go back to that. Sorry about that. This is the northbound exit ramp from I-205 into the Gladstone area, and I'm not sure what part that truck looks like it has slid on, if traffic is getting by or not, but obviously a situation that may become increasingly likely across the area as we get more and more snow coverage out there on the roads. So just, again, know that as that snow continues to come down, roads are going to get slicker, and situations like this may become more frequent. We will certainly keep you posted throughout the morning. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chris, as you keep an eye on some of those bigger roadways for us and freeways, we do have Ashley Graham's in Drive 8 this morning down in Marion County. She's been checking out the snow in Salem for hours at this point. So, Ashley, get us up to speed on where exactly you are at this point in Salem.
Right, we're in downtown Salem right now and just kind of checking out kind of these inner roads where we see those plows less and less, right? Those plows are really focused on those main arterial roads where we see most folks traveling who need to travel today. They're saying if you don't need to travel, please stay home if you can. And just in the past couple of minutes or so, we've seen people try to slow down at intersections, at red lights, kind of like we are right now. And we did see a couple cars struggling to do that, sliding and slipping forward. So just a reminder that even if this looks snow covered, it looks like there's traction. You don't really know what's underneath this snow. You don't know if there's some ice that might cause your tires to slip forward when you definitely don't want to go forward into that intersection. We did meet up with Salem Public Works not long ago. I think that was about 30 minutes ago or so, and they said plows are running. They have sanders ready as well as de-icer. They have crews working 12-hour shifts around the clock. So again, just a reminder to folks as you head out today that a lot of these side roads are not going to be roads that are cleared and are consistently plowed. Drew, China.
All right, Ashley Graham's live for us this morning in Salem.
All right, we do have some sky cams across the area that we are looking at to check in and see what the conditions are over there. Pioneer Courthouse Square, definitely seeing some snow. Looks like the birds aren't, are they going north yet? I don't know. A little late, guys.
We definitely know the bricks are covered in white here on this Thursday morning. Next stop, this is our Rose City Skycam, and Chris McGinnis was just talking about this situation, I-5 North, really slow going at this point, and we were hopeful that people would heed the advice to just stay home this morning. We know schools in the area are closed today, but not every office is closed, and unfortunately we're seeing this situation right now, basically right in the heart of downtown Portland, I-5 North, really slow going.
Speaking of the heart of Portland, Kyle Boshi was on West Burnside talking about his commute into work was definitely different and slower.
Let's head to the coast next. This is a look from Astoria. You see the column there, and hey, it's always a big event when the beach gets snow. So we're seeing the snow all the way down to the coast. I mean, this doesn't speak to the entire coast, and typically, if we're going to see snow along the Oregon coast, we'll see it in the Astoria area. We're certainly seeing it there this morning by way of this shot.
And then the Oregon Zoo.
Yeah.
Take a look at that.
Yeah, we expected in this in the higher elevations of Portland, and certainly the zoo sits up high enough to get hit with a good amount of snow today. It started falling there probably in the last, I'll say, 2 hours, and certainly most of the grounds of the zoo covered in snow at this point.
And then we have Providence Park out there getting seeing some snow stick on there. Can't even tell what is what's the field. Where's the lines at? You can't tell.
All games canceled today. How about that? I'm going to go with all games at Providence Park canceled on this Thursday. All right, Thomas, another snowy spot is where you are in Southwest Portland. We also have been reporting on that downed tree at Southwest Vermont and 62nd Place. What's the latest there?
Yeah, well, guys, those crews are still working on it. PGE is just trying to come through now here and get to his crews over there, but you can see this power line here in a couple of different spots. There's branches draped across that power line. If we pan to the right here, you can see just a full limb draped across that power line here, and it seemingly has knocked out power in this area. We're on 62nd in Southwest Vermont here in Southwest Portland. we've been showing you different angles of this problem all morning long. That's led to us walking around the neighborhood trying to find different spots. And when we've done that, we've noticed that power doesn't seem to be on for any of the houses around here. We've also heard some generators that have been up and running this morning as well. So it seems like electrical and electricity absolutely an issue here in Southwest Portland. And on the ground right now, guys, I mean, every time you come to us, we're seeing a rise in snow, maybe 2 inches now. When we first got out here about an hour and a half ago, there's about ½ an inch of snow on the ground. That's quadrupled at this point in time. But once again, you can see if we go all the way over here, just how far blocked off they've got because of this down power line. It looks to be a 2 or 3 block radius. And if we pan to the right here, you can see even more vehicles, a lot of them just working on these power lines, trying to restore them. A lot of crews all the way down on that end, which we showed you when we first arrived on scene here. But it seems like the big problem right now is this branch, this limb, just draped across that power line, and that seems to be the big sticking point. Once again, crews have been out here all morning long, but it seems like it's going to be quite a process to try to just detract and alleviate this power line and get this tree off of it before they are then able to restore power to many around this area. Guys.
Our Thomas Schultz reporting live for us in Southwest Portland. Thank you, Thomas. All right, we want to go out to Kyle Boshi on West Burnside right now. Kyle, you said earlier it seemed like people were listening and staying off the roads as your morning commute seemed a little more slim. Is it still looking that way out there?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it here, but it does seem like people are listening to the advice of the experts and staying off the roads. And we really haven't seen that many problems so far. In fact, we've got kind of this interactive map where we can see where police are being dispatched for various different reasons. And I was looking for any kind of accidents or anything along those lines, specifically in the downtown Portland area or right around the central metro area, and didn't see anything, which is a good sign, at least nothing that appears to be significant or weather related. We haven't seen anything either, which has been good. We're on West Burnside, which, as you know, is a real trouble spot, typically when we have challenging weather. There's some accumulation of snow on West Burnside, you can see, but there's also some what appears to be bare pavement. So cars are getting through here. They're backed up here for a light, but generally speaking, this would be very busy with traffic coming and going up and down the hills. And we're just not seeing that much traffic. And generally speaking, no real issues, no spinning of the tires, nobody getting stuck really. If conditions do deteriorate, though, you can see how PBOT has isolated that inside lane and coned off the right-hand lane and made it into a chain-up area. Again, if conditions deteriorate, people need to chain up to get over the hills. They've created this space for them to chain up, but so far, I have seen a few vehicles with chains, but most folks are getting through with just regular tires, oftentimes snow tires, all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, that type of thing. As far as downtown and activity in downtown, I'm going to walk you around a little bit just to kind of give you a sense. We're at 23rd Place in West Burnside, but you can see an eye care place is open. The bank appears to be open, so it's business as usual there. And even Zupans has a full parking lot, so people are out and about. You know, oftentimes the mad rush to the grocery store to get the supplies that they need. That may be the case. Maybe folks who waited to the last minute to go get whatever they need, but haven't really seen the problems associated with a lot of people out and about, which is a good thing. They seem to be listening. We'll monitor the situation because, again, we've seen this plenty of times before. These vehicles headed westbound on Burnside, hit that hill, don't have the traction they need, and start spinning the tires. We just haven't seen that so far. Looking down the roadway a little bit, there is somebody who's kind of slowed up, but I'm not sure if that's a delivery or if they're having issues. So we'll maybe check that out and get back to you.
Kyle Boshi live for us this morning there on West Burnside. I'll tell you, Kyle, I know you can't see all of the area right now, but Rod, earlier we had that shot from, I think it was our Rose City Skycam that showed the slow going on 405 in downtown. So, yeah, maybe quiet a little bit where Kyle is, but certainly there are areas where people did not heed your warning. There's a look at it right there, Rod. So the bigger concern, right, at this point is that there's going to be people trying to get back home in all this mess come this afternoon, because that's when we could be seeing more of an ice threat than a snow threat.
Yeah, I don't want to just jump out of the gun and go, oh my gosh, it's going to be worse this afternoon than it is right now. Sure. Ultimately, I don't know if that's the case. What we do know is that the modeling has been really consistent in showing that this band of snow that we have right now may end up being the only absolute solid, steady precip band that goes on for 2 or 3 hours that we get during this entire day. So there is the chance that we get fairly dry at times this afternoon, and maybe people have a little better of a window to get out and get some things to get back home or wherever they need to go. I do want to make a major announcement. This just came back online. The National Weather Service has the Portland radar functioning again, so we're back under full radar coverage. See the little icon right here with the little beam out of it? That's the National Weather Service radar site in the hills out of Scappoose. So now we can tell, yeah, it's showing the snow all the way down just south of Salem. So this band is slowly moving to the north. It's 10:30 right now. So we may or may not clear out of this by the noon hour, but it is inching northward. Eugene is pulled out of this, for example. And there's Salem. Still, even though the radar is showing that it's starting to clear up out there, the radar is clearly shooting over the top of the low cloud deck that's still dropping flurries. So that is a growing question mark. Will we start to see the snowflakes dwindle down by the noon hour in Portland or not? We're at 31. We do have multiple reports at this point of 2 inches of snow on the ground in Salem. You would assume there's a good chance Portland's going to have growing reports of 2 inches on the ground between now and noon. I want to show you this because this shows you how low the clouds are as the snow has increased and the temperatures have been dropping. There's a Tilcomb crossing. There's the south waterfront from the Portland Spirit Landing looking down on the Columbia River. Very kind of ominous look. There's some trucks out trying to work on the pavement in downtown Portland. Again, slow going, 27 degrees. Keep in mind, when the snow started, we were at 32 degrees. And now we're at 27, so it has really cooled off. We're probably going to be in the freezing zone for the remainder of today. We're going to take a short break, and then our continuing coverage of this KGW Weather Impact Day with a winter storm warning for Portland and ice storm warning for Salem continues. Be prepared with KGW's weather impact forecast, live or on your schedule. We'll show you what's coming, when it's going to get here, so you are prepared. Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Start your day with KGW at sunrise.
Streaming live from 4:30 to 7 and on your schedule all morning long.
Breaking news from overnight and Rod Hill's accurate forecast.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch KGW News at 6 live or on your schedule.
The top local headlines that impact you. Exclusive investigation.
And my weather impact forecast.
Local news on your schedule.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Oh my, a long time. I've been forecasting in Oregon for like, I don't know, 35 years. Older than You're competing against apps and AI. They're actually pretty easy to beat. But if you really want to know what's going on, there's more to it than that. And there's so much more that's more interesting than that. I want to be able to help people live their lives and make decisions that not only help them make good decisions in their lives, but keep them safe.
All right, welcome back to this extended edition of KGW News. It is a weather impact alert day here. We have winter weather advisories, ice advisories going on right now.
Yeah, we saw that wall of white basically move south to north this morning from Salem into the Portland area, then into the Vancouver area. Chris McGinnis has been keeping an eye on all the roadways for us as usual. Great job, Chris. What's the latest there, right there, Clark County,
Clark County, yep, I-205. Here you go. This is up near Mill Plain Boulevard. You can see the traffic kind of puttering along. The other thing you can note, I mean, look at the snow is being blown sideways here by that really gusty east wind. So a slow go of it out there, obviously. This is a look at a little farther north up around SR 500. And clearly, despite road crews obviously putting down de-icer, salt and whatnot, we are starting to see accumulation on the interstates in Clark County. Let's bring it south into the metro area. Not metro area, but downtown Portland. I-405. This is the lower deck of the Fremont Bridge, and there's definitely something that's hanging up the drive in the Rose Quarter. I can't see it from our cameras, but all of this traffic would be trying to head over to either I-5 North or I-5 South. It's the I-5 South lineup that looks like it is starting to stack up here on the bridge. And the other thing I wanted to point out, you may hear bridges and overpasses freeze first before the regular ground, and that's because the air is just going right underneath this thing. So this could very easily, despite having de-icer on it, turn slick. So just be aware of that if you are making your way out. I want to switch gears again and take you back down into the Gladstone area. I showed you this a couple of minutes ago, and I want to see if it's still there. It looks like there was a semi that slid off the exit ramp from I-205 northbound into the Gladstone area. So down below, I'm not sure which this overpass is, but that's I-205 down below. And there's the exit ramp. I think this is to 82nd Drive. And that semi is spun sideways. And guys, in the last 6 or 8 minutes, I have not seen any cars actually get past there. So it looks like what we're seeing here is that the I-205 north exit to Gladstone is currently closed. That's the flashing lights off in the distance. That's one of those ODOT incident responders that are blocking the on-ramp. So the exit ramp and the on-ramp from Gladstone to 205 north appears to be blocked right now. We'll keep you posted on that, but obviously it's just another indication the roads are getting slicker from south to north across the area. We'll keep you posted as we roll through the morning. China, Drew, back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Chris.
All right, Thomas Schultz, we want to get back to him. He's been in Southwest Portland for us for the last couple of hours. There's really 2 stories to share here where Thomas is. One is just how snowy it's gotten on the west side of Portland in the hilly areas. And then, Thomas, more specifically, you've got that downed tree where you are right near Southwest 62nd in Vermont.
Yeah, Drew, I mean, all morning long, we're starting to see that snow just continue to pick up, and it's just been a constant theme for the past 2 or 3 hours here, and you can see just the ground around here coated. We actually, before we show you the tree, we had a guy over here who was just trying to get out of his driveway. He started fishtailing down the road toward us before being able to, the tires were able to gain some traction, and he was able to actually make it up that hill. But just a warning, guys, I mean, if you do not need to be driving, don't. Stay home. Stay out of the roads anywhere you are around town, especially here in Southwest Portland. Let's show you that tree once again. This is a problem, and you can see right now, looks like they're above that tree, just trying to figure out exactly how they're going to be able to clear that branch from these power lines. There's a couple of spots that seem to be dicey and seem to be like issues. Of course, that big branch laying across the power lines right there, that's the biggest problem here on Southwest 62nd in Vermont. But if we look a little bit to the left as well, that's another issue of just brush seemingly collapsed into power lines here. Now, as we were walking to this spot here on Southwest 62nd in Vermont, we were walking through the neighborhood around here, the Maplewood neighborhood, and we didn't see any lights on. We didn't see any electricity. We heard generators. So it seems like because of issues like this one, possibly this issue directly, electricity is out for many people around this area all morning long. We've seen arborists, PGE crews, all sorts of people trying to figure out how exactly they're going to get that tree, that branch, off of this power line. And this is the most progress we've seen all morning long, guys. For a while, it was just them trying to figure out a game plan, seemingly. Now, we're starting to see them get up there and try to figure out if they need to cut more branches off, how exactly they're going to resolve this issue that has been a problem all morning long down here in Southwest Portland. Guys?
Our Thomas Schultz reporting live from Southwest Portland. All right, we want to go south to Salem, where Ashley Grams has been all morning long. You're in Drive 8 right now, so what are you seeing out there, Ashley?
Yes, definitely happy to be in Drive 8 after we've been outside for several hours watching conditions change before our eyes. I mean, when we got here at 5 in the morning, no snow on the ground. Then at 6, we started to see things fall, and now we are in a winter wonderland. I do want to show you what we're seeing outside right now on Drive 8. We are on turning onto Commercial Street, I believe, here in downtown Salem, and we want to give you kind of a view of this bridge heading into West Salem here. This is the Center Street Street Bridge. And we've seen people very slowly coming up and down off this bridge because this is one of those areas that we could see folks slipping. And we have heard from Salem Public Works that they've been seeing some folks slipping out there. They actually told me, I've never heard this before, that they have employees go out in different kind of heavy vehicles and try to start and stop to see if it's slippery out there. So there's actually people going out to test these roads, and then they can give recommendations based on that. So I thought that was really interesting to know that people are out here live, figuring out what these conditions are and relaying that back to the folks who are public works, who are driving those snow plows, as well as those de-icer trucks, and then some of those sanders as well. So a lot of things at play here in Salem, though I would say it's still slippery out here. We see possibly 2 inches of snow in some areas as well. So please, if you're heading out, be careful. And if you don't have to, then just stay home. Drew, China?
Ashley Graham's live for us there in Dry Vape and checking out that Salem area all morning long. We haven't checked into Oregon City yet this morning, but we're going to do that right now. Celine Stevens is live for us now in Oregon City. Part of that Clackamas County update that Chris McGinnis was trying to give us from the studio this morning a few minutes ago, Celine, but you can give us the word on the street from right there in the middle of the snowfall. What do you have for us?
Yeah, it's really coming down out here, Drew. We just saw a car that was struggling to get up this hill right here behind me just before we got here. For about 5-10 minutes, they literally came sliding back down, kept turning around and going back up. And you can see, actually, if you zoom in a little bit, you're going to see that road closed sign right now. A lot of these roads, especially these hilly areas, are very dangerous. I spoke with Oregon City earlier, and they told me that they have been sanding these steeper hills since the past hour or so, and they're really taking a priority to those slick roads. Here goes another car trying to make it up, and let's see if they can do it, just because, again, these roads are slick. They have been sanding the hills. They said they're not plowing anything yet because the snow is not deep enough. However, I'm sure that's going to be starting sometime soon because, as we see, the snow is still going down. Here comes another car making their way up. I also talked to Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, and they said if you can, just stay at home. And if you are going to come out, and you must come outside, make sure you chain up before you hit the road because they're seeing people lined up on the side of the roads trying to chain up, and that's extremely dangerous. Oregon City School District, they're also closed again. The snow has just been continuously coming down even more. We're right off of Tumwater Drive and South 2nd, so just beware if you're on the roads. It's pretty slick out here. They are sanding. They said plowing should be starting soon, but has not yet due to the depth of the snow, and that's pretty much what we're looking at out here right now. Again, this road closure going all the way up Singer Hill is a really big one you want to avoid as well, according to the city. Again, Public Works out here sanding. Here comes more people making their way up, so if you are coming out, you want to be safe, but again, if you're going to chain up, you need to be chaining up before you hit the roads so you're not sliding around or pulling off on the side of the streets. You can see that truck going up there pretty slow. Again, we saw a car literally sliding down this hill, and it's not even that steep. So really, it's best to just come out the way. We don't want any car to come and slide and hit us. Again, they're sliding around out here, so if you can, it's best to just stay at home at this point. Drew?
Great job, Celine Stevens. Clearly, Oregon City made the right call early this morning when they canceled schools in that area. You can see the scene there, still snowing all around Celine Stevens. All right, we're going to move away from Celine just because we do have a live update to bring you from the airport. We have Allison Fair with the Port of Portland on the line. Allison, if you can hear us this morning, there you go. The first question I have for you is about Alaska flights, because it was a few hours ago we were reporting delays with Alaska Airlines on flights both to and from the airport. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, so PDX remains open and operational, but as you noted, we are starting to see cancellations from select carriers due to the current and forecasted weather. So the best way to get the real-time updates for that is to check flypdx.com. That's coming directly from the airlines. But as you noted, we're starting to see cancellations from Alaska, specifically for those Pacific Northwest routes.
And we heard from you guys earlier saying that you were going to have plows and de-icers out there. Has it made it to that point? Are you out there doing that on the runway now?
Yeah, so our pavement areas, and that includes the runways and the taxiways, those have all been pre-treated, but we have snow plows, we have vehicles ready to dispatch additional de-icer. Our winter weather team is activated, and everyone is out there working hard to keep PDX open and clear.
All right, Allison Fair, of course, we're going to check back in with you throughout the day today as needed, but we definitely appreciate those updates from the airport this morning. We want to get away from Allison for just a minute to get back to Chris McGinnis. I know Chris has been reporting on the roadways all morning for us, specifically highways and freeways. We had that one trouble spot that we've been keeping an eye on in downtown. I believe it was on the 405. Chris, you can get us up to speed on that. We were hoping that people would heed this morning, but we have seen some cars out there, and the cars that are on the road haven't always been as smooth sailing as what I see behind you right there.
Well, check this out. So this is the Glenn Jackson Bridge, and a couple things you can note. I'll step out of the way real quick. See the Columbia River down below? I mean, that's being whipped by the wind, the snow being whipped by the wind. I just checked one of the sensors here. The latest wind gusts here, 57 miles an hour out of the east over the Glenn Jackson Bridge. Now imagine that driving on a north-south road, holding on, as things are getting slicker. You get the idea that this is going to be an increasing problem here as we go through the day. All right, back to trouble spot number one. This is Westland, I-205 northbound, the exit ramp to Highway 43. In the construction zone, there's some sort of a crash here. I'm not sure what all is involved, but obviously traffic is getting around a little bit at this point. We'll switch gears and give you a different perspective, and you can see the lineup on I-205 through the Oregon City area. That's getting pretty slow. That's near the 99E exit. And one last camera I wanted to show you. This is over near the Gladstone area. What we're looking at, I believe, is the exit ramp from I-205 north to Gladstone, 82nd Drive. It's kind of a dual ramp. You've got the northbound 205 exiting there, and then you've got 82nd Drive getting onto I-205 north. And you can see right now, ODOT incident responders are out there. They've got the ramp blocked because that truck has spun somewhat, the trailer's not quite jackknife, but obviously it is in a precarious position. So that's I-205 north right now. The Gladstone on and off ramp from 82nd onto 205 North is currently closed, and it's convenient, or maybe, that we're going to go and talk to Clackamas County, Shane Abbott with Clackamas County. Thank you so much for joining us again. Things have changed a little bit since we last talked about 90 minutes ago.
Agreed. They've worsened. Roads seem to be getting a little slicker, and we're having more accidents and incidents reported.
So at this point, your crews have been out. They've been sanding or putting de-icer down. Is there any added tool that they can whip out now, or is it just a case of putting more of it on the roads? Or what is your best advice for what are you telling your crews, and then what is the best advice for drivers that are at home saying, oh well, maybe I got to get out?
I would advise that if they don't have to get out, that they don't get out. I don't expect things are going to get any better anytime soon. We've put our de-icers away. We've been de-icing this week. We were able to de-ice this morning, do some pre-treating before the moisture hit. Now that the moisture's here, we're using sand. Our plows are deployed. We've cut Clackamas County into 20 response zones. Our plows are strategically placed throughout the county, ready to respond and assist motorists that are experiencing troubles on county roadways.
We've been showing a lot of cameras kind of in and around the busy roads, like, I-205 and Highway 213, Highway 212, et cetera. But are you hearing of any situations maybe getting a little further away from some of those more heavier traveled arterials, any blockages, any closures, or any other trouble spots because of the wind and the snow?
A lot of the things that you're showing and talking about are ODOT jurisdiction, those on-ramps and off-ramps of the highways and the state highways. As far as county roads, we have got a few calls and a few requests for sand. I think the most recent are Luther and 72nd, Audie and Johnson Creek. So some of that North County. Obviously, Stafford is experiencing a little bit of slick areas that we've sent a sander out to sand.
So conditions kind of going downhill, maybe as expected at this point. What's left to do here for your crews in this storm? It looks like we're still hours away, maybe 24 hours away from wrapping this thing up. How does this work for you and your crews? Is there, extra staffing? Are they working, 18-hour, 12-hour shifts? How's that work?
Absolutely. We have split our crew in half, and we have half of our crew working days and half of our crews working nights. Clackamas County will be providing a 24-hour service. We'll be there all day and all night until the roads are in better shape. We have crews reporting to remote locations, so that way they don't spend a bunch of time. Clackamas County is big, so we have crews that report to Brightwood and to the Barton areas to get into dump truck and work in those areas, as well as our Oregon City shop.
Shane Abbott with Clackamas County Maintenance, Road Maintenance Operations. Thank you so much for joining us. We know you've got a busy morning. We will continue to check in with you throughout this storm, helping folks in Clackamas County weather it and get around when they need to, or maybe just stay put when they need to. And now sounds like a good time to stay put. Guys, I'm going to toss it on over to you now.
Sure. And we do want to remind our viewers, Chris, we are going to go off TV here at 11 o'clock, but Rod will stay on KGW Plus through the 11 o'clock hour. So hopefully you'll transition with us from TV over to our TV app, KGW Plus. Again, we're going to do that at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, if you have a smart TV, I haven't done this myself. You need to figure it out, right? We all need to figure it out. You find Apple TV, Fire, Roku, right?
Yep.
Takes some
Smart
time.
TV, and then I think
time.
it's pretty easy to find us once you do that.
Yes, exactly.
Exciting. All right. Here's the radar. The number one headline to me right now is that this band of snow is slowly moving up to the north. You folks in Salem are on the very back edge of it, which matches all of our observations. It's been dry down in Eugene for a while. Surface reports are that this band of snow eventually does drop about 2 inches of snow. That's what we have, multiple reports in Salem. So Portland will probably get that, up to about 2 inches on the ground. We know it's snowing in Astoria. We know it's 30 degrees and being called mixed precipitation in Tillamook for you folks. We do remember have the ice storm warning up, mainly for precipitation coming later today into tonight for areas near and south of Wilsonville. And that does include parts of the Coast Range as well, where those highways have become snow covered in many cases. So the cameras I have eyes on really aren't showing much snow up in the Kelso-Longview area yet, but we do have snow on the ground up through Clark County. And now we have most of the areas in the gorge that had melted old snow now have fresh snow on the roads from what I can tell, or at least maybe not on 84, but on in the areas of the gorge. Here is still the snow falling in Salem. Again, multiple reports now have 2 inches on the ground, 31 degrees. You folks in the next hour will finally see that shut off as this slowly moves up to the north. This has been one of our more telling sky cameras this morning, the Rose City camera, downtown highways, and they've been out plowing and treating them. It looks like traffic is moving okay, but clearly it's partial snow cover and slow going. When the snow started, Portland was at 32, about 8 o'clock this morning. Now we're sitting at 27. Chris has been talking about the winds, and our live reporter Thomas Schultz has as well. These right now gusting to 39 at Troutdale and to 40 at Portland, both sites right along the Columbia River. We've seen these reports go as high as 50. I think I heard Chris say higher than 50 on the Glen, 52 mile per hour east wind gust on the Glen Jackson Bridge, which that's both hands on the wheel, obviously. The wind fields should at least come off of their peak later this afternoon, and then overnight tonight, as the big low that's driving all this weakens and starts to shift inland, we really should see the east wind fields start to back down. But we still have hours of noticeable strong gusty east winds at this time. And by the way, those winds producing wind chill factors down to where it feels like it's about 10 degrees outside, really cold. All right, Kelso-Longview, good morning. Southeast wind gust 28 to you. Out in Burns, east winds gusting to 31. Here are the temperatures. I haven't showed you these lately, and we're all kind of sitting the same. Actually, Gresham, Happy Valley, a cold spot, 22 and 21, both very much influenced by east winds coming out of the gorge. 27 out in Hillsborough. Let me back up because I want to get you down to Salem. My apologies here. Salem, you're at 31. And again, the back edge of the snow is just south of you. Albany and Corvallis starting to dry out at this hour. Here's Futurecast. Futurecast still likes the snow beginning to weaken somewhere around the noon hour in Portland as the main band moves up to the north. It still likes that we get some breaks in the precipitation this afternoon, but ultimately we think there will be some mixed bags of showers. Could be sleet, could be freezing rain, could be a snowflake this afternoon and scattered precip. Here's the moisture picking up late afternoon into the evening. This is 639, and it's a salmon color that we're most concerned about because that's the weather model saying freezing rain, accumulation of a quarter of an inch or more potentially in parts of the Mid-Valley, including Marion, Lynn, and Polk counties. So if that's the case, you folks need to be best just to cancel any plans you have to be out and about this evening and realize you are in the epicenter of why the Weather Service put out an ice storm warning, and that's in effect until early tomorrow morning. Here's Portland, kind of on the edge between some icing but still some snow, and then everything goes back to snow from Salem northward. This does show warming overnight. Eugene would be rain. which is well south of the cold outflow coming out of the gorge, right? But the rest of us, Salem, Portland, up into southwest Washington, would see a final snow band in the morning. And then later in the morning, the storm basically ends and we start to see some warming during the day as we pull out of it. Again, here's what the modeling is showing for the best chance of significant freezing rain starting later this afternoon into the night. This shows there could be 0.4 of an inch of ice over power lines, on roadways, bringing down tree branches. That's again later today through the night. We're at 27. We're going to be steady in the 20s through the noon hour, and we'll see how much of a break we get in between more of a scattered precipitation pattern this afternoon or not. I have us 32 at 5 o'clock, but no reason to believe our situation for travel is going to improve any in the coming hours. That's your update for now.
All right, Rod, clearly already we have the elements in place outside for power outages, whether it's snow, ice, wind. Right now, PGE is reporting more than 2,000 customers are without power at this hour.
And we want to go to Thomas Schultz, where a lot of those power outages are. He's on Southwest Vermont and 62nd. There was a tree that fell over and power lines creating some of this. So walk us through what's going on there now, Thomas.
Yeah, Drew and China, we just found out from PGE around 850 of those customers are down here in this area. We spoke to some families around here who said that they first realized power was out around 3:45, 4 o'clock this morning when they heard a boom, this tree coming down. They say that power is supposed to come back on, according to PGE, at 11:15. Now, they're pessimistic about that, but all the while, these crews out here are continuing to work. You might hear them sawing on these trees and these fallen branches. Now, it looks like there's a couple right there through the snow, if you can see them working on those branches for the past 15, 20 minutes or so. They've been sawing through, as they are doing right now, to try to remove this branch, which seems to be the epicenter of the problem out here on Southwest 62nd in Vermont in the Maplewood area. But this has been an issue all morning long, guys. I mean, we've been out here a couple hours or so, and again, families told us this started around 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning when they realized they didn't have power anymore. And so some people are telling us their houses are beginning to get really cold, some 55 degrees or so. So there are some people just going on a walk to see exactly what's going on out here, what the issue is, and why they don't have electricity along with their neighbors. Now, we have heard some generators going and people telling us as well that some of their neighbors have booted those up. Still, a lot of people here are without power, and this is coming as the snow just continues to drape across the ground, covering roadways, making it a really precarious situation. We spoke to some people who were trying to drive around a couple of hours ago. Their advice, as it has been for ours all morning long, don't do it. Stay if you can. Don't drive in the snow. Right now, guys, it's probably about 2 inches here in Southwest Portland and continuing to come down. Of course, we're going to monitor this situation and the power outages all throughout the morning. Guys?
All right, Thomas Schultz live there in Southwest Portland over by 62nd in Vermont. We're talking about that downed tree that's causing power outages, more than 850 just in that part of town. Another situation we're keeping an eye on, the roads in Clackamas County. So Chris McGinnis is going to rejoin us here. Chris, you mentioned a moment ago several accidents at this point.
Four, yeah. Here's one of them. This is whoa, watch that guy kind of spinning a little bit there. That's I think that's the Lawnfield Road overpass, the top I-205. So we're looking southbound here. I'm not sure if we've got a semi that's stuck or spinning, but we've got a couple of cars here over the left side, and I'm not sure if that car has overturned or not. It looks like I really can't tell, to be honest, but in any event, we've got the left and right lanes of I-205 southbound near the just south of Sunnyside blocked with a crash and crash response here. I'm going to switch gears again in Clackamas County. Door number 2 showing us a crash on Highway 224 eastbound. This is near the 212 interchange, and you can see basically eastbound lanes are blocked, so they're having to try to funnel to get through that. I'm not sure which one of these vehicles is the crash vehicle, so to speak, but you can see it's obviously a slow go there and slippery on that side of town. Door number 3, excuse me, let's take you back to door number 4. This is a different crash scene. This is the exit ramp to West Lynn, I-205 north to Highway 43. ODOT incident responders there as well. This looks like it's in a construction zone. I'm not sure how big of a tie-up this is, but obviously you can see the road there is snow covered. And do I have the other situation? I don't. I wanted to show you that jackknife semi at the Gladstone exit. So just a heads up, again, in Clackamas County, I-205 northbound, the exit and the entrance ramp from 82nd Drive is currently blocked. It looks like a semi. I'm not going to say it's jackknife, but it's not exactly in a very good spot. And that on and off ramp is closed. So that's what the road situation is like in Clackamas County. I want to get back to the roads and TriMet getting around on the roads. And for that, we bring in TriMet spokesperson Tia York. Good morning, Tia. It sounds like delays are maybe starting to increase across the system.
Yes, Chris, we do want to let our riders know about some of the adjustments that we're making to service because the snow continues to fall. Several bus lines have been suspended for safety. Those lines, such as line 63, serve high elevation routes. So those are the first ones that we've chosen to suspend because the conditions are just too treacherous to get those buses through safely. We are beginning also to attach heavy chains to more buses that are serving lower elevations as the snow continues to fall. And so we want to remind riders as we apply those chains to buses that those buses can travel no faster than 25 miles per hour once they're chained up. So we do appreciate their patience, but it's going to be a little bit more of a slow go than they're typically used to. We are also experiencing some delays on the MAX system. Right now, the MAX Orange line is delayed, as well as the MAX Red line delayed due to a mechanical issue. Now, that delay was caused by a windshield wiper that malfunctioned on one of the trains. And I share that because as the snow continues to fall and visibility goes down, those windshield wipers are incredibly important. And so we'll swap that train out and get one that's functioning for people. But it did cause a slight delay while we addressed that issue. Earlier, we had MAX and Orange Line service disrupted due to a tree down on some overhead wires in North Portland. That has been resolved. The repairs have been made, and trains are running in that area again as expected.
Tia, thanks so much. You guys obviously have a very busy morning. Where else? Obviously, a lot of folks relying on TriMet to get around in this nasty weather. Where else can folks go to get the most up-to-date information on TriMet?
Always go to trimet.org/alerts before you head out. And when you do head out, please bundle up, be patient, and use extreme caution going from stops and stations. It's going to be slippery out there, and we want everyone to stay safe.
Tia York, TriMet spokesperson, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Guys, we're going to pitch it on back to you. Lots more to talk about.
All right, Chris, before we go back to our crews in the field, including Ashley Graham's there, I just want to remind our viewers that we're going to go off the air at 11 o'clock, but we will go on with our reporting on KGW+. So if you haven't done so already, you can download our TV app and continue to watch us on KGW+, again, starting here in just a few minutes at 11 o'clock. Then we'll be back on the air here on KGW on TV for our news at noon.
All right, back to Ashley, who is in West Salem. Ashley, I see a doggo behind you in the snow. That's the only thing I can see right now.
Two very curious dogs wondering what we're doing out here. What we're doing is bringing you live coverage of these conditions here in West Salem. We wanted to see how these neighborhoods were faring. So we'll start here on Orchard Heights, and you can see it looks like a plow has been through here at least fairly recently. Cars moving along seemingly without a problem. You can see some of that sand there on the road as well, but a stark difference here as you turn into a neighborhood. I want to show you how deep this snow is. I can't even get quite down into the roadway here, but it's at least ankle deep, and a different type of snow here. You're looking at powdery, you're looking at hills ahead of you as well. So for those of you who might be trying to get out of your neighborhood, out of your house this morning, it might be difficult until you can get down to a road that has been sanded and has been plowed. So depending on how far out you live from one of those roads, please keep that in mind as you head out today. We did hear from Salem Public Works that they have plows running, they have sanders running, they're de-icing, they're doing everything they can on these kind of main roads before moving out a little bit further to these residential roads. But as you can see, the snow continuing to fall this morning, so I imagine those plows are going to continue to run. We know those crews are on 12-hour shifts working around the clock this morning. So for those of you who are heading out, please be careful. And these dogs, well, they're definitely enjoying it. Hopefully some of those kids who are on snow days are as well. Drew, China?
Ashley Graham's in West Salem now. She's been doing a great job for us for more than 6 hours covering the scene down there in Salem. Just a reminder again, since we're getting close to the 11 o'clock hour, we are going to break away from our TV coverage, but you can continue to watch us on KGW Plus. With that in mind, we do have even more live crews to get to right now.
Yeah, we're going to go down to Oregon City now. Celine Stevens is out there. Celine, about 30 minutes away from the station is where you're at. So can you walk us through kind of what the drive was to where you are?
Yeah, the snow obviously still coming down. There's still a decent amount of people on the streets, though. You're going to see behind me. There's people that have been making their way down the roads coming up this way. We're standing right here off of South 2nd Street, and there have been around every 5 minutes cars trying to make their way up this hill, and they're either sliding down or you hear the engine really working overtime to try and make it and get enough traction to get up the hill. There's been a big issue with that. There is a road closed sign, but people are still testing their luck going along some of these streets here, and it's not really working out for a lot of people. I just spoke with one man who's in his it's in a work van, and he was trying to get up the hill for about 10 minutes, just stalled there. Other cars sliding around him as well. Now he's pulled off on the side of the road trying to figure out which route he's going to go. As well as in places like Westland, pretty near here, there's a lot of roads that are becoming closed. And Westland looks like it's Hidden Springs, Summit, and Pimlico, according to their public works director. Other roads are open in areas like that, but they are sanding in Westland. They're sanding here. The plows have not started. They say they're waiting for more snow depth before that gets kicked off, but sanding on the big hills is the priority. Singer Hill is one, and here goes another person trying to make their way up the hill. A lot of cars have been okay, but they're sliding a little bit. If we go ahead and pan over there, they were sliding a little bit before they made that left-hand turn. But again, there's that road closed sign right there. So just make sure you're obeying all traffic laws, all signs right now. Again, earlier, around an hour ago, I spoke with Clackamas County Sheriff, and they told me, you know, people, they're seeing a lot of crashes. They're seeing people on the side of the road trying to chain up, and that is very dangerous. You want to be chaining up at home before you leave if you must leave. So again, a pretty slick situation out here. Roads are slick, but we're going to be out here monitoring for it, all of it for you guys for the next couple hours. Back to you guys at the desk.
Actually making me nervous a little bit. So
Yeah.
seeing you there at the bottom of that hill as those cars are making their way down there. So that's the scene in Oregon City. Rod, we've been all over the area in the last hour with our live reports, Clackamas County, down in Marion County, here in the city itself. And you continue to track what's going to happen here as we move into the afternoon.
So right now we're focusing on, does the snow in Portland, it's now 5 before 11, does the snow start to at least taper off somewhat around the noon hour? And then going into the afternoon, do we get into at least some windows of fairly dry weather with it becoming more of a scattered shower pattern? That could be a mix of anything. Could be sleet, could be freezing rain, could be snow. A reminder, if you are just getting caught up on the situation now that it's snowing, winter storm warnings up for Portland, and then from about Wilsonville southward, it's an ice storm warning. Both of these warnings are up into the morning hours of tomorrow. So the snow band that has been widespread, moving south and north across the area this morning, is simply the first stage of this winter event, if you will. Now, I want you to notice Eugene is dried out. They started with this band of snow that's now over Portland. They started with it at 5 a.m. this morning. There is a break to our south. Salem, let me zoom in a little bit. You're just about ready to see things really quiet down. Again, not sure if this clears the Columbia River, the snow band moving north by the noon hour or not, but you can see how widespread it is. Yeah, here's our Salem sky camera. This is absolutely decreasing flurry activity. We have reports of 2 inches of snow on the ground in our capital city. It's 31 degrees. So far, the coast, the vantage points I've seen, including our Lincoln City camera, is snow-free along the beach. There's Tillamook Head. This is from Gerhardt by the Sea looking down to the south, and there's no snow anywhere. We have had mixed precipitation and 30 degrees in Tillamook. We know downtown Portland is a mess in terms of snow-covered roadways. 28 degrees is our current temperature. It's actually up 1. So we'll see if this is right. This shows snow moving noon, 1 o'clock up out of our area, and then for the remainder of the afternoon, more of a scattered pattern. Again, that could be a bit of a mix of anything. And then late afternoon into the evening, see that salmon color? That's the main window in the mid-valley of potential sticking or freezing rain causing ice accumulations. Modeling shows that bullseye, maybe 1/4 of an inch or more down in the mid-valley. So for the remainder of the day, we're going to be around freezing. Snow will be tapering off into early afternoon. We're going to switch our live coverage over to KGW Plus on our streaming channels. We'll see you over there. Be prepared with KGW's weather impact forecast, live or on your schedule. We'll show you what's coming, when it's going to get here, so you are prepared. Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
When news breaks, watch KGW Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on KGW Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Start your day with KGW at sunrise.
Streaming live from 4:30 to 7 and on your schedule all morning long.
Breaking news from overnight and Rod Hill's accurate forecast.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with KGW and KGW Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on KGW Plus.
Watch KGW News at 6 live or on your schedule.
The top local headlines that impact you. Exclusive investigation.
And my weather impact forecast.
Local news on your schedule.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Watch exclusive KGW investigations on your schedule, like our story about swindlers showing up at Oregon homes to collect cash and gold.
This is life-changing money for some folks.
Download KGW Plus on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
Oh my, a long time. I've been forecasting in Oregon for like, I don't know, 35 years. Older than you're competing against apps and AI. They're actually pretty easy to beat. But if you really want to know what's going on, there's more to it than that. And there's so much more that's more interesting than that. I want to be able to help people live their lives and make decisions that not only help them make good decisions in their lives, but keep them safe.
Thank you for joining us for our extended coverage of KGW News on KGW Plus. We're going to welcome you here as we continue to learn more about this winter storm that is coming through our area. I'm China Green.
And I'm Drew Carney. Some of the big headlines start on I-84 this hour. Chris McGinnis is standing by with the latest on a closure on I-84 West. Chris, what's the details?
This is in the gorge. Yeah, I have very few details on this right now, but ODOT just now reporting in the last 5 minutes that that Interstate 84 westbound is closed about 3 miles west of Multnomah Falls due to a crash. Again, we don't have many details on this, but obviously an area that is getting blasted with wind and snow at this point. And if you don't have to be on the roads out there, obviously a good idea to not be on the roads. Let's get you back to some of the other cameras. I want to stay focused on Clackamas County. I've got 4 active crashes to show you. This one actually looks like it just cleared. It's the I-205 exit ramp to West Lynn, but obviously you can see that the ramp there itself is still quite slick and snow covered. Door number 2 now takes us out into Clackamas County a little farther. An earlier crash on Highway 212 eastbound near the 224 junction, and traffic is still having to really slow to navigate around that. So that's one of our other trouble spots. And last but not least here is a crash on I-205 southbound. This is near Lawnfield Road, so it's just south of Sunnyside. This is the Lawnfield Road overpass. And I'm not sure exactly which vehicles are involved with this crash, but obviously there's a semi there and a couple of other cars, and I'm not sure if that's a spin out or perhaps even a car that has flipped over. It's a little too far away to tell, but in any event, only one lane of southbound I-205 is getting around that crash scene at this moment. So a rough go of it, obviously across the area. The freeway cameras show that the snow has been coming down. One other thing I want to point out, and I know Rod's going to talk about this in a second, about the break in the action coming up from the south. We go down into the Albany area near Highway 34. This traffic camera, and I've been showing you this all morning, has been glazed over. So an indication of at least some ice coverage in portions of Lynn County. And that's going to become an increasing concern, I think, for a lot of us moving forward. We'll keep you posted on the road conditions in the next little while. Back to you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, we're going to go down to Oregon State Police. We have you live right now. Captain Kyle Kennedy, what conditions are you seeing out there on the roads? It looks like you're on the side of a highway in Salem.
Yeah, so I'm right here at the Kubler exit on the southbound side. As you can see behind me, there's some commercial motor vehicles that are stopped and, trying to get chained up as they're heading up these hills. So we're just asking folks to watch the roadway conditions, check you're prepared for these elements and able to drive in them, and your vehicle can. It's pretty slick, so as people stop in even little traffic jams, they're having a hard time getting going again, which is causing some of these backups.
Hey, Captain, can we ask you, Captain Kennedy, When did problems really start to happen? Because we saw snow starting to fall in Salem right around 5 o'clock this morning. So it's been happening there for hours now. I'm just curious, when did the problems really start to develop in that part of our area?
Yeah, I mean, pretty quickly. Once it starts to get slick on the roadways, we start to see some slide-offs, slow speed vehicle crashes that don't result in injury, but they do back up traffic and they do have potential to cause additional crashes. So we're looking for that. As these conditions continue throughout the day and are expected in various parts of the Willamette Valley into the evening, there's potential for some of this to thaw a little bit and refreeze tonight. So motorists really need to be careful in the next 24 to 36 hours in this event as they hit the roadway. And just be prepared for slick conditions.
All right, Captain Kennedy, before we let you go, people may just be tuning in now. Can you just give us an update and remind our viewers where exactly you are in Salem?
Yeah, so right here at the Cooper exit on the southbound side, right there about milepost 253 in southbound out of Salem. That's this.
Your signal's just now starting to break up on us, so we're going to let Captain Kennedy go. But that live update from Oregon State Police in Marion County, that's a situation, that's an area that we've been covering since 5 o'clock this morning. That's where the snow in our area anyway really started to fall before we saw it move into the Portland area.
Yeah, we also have a crew in Salem getting up-to-date information out there. Where are you at right now, Ashley?
Yeah, we're in West Salem right now, not far from the river. We're actually going to take a walk here. I'm going to ask photojournalist Eric Patterson to walk with me as we take a look down at this intersection here. This is Glen Creek Road, excuse me. You can see plenty of cars out here right now. So we were just on a residential street where we saw lots of snow. We didn't see very many people out. Now we've kind of transitioned down to this busier location. You can also see some folks crossing the road right now. Looks like maybe some kids. We know Salem Kaiser students are out of school today because of this forecast. And because of these road conditions. We know those district offices are closed. Lots of City of Salem buildings closed as well. But you can see it seems like a plow has come through here fairly recently because it's fairly clear here on this roadway. So a reminder to folks, if you do go out possibly walking, like a lot of these folks that we're seeing through this intersection here might be a little bit safer than those of us who are driving, because those side streets, as we had seen, and it looks like a plow is coming through right now, and you can see that mechanism there on the back. That's usually where they keep those sanding rocks as well. They have their chains on, they're ready to go. So we did catch up with Public Works not too long ago this morning. They told us all those plows were running. They have their de-icer ready as well as their sanders. So they're doing everything they can to keep these main roads clear, because they know that people do have to go out and people do have to go to work. Though if you can stay home, of course, make that decision for your safety and for your family. Drew, China.
All right, Ashley Graham's live for us there in Marion County in Salem, where she's been all morning long. We also have a crew in Clackamas County in Oregon City. That's where Celine Stevens is standing by. So, Celine, you've been reporting for us right there in Oregon City at the bottom of that hill, where we've seen some cars and trucks even have a little difficulty going up and down behind you. What's the latest from Oregon City?
Definitely. I'm right outside of that Museum of the Oregon Territory. That's right where we're standing right now. There is this hill. You'll see it still says road closed, and not much has changed in the last hour. Still, there's a decent amount of people on the streets, more than you'd expect with the weather the way it is right now. It's been consistently coming down. We've been seeing these cars struggling to go up this hill, some of them really starting to move fishtail back and forth. That van that we had seen stalled, that work van, that person is still on the side of the road, just sort of stuck at this point. Lots of cars making their way up, and you're going to see that right now. Kind of being going a different route due to that road closure sign. It's worth noting that city facilities and offices closing today at noon. There is no trash pickup in Oregon City just because of the amount of snowfall that we're seeing. Last time we checked in with Public Works, they said with the city, I should say, they said that there were no plows going out yet. That depends on how deep the snow ends up getting. Again, it's been consistently coming down, so it's be pretty easy to assume eventually we will get to that point. They've really been focusing on sanding the hills. Singer Hill is a hill you definitely want to avoid. It's one of the really big steep hills, and that was one of the first ones they told me that they began sanding earlier this morning. Again, cars just really going back and forth up this hill in this whole area. Decent amount of people out here. If you can stay home, obviously that's the best bet right now, just because it is dangerous. I mean, again, there were cars that were going up here earlier and other cars weren't struggling, but then those cars started to slide down. So that's also a risk. It may not even be your vehicle that's having the issue, but someone can slide right into you, and then there you go. So again, lots of people out here making their way down. We saw a bus come on down, but not much has changed. There's some people outside, looks like enjoying the snow. If we pan over there, you're you're going to see, looks like some kids out there throwing snowballs. So some people are having fun, but again, it's really just best to stay inside because see that van's getting pretty close to them. That's the van that was having issues getting up the hill, by the way. So just look out for that. If you are coming outside, it's not best to spend a whole lot of time. And if we go right there to the hill, right over here, then we're going to see that truck. Looks like they're sliding. There they go. They're sliding right back down. And so that's what we've been seeing. Oh, okay. Looks like they're going to hit the pole. There they go. Yep. So we've been seeing that a lot. They look like they're having some issues there. Even the small hills, everybody, is really going to be affecting you depending on your vehicle, what kind of situation you're in. And now there's these other cars that are starting to get backed up. Let's go ahead and take a look to the right this way. It's best for them to avoid going up behind a vehicle like that. Looks like traffic is starting to come up. Some cars having an easier time than others. Again, that small pickup looks like they're stuck there on the side of the road. So this is why it's best just to stay inside if we can. Looks like, again, here comes more cars making their way up slowly. Another good tip is Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, they told me, again, if you are going outside, you have to brave this. Chain up at home. Do not come outside and then decide you need to chain up on the side of the road. That's dangerous. There's another car sliding back down. Looks like we're going to have an issue here. That Prius is sliding down right to that SUV. Oh, geez. Okay, there we go. So this is the issues that we're having. This is why it's best to stay inside because it's a very dangerous situation out here. People are trying to reverse, but now there's more cars headed this way. That Prius looks like they're stuck. We have that green pickup that's stuck on the side of the road, and now this Kia is trying to reverse as well. Not a great situation out here. It looks like they're just they're pretty People are getting stuck out here, and it's going to be a frustrating situation as well for some that are getting backed up in this area. Again, we're right here outside that Museum of Oregon Territory. It's right off of South 2nd Street, and looks like that is True Water Drive. It's a dead end going one way. This hill is the other exit out, but the road is closed further up, and people are even struggling just to get up out on top of this hill right here. So again, not a great situation. Again, we're in Oregon City. The snow has been coming down consistently, and it feels like it's only getting worse as time passes on. Again, cars slipping and sliding. Looks like this person has gotten out of their truck and they're trying to figure out what to do next. Luckily, they didn't hit that pole right there, that 99 East incident route pole. They're getting back in. Again, some cars have been having a decent time, been able to get up without an issue, but with other ones, it has been a struggle for some. Not many people out here walking around. Again, we saw some kids throwing snowballs right before this truck started to slide, but for the most part, everyone's been staying inside. It looks like we're having a lot more traffic in this area as time has continued to pass as we start to approach noon. But again, schools are closed. The city facilities are closing around noon as well. No trash pickup today, so there's really not much to come out to unless, of course, you are working, because it's just not a safe situation. This car has their hazards on now, and they're also struggling, it looks like, to make it up that last bit of the hill by that stop sign. Looks like that car's starting to slide out as well.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we have a lot of cars. More traffic starting to back up, but that's kind of what we're looking at right now, everybody. You're going to see these cars continuing to... Actually, I'm going to go ahead and step out the way because these cars, a lot of them are starting to come down the hill as we're waiting here. So that's where we're at right now. Of course, we'll be keeping you guys updated as time goes on. China Drew?
Celine, you have quickly developed into our shot of the morning because so much is happening on that small hill. And I'm somewhat familiar with Oregon City. I don't know exactly what the intersection is there that we're looking at, but my goodness, if people from city managers in Oregon City are watching our coverage right now here on KGW Plus, I got to believe that they're going to close down that hillside there, because we've seen how many accidents just or near accidents.
Near accidents, several. And a 4Runner. You would think that the 4Runner is one of those cars that's going to make it up that hill. That hill doesn't even look that steep from where we can see. Obviously, Celine has a better vantage point where she's at, but we're seeing trucks slide down, and then they tried to reverse and get out of there, and they're slipping. Several near accidents we've seen.
Well, again, that's a big truck right there trying to make its way up, and it looks like if you don't keep momentum going, if you're actually obeying the law and stopping at that stop sign, that's where a lot of people are running into trouble. As we keep an eye on our monitors right here in front of us at the desk. Again, this is in Oregon City this morning where we know schools are closed. I'm concerned about the guy in the truck because he's in a spot where someone could easily slide into him.
Sure.
We're keeping your shot up here, Celine, just to see what unfolds here at this intersection in Oregon City. Clearly, you and your photographer had to get to Oregon City earlier this morning. If you have a moment, if you feel safe doing so, I am just curious about your drive from Portland, where the station is here in downtown, to Oregon City and how that was.
And I do.
So the drive was not that bad. Things were starting to, can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Things are starting to pick up as we made our way to Oregon City. We're keeping a shot just on this car situation. But yeah, definitely it wasn't as bad as when we arrived here. But again, we're off of South 2nd Avenue and Turnwater, so pretty dangerous situation.
Celine, thank you there. It looks like this truck is coming back as well.
Some of the same problems we saw earlier. It doesn't seem to matter how big your car is or how small. If your tires aren't ready for this, this is now a huge situation in Oregon City.
All right, we do have Jared Lyman with the City of Oregon City on the phone. So this is happening in your neck of the woods. I don't know if you were able to see what we were seeing, but there was several near accidents happening within a matter of 5 minutes. So what are you seeing out there, and what's your advice to drivers who live in that area?
Our crews are seeing pretty much the same thing. The conditions are definitely slippery out on the roads out there. I just got word that we did close Lynn Avenue at Park Drive because a TriMet bus has slid off the road there. So that area, that intersection will be closed until that situation can be rectified. But honestly, we're advising all motorists, if you can stay home, please do so. The roads are slick. Doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you drive. It's a little treacherous out there in some areas. Our crews are doing the best they can to keep things clear, apply sand, and when there's enough snow, they plow. But, it's coming down pretty quickly, and it's kind of hard to keep up with it.
I know there are certain spots right next to you guys in West Lynn. There are certain roads that on a day like this, automatically they're shut down. There's no chance of even going up or down them. Are there roads like that in Oregon City that on a day like this, it's an automatic shutdown and people don't even have the opportunity to try to access those roads?
There are definitely some roads that are the first ones to get closed. A lot of the residents are familiar with them. Singer Hill, for instance, is one that is pretty steep, goes across the railroad tracks. That's the first one we generally advise people to stay away from if there's any sort of inclement weather like this.
And we've been talking about near accidents and accidents. They seem pretty small, but have you seen any accidents that had somebody get injured?
I have not seen any reports about
good.
that. So far, so good. Hopefully that remains to be the case.
This didn't sneak up on us. Obviously, it's been in the forecast all week long, and we called for the snow moving in right about the time it did, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the West Lynn, Oregon City area, and yet still we're seeing problems. And China and I have honestly been stuck inside the studio here since 4 o'clock this morning. But what do you think the real issue is here? Because it seems to be more than just a snow problem at this point.
Well, I mean, honestly, you said it. Your meteorologist team definitely got the forecast right. I know it's not easy to forecast in this area because of all the conditions that can change so rapidly. Not everybody has that ability to stay home, unfortunately. So hopefully, if you are somebody who has that ability, you can stay home. Hopefully, if you are somebody who has employees and you have that ability to let them stay home or send them home when it's safe, please do so.
Can you talk real quick again about that TriMet bus that slid off the road? Was it in service? Was there people on board? Was another bus sent to the area to transport people?
And where is it exactly, too?
Yeah.
I don't have any information like that. All I know is that it did slide off the road, forcing the closure.
Okay.
All right. We do appreciate your time this morning. Clearly a lot happening there in Oregon City, so we'll continue to monitor the situation there in Clackamas County. We also have Rod Hill standing by with the bigger picture this morning from the Weather Center. So, Rod, what are you taking a look at there behind you?
Well, right now I'm focusing on when is the snow going to taper off. We're absolutely seeing the snow down to just light, probably non-accumulating flurries in Salem. This is the band, and I believe we did say this on Sunrise yesterday, that this initial wave would not be scattered. It would be a band that would have the potential to drop widespread white or snow from Salem, Albany, all the way up, and that's exactly what's happened. There is a break, and there's reason to believe that we will have some noticeable dry weather eventually getting into the afternoon. Now, this band does go from the Blues and the Gorge. All of the Gorge cameras I've seen now have noticeable new snow on the ground. The Dalles is actually reporting heavy snow right now. And there's Salem. You're right on the edge. I mentioned the camera's been showing some flurries, but your accumulating snow is over. Last report I saw was a good 2 inches of snow on the ground in Salem. And that's probably what we're going to end up with here in Portland. It is a mixed bag in Tillamook. They've been 30 degrees and reporting mixed precipitation. Astoria been reporting snow. The observation site in Longview, if it's working, doesn't say snow, although the radar has been showing that. It's hard for me to believe you folks up in Cowlitz County aren't seeing something. Here is that Oregon Veterans Home camera in the Dalles. Look how socked in it is. You should be able to see the Columbia River in this vantage point from the hill, and you can't. They're at 20 degrees, and again, the observation is heavy snow. Portland, well, Salem, the flurries have picked up a little bit, but you definitely are on the very back end of the snow band that started for you folks right about the 6 o'clock hour this morning. You're at 32 degrees. And here is the Reserve Vineyards and Golf Club out in Aloha. This had snow coverage that really started about 9 this morning when we lost the green of the grass. That's continuing to be completely snow covered in 27 with an east wind. This looks better than it has from our Rose City camera looking at downtown highways. And you can see the traffic is slow but moving. You can very definitely see that I guess that would be ODOT on these highways has been out there getting things taken care of a little bit better than what it looked last time I checked in. 28 degrees. Here's downtown Portland, absolutely snow in downtown. We still have those east winds gusting to about 40 now out along the Columbia River. Earlier this morning they were gusting to about 50. Chris, I know, reported a 52 mile per hour wind gust on the Glen Jackson Bridge. It looks like those winds have at least backed off some, but they're still blowing at 40. You go over those bridges, boy, you need both hands on the wheel. Here's the temperature map. Cold out east, 18 Bend. Central and eastern areas expecting several inches of snow today, and really expecting in that same category of 2 to 3 or no more than 4 in the gorge as well, and then 6 inches or better up over the Cascade Passes. Coast Range camera is showing some snow on the roadways as you would expect between the coast and the I-5 corridor. There is 30 up in Kelso now. Your temperature is falling, which tells me you are absolutely starting to get some precipitation up that way. Here's 1:30. So the target was noon to get the back end of the snow band north of the Columbia River. It has slowed. Maybe the new target is as late as 1 o'clock, but at some point, I think we will get into a break where we have some dry time this afternoon. Hopefully that allows traveling to get a little bit better before we get into the darkness of the night and temperatures probably come back down a little bit. Here's 4:22. 4 o'clock is the hour to me that we really start to kick into high gear the threat of seeing freezing rain pockets around the area. And of course, that's the absolute worst. That's the rain that comes down, hits the surface, and then boom, it's a sheet of ice, right? So it's a salmon color on this model. Here we are at 6:30 this evening, and then it just kind of stays there all the way to about the midnight hour. Portland's right on the edge of snow, ice, snow. Remember, the ice storm warning is from about Wilsonville southward, where the heightened chances of freezing rain will be starting later this afternoon into tonight. Here's the last final wave of snow at 5:21 in the morning, clearing Portland by mid-morning. Here's 9:40, and that's it. Storm's over. Some scattered showers of temperatures warming up well above freezing Friday afternoon. So here's that bullseye of what models are still showing could be the best threat late afternoon this evening, overnight, of significant freezing rain, ice accumulation. So if you live in Marion County, there's a real possibility you could lose power tonight. That's what happens when you get more than 1/4 of an inch of ice. So just be prepared for that, and be prepared for the fact that you need to be home before dark at the latest in case that freezing rain really does start to pop in your area. We're 28 in Portland right now. It's still snowing. We're probably going to end up with at least a fat 2 inches of snow from this initial snow band. This is phase 1 of this storm. 29 at noon, snow starting to wrap up or taper off a little bit into the 1 o'clock hour, and then it's a mixed bag of scattered showers and about 32 degrees after that. The KGW weather impact alert, of course, is up into tomorrow morning. It's before noon tomorrow that the storm ends, and we start to warm up in the afternoon, and then it's a mix of rain Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday into that. That is your update for now. It's a mess out there, and clearly, if you can cancel today's plans and stay home, you're best to do so. That's my forecast.
It is proof, Rod, that even with all the preparations, even with the planning, even with the forecast, nailing things right on the head, it still is a mess when the snow falls in the middle of the day like this and so many cars still out there trying to get by. So this is a look at Highway 26 up there at Sylvan Hill, where typically on a day like this, we see plenty of snow, right? Well, this spot no different than many others in the area. Chris McGinnis continuing to keep an eye on local roadways. Chris, where do you want to start?
Yeah, that's one of the trouble spots notoriously when Portland gets snow and ice is Highway 26, especially near the tunnel, and Breeze Hill, I-5 between 99W and Capitol Highway. So far, ODOT de-icing strategy seems to have worked, so that's great news. I do want to point out that Washington County has now kicked in their chain requirements on their snow zones, and to get a little bit more on that, we've got Chris from Washington County Transportation to talk a little bit more about that. Chris, thanks for joining us this morning.
Yeah, you're quite welcome.
So what's going on now that we've crossed some threshold, making it necessary the drivers using certain roads need to either chain up or have traction tires? What's the situation out there that you see?
Yeah, we're just seeing accumulating snow on the roads, especially at higher elevations. These snow zones are typically located in areas that have steep grades and where we see people slipping and sliding on the roads. So in those areas on 175th Avenue, Barnes Road, Cornell, and Grabhorn, you're going to encounter some signs that have some flashing lights and let you know that there's a chain requirement. That means you can put chains, studded tires, tire socks, or tires with the mountain snowflake icon that's on the tire wall. Those will fulfill that traction device requirement. And if you don't have a traction device, you could receive a citation for driving in those snow zones.
Adding insult to injury if you're one of those that gets stuck out there, right? What is the prognosis with across the county with your crews out there salting and de-icing? Are you guys using salt on some of those known trouble spots?
So we did apply anti-icer in preparation for this winter storm, and we used those in locations where we, on busy roads and busy corridors. So anti-icer was applied in advance. And now we have our plows out 24/7. Our crews are ready to go around the clock. And our sanders are also prepared to address ice as snow may turn to more freezing rain in the near future.
All right, Chris from Washington County, thank you. Obviously a busy day for you, a busy night ahead. So thanks for taking some time to help kind of enlighten our viewers as to what to expect. Thank you. We'll let you go. Let's bring you back to the roads in Portland. This is one of those other notorious trouble spots. This is Burnside, right near the zoo, or not near the zoo, I should say, but near the Wildwood Trail crossing. I'll step out of the way. And that is an area that typically becomes very, very snow covered and can be quite slick. It looks like traffic is actually navigating around that just well, but we did hear from Kyle Aboshi a little bit earlier that there is a chain up area near Vista or 23rd Avenue, excuse me, allowing folks to chain up and do what they have to do to get up and over this. At this point, PBOT, though, not activating this as a snow zone that we could see just yet, but stay tuned on that. Okay, I-5 through North Portland. There was something hanging up the drive near the Fremont Bridge a little while ago. It looks like that has cleared, but I'll step out of the way. You can see the drive. That is northbound commute, by the way, on the left-hand side of your screen, and that is obviously slow going heading up to the Interstate Bridge. Door number 3 will take us over to the Glenn Jackson Bridge. That's actually in remarkably good shape. Obviously, some de-icer treatment or maybe even some salt put down on this stretch of roadway. We had a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust here earlier this morning. Imagine that, whipping the snow, and drivers going over those north-south roads having to keep a firm grip on the wheel, right? So remarkably, I-205 actually looks like it's in good shape, but I would say that is the exception rather than the rule. One more crash I want to show you about, guys. This has been here for a while. I'll step out of the way. This is on eastbound Highway 224 near the 212 junction. There's a couple of semis involved there. I'm not sure of the extent of any injuries or if there are any, but that has been there for a good while. And you can see that it is slow going getting around that as well. So it's just kind of a mess on the roads pretty much area wide. Our traffic map that was green earlier this morning is now full of red and yellow. Let's take you back down to one of the areas that was snow covered very early this morning, and it still is. This is Highway 22 near Eola, so that's over in Polk County. Still snow covered down there, although it looks like the snow has lightened up across that section. We will keep our eyes on the roads, and I hope you guys keep your eyes on us as we continue the coverage of this winter storm. Back to you.
And thank you, Chris. Speaking of roads, we want to go to West Burnside, where Kyle Aboshi is right now. I think one thing that we haven't asked our reporters is, are you seeing chains on tires out there?
Occasionally, once in a while. I have seen mostly the delivery trucks, Postal Service, UPS, FedEx, maybe an Amazon truck. They've got some additional accessories, whether it be chains or other items to help with traction. And kudos to those folks. We've seen them tromping through the snow to make deliveries. A lot of folks can just sit back, work from home, do whatever they need to do in these kind of conditions. But the commercial drivers, the delivery folks, they're out and about and they're making those deliveries. So hats off to them, and they're doing it safely. We really haven't seen any problems here on West Burnside. As you know, normally a really challenging situation, but so far so good. We haven't really seen any spin outs or any real issues. Behind me is West Burnside. That's heading up the hill, and you can see how PBOT has isolated one lane there so folks can get through, but also a chain up area. Nobody's been using that chain up area though. It really hasn't been necessary from what we've been able to tell. There's some clear pavement. Folks have been getting up and down the hill, obviously slow going, and clearly not as much traffic as you would normally see. This would be packed on a normal day. I mean, this time of day, they'd be backed up just because of a red light. Several blocks oftentimes, not unusual. A lot of congestion in this area just because there is high traffic. Today, not so much. People are staying home, and I think that really is one of the benefits to when the timing of all this occurred, in that, the worst case scenario is when people are at work in the downtown area or elsewhere in their offices, then the storm hits and they're stuck, or they're scrambling to get home. They don't have the tires they need. They don't have the plans. Somebody gums it up because they start spinning out. Real issues. Here, it happened much earlier. It was during the morning commute or just after the morning commute. Folks had enough time to think about it or say, I'm just going to stay home today. And it was a wise decision. So from that perspective, it really is beneficial in that we haven't had widespread incidents as far as I've seen today. And I've been monitoring kind of the downtown area as far as accidents, incidents, police response. We really haven't seen that, which we've seen in the past when there have been problems in the afternoon. That's good news. Obviously, there are situations like we're seeing out in Clackamas County in that hill where there's problems, but generally speaking, even along West Burnside here, where normally we would see cars backed up or spinning out, we're not seeing that. They're getting around. Even that vehicle right there, no chains, doesn't appear to have any studded snow tires. They're doing okay. That's not to encourage people to be out and about by any means. Stay home, that's the best suggestion. But for those who are or have to be out, they're doing okay.
Kyle, you are a veteran of many a Portland snowfall. I can see right there on the screen as we keep your live shot going here for a minute, 28 degrees. So we haven't really talked much about the cold. Just how cold is it out there? Because you've been standing out there riffing on the cold conditions and the wintry conditions. But just how cold does it feel out there this morning?
It's cold, but to your point, a couple of veteran moves. One, I've got this heated vest on underneath my jacket. Ooh. It's warm. It's nice. As long as the battery power lasts, I'm surviving there. Definitely the heavy socks. That's one lesson. You don't want to get wet feet because that's brutal. The gloves helps. And then if you're smart about it, you can return to your vehicle every once in a while, hit the heater on full blast and warm up as quickly as you can and then jump back out here. It's fun though. People, they give me a hard time standing out here in the snow, but it's a good time. It doesn't snow that often, so you gotta,
Not as much action, bottom line, where you're at, Kyle. That's the case that we've seen at least the last couple of hours.
Yes. Well, and I do think, one, it's just the accumulation is not as great as we've seen in the past. I mean, we've seen that packed snow, and that's where things really, because road crews in that kind of situation can't keep up. Here, we've seen PBOT come through with their plows. Obviously, they had some de-icing that went down overnight. So this is a storm that people were prepared for. And then generally, like the community at large, people knew this was coming. And again, the timing of it all. Coming in the morning hours when a lot of people were either headed to work or maybe even at work and said, I'm getting out of here. That worked out really well. And again, worst case scenario that we've seen in the past is when people are at school or in their office, it dumps snow, there's accumulation, roads are slick, and then trying to get everybody home at the same time, and that's just the madness. And I've heard everybody use the word mess today, and I think, mess maybe in some places, but generally speaking, for the time being, and I don't want to jinx this, and there's a possibility of freezing rain later, but things are okay in the downtown metro area for the time being. We have isolated incidents here and there, but even main arteries like West Burnside here, it's doing all right, and folks are getting around those who are out and about. You've got also folks who are out working on the sidewalks, and that's a good reminder for folks that that's your responsibility as well, is to shovel that sidewalk so that pedestrians can get by.
Kyle, we'll let you go. We'll check back in with you during our noon news. Before we get to a trouble spot, because there are some trouble spots out there, quick reminder about the power outages in the area right now. PGE reporting just under 2,000 customers without power. So that number is actually down from what it was about an hour ago when it was more than 2,000. So again, right now, this hour, PGE reporting 2,000 customers, just under 2,000, I should say, without power.
And speaking of outages, we want to go to Southwest Portland on Vermont and 63rd, where Thomas Schultz is. Thomas, there's a power outage in your area with a tree falling on power lines. So what's the situation looking like down there now?
Yeah, guys, a pretty significant power outage at that. About 850 people without power. Now, it was supposed to come on here at 11:15. That's what PGE told customers. That's not the case yet. That power is still off, and you can see right down here, you've got crews continuing to work on a down tree on a power line down there. They've been out there all morning long, and it's been an issue. I mean, we've been out here a couple of hours, and all morning long, they've just been continuing to work on it. We've talked to families and people who live out here. They say this tree first went down. Some of them are hearing it at about 3:45, 4 in the morning. That's when their power first went off, and all morning long, it's just continued to be off. Now, some people are telling us their houses are down to about 55 degrees right now, so it's getting really cold. Some people are just actually deciding, you know what, I'm going to go on a walk. I'm going to see what's going on in the neighborhood, why exactly my power is out. So that's what they're doing. And you can see as we go a bit over here, too, I mean, just a lot of snow in this area. Johnny, you mentioned a while ago asking, hey, does anybody actually have chains on their cars? We haven't seen that. That's a good question, and really not something that we've seen a whole lot of, just cars continuing to try to pile through. You can see behind us, there's a car here. We got a friend of ours as well standing with us here. But look, no chains on the cars. It's been a problem all morning long. We're seeing a lot of slipping and sliding. And of course, here in the southwest Portland area, there's a lot of hills. A lot of cars just fishing around, not fishtailing, that is, not being able to get up and over a hill that they would generally have no problem getting over, even cars that have all-wheel drive. So not only is the power out, not only are people not able to heat their homes maybe right now, they can't get around. And so we've talked to some people who maybe were out and about a little bit earlier this morning before we saw the snow start to really hit the Portland metro area. They weren't having any issues, but the problem was when they were coming back home, that is, that's when they started encountering issues and decided, you know what, hey, that's it, I'm staying home for the day, I'm not going anywhere. But again, once again, right here in the southwest Portland area, the biggest issue, you might be able to hear those chainsaws in the distance, is the tree on the power lines out there, affecting hundreds of people here in southwest Portland. Just continuing to be an issue all morning long. Again, power was supposed to be restored around 11:15 this morning. That just hasn't been the case. It's not clear exactly when it'll be restored, but that's something that they're working on and putting a lot of resources to. It's not just PGE out here. It's all sorts of arborists and different companies out here working on this as quickly as they can. Guys?
Our Thomas Schultz reporting live from southwest Portland area. Thank you, Thomas. All right, we want to go over to Rod Hill. All right, so just a few of the headlines here. A TriMet bus slid off the road in Oregon City. 84 West is closed just west of Multnomah Falls. Many crashes in Clackamas County. PDX having closures and cancellations. So this is something that we've been talking about for days. So now that we're in the thick of it, what is it looking like?
Well, keep in mind, as slick as it is outside, for the most part in Portland, it's just been snow. It's just snow. But of course, when it's, in the 20s and the snow starts to get driven on, it compacts into just slickness and ice. So we will continue to see just snow, nothing else, just snow here in Portland. It looks like through at least 1 o'clock this afternoon. At one point, I thought we'd start to see the snow band move out as early as noon, but now it looks like probably more like 1 o'clock. The main low is down here off of our southern coast and the California coast. It's all spinning moisture up from the south. There is a moisture break to our south. Eugene has been dry for a while. They're the ones that started off with the band that's over Portland. Eugene had that at 5 a.m. this morning. Gives you an idea that it's been a slow mover moving up to the north. Portland is now getting on the back edge of this somewhat. Salem is now just into flurries. You're out of the accumulating measurable snow for the time being, but it could be closer to 1 before Portland really sees the snow move across the Columbia River as the whole thing continues to move up to the north. Some live sky cameras. Haven't talked much about the coast. The eyes on all of the cameras show that there's no snow on the ground. This is Lincoln City Chinook Winds Casino Resort. Temperature is 42. Yeah, I don't get snow with 42, do you? The first time I clicked on that button to see the temperature, actually. 42. Tillamook has been 30 and mixed precipitation. And you can see the snow pretty much over from our state capitol viewpoint. This was snow at least starting at 6. 32 is the temperature, but still the snow is coming down in Portland. The roadways look better than they did an hour ago, at least on the main freeways through downtown and the merging off of I-5. 28 is the temperature outside. Kelso's at 30 degrees. You were 36, so you've got precipitation dropping the temperature now down in Cowles County as that snow band continues to move up to the north. The Dalles have been reporting heavy snow in the East Gorge and a temperature of 20. So here we are, 1 o'clock. This shows the snow starting to get out of here up to the north. It still shows a nice dry break behind it, so we'll see if that comes true or not. There certainly would be the ongoing chance of some scattered precipitation this afternoon, but maybe we're pretty quiet after 1, or at least 2, 3 into 4 o'clock. This is 4:30. Remember, 4 o'clock on is when we start to get a warming layer showing up in the atmosphere that would heighten the chance that instead of snow, we start getting some sort of ice, sleet, freezing rain, that type of thing. Here it is at 6:36. This is a growing area. Multiple models show that this is a bullseye of freezing rain accumulation starting late afternoon in the Mid-Valley around Salem throughout the evening into the overnight. Could be at least a quarter, could be a half of an inch of accumulating freezing rain. That's ice accumulation around objects as it hits those surfaces. Here we are at 11:39. This shows interesting, some warming coming up the east side of I-5. And there's Portland kind of right on the edge of snow and rain. And there's the final snow band coming in early tomorrow morning. By 10 o'clock, that's starting to push off. And then late morning, everything still shows that the storm pulls out and we start to warm up. I've widened this map out a little bit, so I realize the numbers are kind of small. This shows Portland, maybe a trace of freezing rain, but not much. It shows as you drop down into Woodburn and McMinnville, 1/10 of an inch or so of freezing ice accumulation. Remember, the freezing rain warning starts at about Wilsonville, but I really wanted to show you, see the more purple tones? This is the ice zone, and there's another model that shows this exact area. That's 3/10 of an inch of freezing accumulation in Salem and Turner and Corvallis, over a half of an inch when you get just south of Albany, right there in that purple area. You folks should absolutely play it safe, cancel any plans to be out after 4 o'clock today and just be home. Freezing rain, as you know, is the absolute worst to try to travel in, and prepare for the fact that you would also have a heightened chance of power outages at some point later today into this evening if that freezing rain does accumulate. You start getting that icy glaze on everything. Portland 28 right now, noon to 1. The snow starts to back down a little bit. We'll have at least 2 inches, it looks like, here in downtown, and then a mix of icy scattered showers at about 32 at 5 p.m. Back to my anchor team.
All right, Rodney Hill, we thank you for that. We have a new crew to add to the mix here. Devin Haskins is live for us in Clark County. And Devin, you're a little late to the party, but man, you are making up for it by bringing some big headlines. That looks like a mess where you are right now. Again, this is north of Portland in Clark County.
Yeah, we got a mess here on I-5 northbound. This is, we're standing on the 63rd overpass. Here you can see I-5 northbound just starting to move for a while now. It was shut down because off to the left, that front semi-truck with the trailer there that says Swift on it was jackknifed. It's now straightened out. There's a trailer that's kind of starting to hidden by that one that was also up against that or near that. And then you have these pickup trucks that are trying to just move any which way they can, and instead of going straight, they're going up the hill sideways. I repeat, they are going up the hill almost sideways. At least that gray one is now, just trying to get traction. I-5 bar because of this. And then you get over to the southbound lanes, and now one of the trucks that was slid off to the side of the road is starting to move again. It's that the one with the red cabinet. But I-5 southbound backed up some time too, just because nobody is able to get past these trucks or in a one-lane road. Going back to the I-5 northbound lane, until these pickup trucks can either get out of the way or get going up this slight incline here at I-5 north, it's going to be slow going right now. I mean, that truck is struggling, and you see it trying to get some traction, and now it's...
I can't
yeah,
believe
sorry,
that.
I'm just trying to get a gauge.
Jeez. And that trailer's trying to make its way through.
Oh, man. He made it. He made it. And then you have all the other cars that, yeah, they're going to get tired of waiting. Now he's going back. Is he going to...
Devin, just remind us as...
we're just going to watch that. We're just going to watch.
Can you just remind us where exactly on I-5 this is? Near what exit?
Oh.
Yeah, so we're just past the Main Street exit as you're heading north on I-5, in between Main Street and the 78th Street exit, and that truck looks like if it keeps trying to get some power, it might back up into that two-trailer truck right now, because it's not moving. Now you see traffic slowly starting to move around those trucks and everything. I can't tell if that truck with the two trailers on it is near, or how near it is to that one truck, the pickup truck, the red one with the red hood that we can see. If it came really close to it, if it slid into it or what, but that trailer's stopped. There's a truck on the other side of it stopped. And then you have that pickup truck that's sitting, I'll use one of my dad's favorite words, cattywampus, sitting there in the freeway there, not getting any traction to try and get up. But I-5 North finally starting to move a little bit compared to what it was even just 10 minutes ago.
It's wild to think about what cars are able to get by and what cars aren't. I mean, clearly some of these cars are moving with no problem whatsoever, and there's others that had no chance of making it past that spot on I-5 North.
You got to think that truck has rear-wheel drive, meaning it has no force in the front of its vehicle to be able to pull its truck forward as it's trying to get going. And right now, again, that's just amazing to see. That truck is trying to get up the freeway right now, going sideways.
Yep.
At more of an angle, just trying to get anything going. And right now you can see the back end doing more good than it is.
You want him to stop trying because you feel like he's going to get somebody else hurt, right? I mean, there's other cars were actually getting through there and getting by, and everyone's having to stop because he continues to try to attempt to get up this freeway sideways. Tires are
He would be almost better off just pulling off to this side of the road. Yeah.
He's trying.
And you can just hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying. You can hear his tires just spinning out like crazy right now.
I'm not sure which photographer you're with this morning, Devin, but we're losing a little bit. It's Kurt Austin behind the camera. They're losing this shot a little bit behind the gate there. But we're going to continue to stay with this shot for a while because this is definitely the biggest mess that we've seen this morning in hours of coverage. Vancouver.
I think if we move our... Hey, Kurt, let's move like a foot to my way, unless you can see it. There you go. It's now getting kind of in view of the fence.
Yeah.
And then pretty soon we're going to lose it on this overpass that we're standing at.
Well, Devin, as that truck goes underneath the overpass there, you live in Clark County. You've been there all morning. You've seen the situation develop. When exactly did things start to look like this in Clark County? Because it was one of the last places in our area to see snow.
I started to leave towards work about 8:45 and was called to say, hey, stay in Vancouver. We'll have someone come get you. And about 9 o'clock, started to see some of the flurries. And then by 9:30, you could definitely tell that it was starting to stick. And I would say we probably have, if I'm just kicking snow on a sidewalk, maybe an inch here on the sidewalk underneath my feet. Yeah, but it's also blowing too. So it could be thicker in some areas because it is drifting. So it's hard to get a really good gauge on how thick it is because of the wind that's also blowing up here too.
Now, Devin, are you seeing chains on any of these semis' tires or on these cars that are traveling this highway right now?
No, just doing a brief look on kind of what I can see and also what I can hear. I'm trying to see if sometimes you can hear that clank, clank, clank of chains, and right now I don't see any, and don't really hear any, especially on the semi trucks that are driving up on the freeway too.
Oh, it looks like that semi.
And they may have them. They just may not be that loud. I'm gonna run across the street here while he's shooting southbound and just see.
Devin, it looks like there's a semi in the road that he was just on that is sliding. Oh, he's checking on that other truck.
Careful, Devin.
Yeah, that pickup truck that. Here we go. We're gonna go back to the semi truck.
As you
over here.
as you
guys were
jog
saying
across
there was
the way
one
there,
semi truck that was sliding.
Yep. I just want to really quick update our viewers who are just tuning in. I-5. This is I-5 North in Clark County, right by the Main Street and 78th Street exits. Devin was saying there's really only about an inch of snow on the ground, but it's causing all these problems.
Yeah. A lot of problems here. It's slick up here as well. You see cars just struggling, like this white van also in the center lane that's trying to get up, that's slipping and having his back end go out from behind it, trying to get any sort of traction.
Oh.
Southbound right now you have one, looks like one of those storage trucks that is stuck into the left lane or two lanes. And right now people or drivers are having to get by using the exit only lane of Main Street to even get by it right now. You have another truck. There's a white, and again going back and forth between northbound, southbound. But yeah, you have that semi truck that has the trailer. Looks like it's tarped. That's white. It's a white cab that looks to be kind of off to the side, but also the cab is more at an angle versus the trailer. So you just have all sorts of problems here, I-5 northbound. And if you're in Portland trying to get up into Vancouver right now, it is a slow go. And it's going to be one of those where it's going to take you a long time to get up here because of problems like these. It took Kurt over an hour just to get up to my place when he left. Yeah,
you're seeing two semis there, the ones, the two closest to you. It looks like the ones that were having problems. It looks like the drivers got out and are now trying to put on chains on their car. But it does look like that truck was kind of sandwiched in between that hill and that semi truck. But the chains look to be going on.
All right, Devin, we can set you free. Go ahead.
No, if you guys are going away and going to something else, that's fine. I was just going to say I can walk a little bit farther down to see how close that truck with the two trailers is, and it looks like there is. No, they look like they're right up against each other, but it's a little difficult to see how close they are. So I think that one truck with the two trailers is up against that pickup truck that's right there on the shoulder that initially was struggling to get up the hill.
All right, Devin, we can set you free if you want to try to grab a different vantage point, because Chris McGinnis is also talking about area roadways here. Chris has a situation in Marion County. Chris, we're going to bring you into the mix. What's the latest?
Yeah, so guys, just getting word of a disabled vehicle, perhaps a truck that has I-5 southbound closed. I-5 southbound in Marion County near Battle Creek Road. This is the snapshot from Battle Creek Road, and I believe we are looking at southbound traffic, which at this point is parked on the freeway. I have no other details other than right now ODOT reporting that just south of Battle Creek Road. In fact, you see that near the Sunnyside area? I'm not sure if you can see this all the way at the bottom of your screen, but the freeway there has turned purple on our map, indicating a closure. So right now, that's a no-go. I want to remind folks, by the way, to Washington County that they have activated their chain requirements on specific roadways. There's actually 4 of them. I've got 3 of them labeled here: Cornell Road, Barnes Road, and 175th Avenue. But just know that that again is now what you're going to need to do to get around in Washington County. And back to the south side of town. Drew, you know this. This is one of the notorious trouble spots in Portland. This is Breeze Hill, I-5 near 99W. It looks like ODOT may have even put some salt down there on the inside lane. So that's good to see that northbound traffic is at least getting by in that left lane at this point. But we'll keep our eyes on that. I want to switch gears real quick because we have other trouble in Clackamas County. I-205 southbound. For perspective at home, what you see over the side of your screen, that's Clackamas Town Center. Southbound traffic is puttering along. We've had, I think, 2 separate crashes now just south of this scene. The freeway is open, but it's not moving real well. There you can see one of the ODOT incident responders there south of the Lawnfield Road overpass, and it looks like they've pretty well got the left and the center lane blocked at this point. And forgive me, I don't remember what's behind door number 4. It's been hard keeping track of all the crashes this morning. Hey, some good news. Okay, this was Highway 224 eastbound near the 212 junction. It looks like maybe it's partially clear. You know what? I spoke too soon. We still have some cars that look like they're spun sideways there off in the distance. So Highway 212 eastbound getting by, westbound at this point near the 224 interchange. I don't know that is getting by. So trouble continues out there on the roads. We will keep you posted. But man, it's even though the precipitation looks like it's easing off, I don't think the road conditions are getting any better at all at this moment, and I don't expect that they will. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Chris, thank you. Staying on the road conditions here, we want to check in Oregon City with Celine Stevens. She's checking in on that TriMet bus that slid off the road. So, Celine, what's it look like over there?
We're seeing looks like right behind me, we have this TriMet bus. It's a little unclear exactly what happened. If you take a look, it looks like this bus could have slid off the road. We're on a pretty steep hill right here. We're on Electric Street and Lynn Avenue. This is right outside of Singer Creek Park. And again, this is a TriMet bus with its hazards on. Nobody's on board, it looks like right now. I don't see a driver, and it's just pulled off on the side of the road right now. And again, it's unclear whether it slipped off or what exactly happened, but this road is blocked off. If we pan to the right slowly, we're going to see that they have the little hazard cones and everything up right now. We just saw somebody else trying to make their way down the hill. He told us he lives up in the residential area neighborhood near here and he was just trying to make his way down the hill, and there he is in that white truck. We've seen other trucks trying to get up here. They saw the road was closed, and then they were forced to turn around. We almost got slid into by a truck that was trying to make a turn. They lost traction, and they started to slide backwards. But again, this bus is just sitting off the side of the road, and where we were before at that other location by the Museum of Oregon Territories, there were other buses coming down the hill, and luckily nothing like that happened here. But it looks like, again, this bus is on the side of the road. Nobody's really around it. There's no there was a crew here earlier, but it looks like it's pretty much just going to be sitting here at least for a while. I did reach out to TriMet, but they said they don't have any information that's available at the moment. But again, not that many people out here. Again, there's been people trying to come up the road, but then they're being rerouted due to this incident right here with this bus. Again, no current information on what exactly happened, how many passengers were on board, but there are no crews, there's no police or ambulance out here at the moment. So everything looks okay for the most part, again, aside from this TriMet bus on the side of the road. And if we go ahead and kind of look back to our right, cars are coming up, they're seeing the closures, and then boom, they have to sort of turn around if they can. It is slippery throughout this area. They have been sanding the hills again. Singer Hill, all the big hills have been sanded. Looks like I haven't seen any plows that are out here plowing though for the past hour or so that we've been in Oregon City. The snow's really just continuing to come down. It's a little lighter than it was earlier, but again, still snowing. It's getting thicker, especially up on these hills. And again, that TriMet bus on the side of the road as we saw. But that's where we're at now. We're going to keep giving you the latest updates as we get them. Back to you guys at the desk.
Arcelene Stevens reporting live from Oregon City. One thing we have learned is that Oregon City and Clark County, absolute mess right now on the roads. We've seen close to 10 near accidents happening. We've seen several accidents actually happen. But you have accumulation in West Lynn. You got an update?
Yeah, Rod, you want an official weather report from our correspondent in West Lynn?
Which is?
One of the Carney boys.
Oh, yeah, which one?
Chase.
Chase, all right.
Chase is reporting 3 inches on the concrete of snow up there in West Lynn, 4 inches on grass in some spots. And I don't know if you're starting to get accumulation totals in around the Portland area, but things develop so quickly and things have gotten so messy. And here's my take, Rod. It does not matter how much warning you give people. It doesn't matter when the forecast is absolutely spot on. We've done all these stories on treating the roads ahead of time. It's a mess out there.
I think that, the one gentleman that we've had on our show about an hour ago now, I think, you said it correctly. The bottom line is there are still going to be people that feel they need to be out and about. I mean, I think generally I get the feel, Kyle talked about this a little bit, Mr. Oboshi, that the overall traffic volume probably is far less than a normal day, but still enough people in a big metro area have chosen to go out and about for whatever reason. Some people have to get places, and it's just turned into a mess. All right, let's give you the update of where we are right now. See this? This is the snow band that started off in Eugene at about 5 this morning. Now it's cleared Salem. It's starting to work up toward into the Wilsonville and Canby area for the back edge of it. But as we talked on Sunrise yesterday, when we gave you some warning of this storm, this was a solid snow band that would have a good chance to turn everything white. And boy, that has turned out to be exactly right. There is a breakdown here. Salem, you could be dry for a while now. Eugene has been dry for a while. And then there's actually warming when you get down into Roseburg, Medford, and Crescent City, where the radar is actually showing rain. So here's the fact that Salem has pulled out of it. Again, Portland between now, we're almost noon. At one point I thought we'd be seeing the snow end at noon, but now it could be as late as 1 o'clock before all of this gets itself north of the Columbia River. Astoria is reporting rain, Tillamook a mixed bag. We've got new snow accumulation. It's just snow out in the Columbia River Gorge at this hour. Here's our Lincoln City camera. One of the spots that's been warmer. We have warmth up into Lincoln County. It's 42 along the coast right there, but there is snow showing up on many of the Coast Range cameras as you pass. Stare at this for a while. That's our beautiful state capital. Yeah, the point is there's no more flurries out there. Temperature in Salem is 32 degrees right now. This is new. I grabbed this from Three Rivers Golf Course up in the Kelso Longview area. Took a while, but now you folks in Kelso and Longview are absolutely seeing what Portland saw several hours ago. Everything's starting to show up as snow on the ground. And you will probably end up with a good 2 inches of snow like the rest of us. We know this snow band from Salem up into Portland has been producing at least 2 to 3 inches of snow across the entirety of the passing of the band. Portland 28, Salem 32, Kelso 30. It's cold out in the gorge. 21, the Hood River has been seeing a similar temperature. There goes the snow moving out somewhere around the 1 o'clock hour. Don't forget, right there, see that salmon color this evening? That's that ice storm warning. Still a strong potential for freezing rain, ice accumulation this evening and overnight in the Mid-Valley. So we'll continue to watch that story. Portland will stay around freezing for the remainder of this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Rod, thank you. We have a few photos that we want to show you, videos too. This is from Shannon of the kids enjoying the snow and sledding down the hill.
Yeah, we can cycle through a few of these as we wrap up this hour of our extended coverage here this morning, and we're going to dip into the afternoon. So thank you for joining us here on KGW Plus. We'll continue to bring you weather coverage here. We're also going to hop back on TV for our news at noon. That's coming your way in 2.5 minutes.
Thank you for joining us for the news at noon. We have been on air or streaming since 4:30 this morning, taking a look at the winter storm warning that has been coming through our area. The roads, as you can see here, an absolute mess.
Yeah, that's a shot from Clark County, I-5 in Clark County. We saw just about 20 minutes ago. This was the scene as that truck literally trying to go I-5 north sideways, battling in the conditions with tires that just did not want to cooperate. Again, this is one of the many scenes we're seeing around town as this winter weather has moved through, starting in the Salem area, moving through Portland, and clearly up there in Clark County as well. We say good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here for the news at noon. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm China Green. We're going to go out to Devin Haskins, who is out there, who's been really in the thick of it, looking at the highway conditions out there.
Yeah, so what you mentioned, that truck basically going up sideways up I-5 North, I lost it underneath the 63rd overpass that we're at right now, and I don't know if it's underneath us or if it somehow got northbound and got traction to get going, but I want to flip our camera to show you what we're still looking at. I-5 northbound here in between Main and 78th Street. We're at the 63rd overpass is completely shut down right now. You can see it's just a bottleneck of semi trucks with trailers attached to them, cars that don't have the traction to get up this hill. That van trying to see, I'm assuming maybe if he can get around that white pickup truck. Do you see the cars on the other side of the semi? Okay, so there's a little bit of movement. They're going around on the shoulder. But right now, I-5 northbound, for the most part, pretty much stopped as a lot of these semi-trucks try to get up this what usually is a minor hill as you're coming up into the Hazeldale area, now becoming a huge problem spot because of the traction these cars can't get, or these semi-trucks can't get. So you now see some of that starting to filter out too, cars getting around the semi-truck, but also on both sides getting up here. On the southbound side, there's also that truck that looks to have a storage container on the back of it that's stalled. and cars are getting on the far right side, and I-5 southbound is backed up pretty bad here in the Hazel Dell area as well. So right now we've seen a lot of cars, a lot of trucks, a lot of semi-trucks with the trailers attached trying to struggle to get up this hill. Just one of the many problems that we're seeing in the short time that we've been driving around here in the Hazel Dell area. We're going to send it back to you guys right now, but continue to keep an eye on this location.
Devin, thanks for that. That is an absolute mess out there. We've got some other trouble on the other side of Clark County, at the other side of Vancouver, right? 205. It looks like there's a crash that's got the ramp from 205 south to SR 14 currently blocked. So that's another situation. Let me get back to that freeway drive. I want to switch gears. This is just north of Devin's vantage point. Let's go down into North Portland. I wanted to point out that if you are thinking about going to Clark County right now, the lineup to get up where Devin is, he's at about milepost 3.5. This is all the way back past the Expo Center, and I just checked all the cameras out. They're solid all the way to there. So that is a slow go. Traffic is moving, but very, very slowly on that side of town. Meanwhile, down in the Salem area, this is I-5. Southbound traffic has been stopped, and it appears that southbound I-5 right now is blocked and has been for about a half an hour south of the Battle Creek Road area. So that's Sunnyside or just a little south of there. I-5 southbound a no-go, ODOT saying because of a disabled vehicle. Guys, this picture has not changed in the last 35 minutes. So those trucks are stopped right now south of Salem on I-5. Another trouble spot I want to take you to, this is out in Clackamas County near Sunnyside, I-205 southbound. We've had a couple of crashes and spinouts near Lawnfield Road. It looks like ODOT's got one of their plow trucks out there, but you can see a lengthy lineup of cars there. And one last check here behind door number 4 is yet another crash scene that we've been monitoring on Highway 224 out near the 212 split. I'm not sure if traffic is turning around there or not, but this scene has not changed a whole lot in the last half an hour. So we'll keep you posted. The roads are not looking pretty right now, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. We want to head over to Rod Hill, who's been tracking this weather. We have seen it come through, but what can we expect now moving forward?
Well, for starters, the message of this show is stay home, right? Oh my goodness, what a mess on the roads. This is the back end of what started here in Portland around 8 a.m. this morning. Started in Salem around 6, started in Eugene around 5. Salem is now dry. Portland's on the back edge. It's a slow mover up to the north, so it could be as late as 1 o'clock before downtown Portland sees the snow come to an end. There's nothing immediately behind this. A solid snow band. Once it clears, we should have some dry time this afternoon. Could still be some showers pop, but overall some dry time expected. There's Salem. It's all dry. Reports of 2 to 3 inches of snow generally on the ground from this band from Salem now up into parts of the Portland area. 33 is the number. Salem has actually warmed up a degree with the precipitation coming to an end. Downtown Interstate 5 and some of the other on and off ramps actually moving better than we saw a couple of hours ago. 28. We still have a cold east wind. I grabbed this about 20 minutes ago now. This is where the middle of the snow band is up in Cowlitz County. This is Three Rivers Golf Course. You folks should expect a solid coverage of a couple inches of snow, with the snow continuing for you for at least the next couple of hours, if not 3. Here's Futurecast. 1 o'clock, we'll look for that to kind of move out. Here's some dry time into 4 o'clock. Again, there might be a shower pop, but not the steady snow that we've had. That's going to be over. The next worry is this freezing rain area where you see the salmon color. That could start late afternoon into early evening and then be hours of freezing rain in parts of the mid-valley around Salem all the way into the midnight hour tonight. There could be significant freezing rain ice accumulation. That's why from Wilsonville southward, the Weather Service has an ice storm warning up. Portland's under a winter storm warning, both warnings until early tomorrow morning. Here's tomorrow morning, by the way. Another push of snow would keep things canceled, like schools, more than likely, I would think. Later in the day, though, we get to clear out of this, but it'll take a while to get warm enough to melt everything off. So for the remainder of your day, it's snowing right now. It's 28. Still a cold east wind. It feels like it's about 19 out there, wind chill wise. 29, 32 at 5 o'clock. Once we get to 1 o'clock, we should start to see some drying. Again, the big concern moving forward this evening is that potential ice storm down in parts of Marion, Polk, and maybe Lynn counties. we'll see. That could cause power outages and be far worse than anything we've seen yet. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Rod, for that update. We do want to get back to Ashley Grams. Ashley's been covering the Salem scene for us since 4:30 this morning. She's in Drive 8 right now. They're heading to the site of a crash, or a closure, I should say, on I-5. I know it's in the southern part of Salem. Ashley, until you get there, I know you don't have a lot of information, but what can you tell us so far?
Right, we're trying to make our way there. I mean, I'm listening to the show just as you guys are. I'm hearing from Chris McGinnis that there is a closure here on southbound I-5. I'm going to flip the camera around right now to give you an idea of where we're at. We're on Kubler, and we're crossing over I-5 right now on this overpass here. So we are hearing that there is a disabled vehicle in the middle of Interstate 5. This is affecting all southbound lanes. This is about 6 miles south of the intersection with 20. This is in Salem, right around milepost 248. Again, you can see this area seems to be plowed on this overpass here, so not too much in the way of snow, but we do know these side streets a little bit more slippery, and possibly this interstate slippery as well. So as we get closer to try to get a vantage point of what's going on here on I-5, we'll bring that to you as soon as we get that information. Drew, China?
Ashley, thank you for reporting for us this morning. So this afternoon, we've been on since 4:30 in the morning. We're going to go out to Southwest Portland on Southwest Vermont and 63rd. That is where Thomas Schultz has been with us. The roads, a huge problem, but trees coming down, hitting power lines, knocking out power, also a problem. So what's the latest there, Thomas?
Yeah, well, guys, fortunately, we're getting a little bit of good news out here. It seems like the tree that has been affecting power lines, resulting in 850 PGE customers being without power here in Southwest Portland, has now been cleared by crews. PGE is now focused on restoring power to neighborhoods around here, though, so that's the next step. So part one's done, part two still in process at the moment. But this has been going on, like you said, China, since 3:45, 4 o'clock is when this tree fell on the power line, leaving people without power till still going on. You know, I mean, they're still waiting for that power to come back. Some people, they say their homes are down to 55 degrees. They're just bundling up, putting on multiple layers, trying to stay warm inside their house. These roads, as we've been hearing all morning long, are also an issue. You can see right here, nobody's coming up or down this road much anymore. We've seen some people try and just decide, you know what, I'm going to turn around and try somewhere else because it's just too slick. It's too hard to get up those roads now. Here in Southwest Portland, we're seeing 2.5 inches of snow on the ground. There's still some movement. Not a lot of people with chains on. In fact, I don't think I've seen any cars that have chains on so far today. So something that if you are going out, of course, officials continue to urge people, make sure to put those chains on, or just better yet, stay inside if you can. But let's take one more shot here. Look at PGE just continuing to monitor and try to restore power to these power lines out here. Power was supposed to come back at 11:15 this morning. It doesn't look like it's on yet. Of course, we'll continue to monitor that all day long as we continue to cover this storm right here on KGW. Guys.
All right, Thomas Schultz live for us there in Southwest Portland, one of the hilly areas of the city, clearly getting hit with a lot of snow this morning. You can see that. We also want to go back to Oregon City. Celine Stevens has been there for us for the past several hours. A couple of trouble spots that you've been reporting on, including that situation right behind you, Celine, the TriMet bus that slid off the road. What can you tell us?
Definitely, yeah. Things are mostly the same right now. It's been a pretty quiet scene. The city, I've been in contact with the city, Oregon City, and they told me that basically the situation is that the plows really can't come out and work effectively because the snow is so packed down. They need a few inches of it for it to be effective. So really, they're just going to sit and wait, and they're going to wait till there's more of it so that way they can come and plow and then sand the area so the road can open up and then they can get this bus out. And you're looking at it right now. I'll step out the way so you have a better view. By the time we arrived around probably 30 minutes ago now, there were no passengers, there was nobody around it, no driver. It's just a bus on the side of the road with its hazards on. It's not completely clear whether it slipped off the road or what exactly happened. I've reached out to TriMet. There's no clear answer, it seems like, at this moment. But this is the situation we're looking at. We're right off of Electric Street and Lynn Avenue, right outside of Singer Creek Park. That's where this is. And if we go and we pan to the right, we're going to see that the road has been blocked off due to this incident. We're seeing the cones, and people have been rerouted. They've been driving up this way, seeing that the road's blocked off, and then having to turn around back down the hill, which is pretty slick and slippery. We've seen some cars struggling to make their way around, especially when we first arrived here. Trucks even were sliding. But According to Oregon City, closures as of around 11:45 this morning are Anchor Way, 15th Street Hills, and Pearl on both sides. So Malala Avenue and Gangong, those are the areas that we're seeing closures at right now. But really just best to stay inside if we can. Again, school district, they've closed down the schools. There's no trash pickup today. Nothing much out here. We've seen some people throwing snowballs and younger kids enjoying the conditions. But again, it is dangerous out here, especially if you're out here driving, as we see this bus stranded on the side of the road. That's what we're looking at right now, but we'll continue to provide everyone with the latest updates. Before right now, back to the desk.
Our Celine Stevens reporting live from Oregon City. Very snowy out there, but we want to go out to Kyle Boshi, who is on West Burnside. It seemed to be the more calm of the areas we have seen this morning. So Kyle, how is it? See, you can see kind of the road there. That's something we haven't seen this morning.
That's a good thing. Here in Northwest Portland, downtown, seen a lot of people out and about walking, and that may be your best mode of transportation by foot, staying off the roads, which is strongly encouraged. Here on West Burnside, which is typically a real trouble spot, heading up the hill, you can see that there is some bare asphalt there. We saw a de-icing truck come through just a few minutes ago, and PBOT has isolated that center lane and closed off the far lane so that people can chain up if necessary, although we haven't seen anybody chain up here. Most everybody seems to be going over the hill cautiously, oftentimes with all-wheel drive, a few people with chains, but generally speaking, they seem to be making it up the hill. We did see a couple of vehicles in the distance that were stopped. It looked like maybe they were chaining up, but generally speaking, most folks are listening to the advice and staying off the roadways. In the downtown area, not a lot of traffic, and we've been watching as well to see if there's any police response to any accidents, incidents that are weather related, and there don't seem to be that many incidents in the downtown area. Generally, folks listen to the advice, stayed home today, and at this point are staying off the road, which definitely is a good idea.
Kyle, I know you're on West Burnside. Is that the turnoff behind you onto Northwest 23rd? Is that what I'm looking at behind you there?
This is 23rd Place.
Okay.
And so a lot of folks come through here. It's kind of that maze once you get back in here of roadways. And Zupans is just over here on West Burnside. The parking lot of Zupans has been busy all morning. Obviously, folks who are stocking up on their groceries are figuring, hey, I got nothing else to do. I live in the area. Let me just walk down and get some food.
I'm pretty sure Skin Spirit is to the left of him. Is that accurate?
Skin Spirit.
Yes.
Yes.
Look at you.
Nailed it.
Do you need to explain what the heck that is?
Oh, just Botox. All right, moving on.
All right, Kyle Boshi, you know where you're going at 1 o'clock. Let's talk about power outages here this afternoon. PGE giving us the latest numbers, 1,850, so 1,850 customers without power. Clearly not a good situation for any of those customers, but that is a number that's down from what we saw just an hour ago when it was right around 2,000. So some improvement as far as power outages go. PGE reporting 1,850 at this hour.
All right, we want to get back to Chris McGinnis with a check on the roads. It looks like a nightmare.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, if you value your time like the rest of your evening, don't do it. How about that? Here's 126, OR 126, or 127, excuse me, Cornelius Pass Road. We've got a disabled semi not far from Skyline Boulevard, and right now it looks like no traffic is getting by that. I'll keep you posted on that. Back to the freeway drive through Clark County. It is terrible. We've got a disabled vehicle right now on the ramp from SR 14 to 205 North. That ramp is closed. You just saw Devin Haskins report a few minutes ago from the Hazeldale area. Check this out. All of that mayhem on northbound I-5 up north of Main Street still has traffic lined up from here. This is at SR 500. Clear back to, let's see how far back we can take it. We'll get to that camera in a second. All the way back into North Portland and Columbia Boulevard. So Rod Hill, I know you're listening. Your drive home, you might want to postpone that for a little while if you can. All right, let's switch gears real quick and take you out to the gorge where the wind is still howling out here in Troutdale. Interstate 84 westbound is closed because of two crashes now in the vicinity of Multnomah Falls. One is east of the falls, the other one is west of the falls. They are both westbound, and right now westbound 84 is closed. So I wanted to point that out. And last but not least, you heard Ashley Grams talking about that disabled vehicle on I-5 in Salem. Southbound I-5 is still closed now south of Salem. This is the snapshot from Battle Creek Road, and I don't know that this has changed in the last 45 minutes that we've been looking at this shot. So the bottom line is, guys, cars are parked on that road. Now we just need the weather to cooperate, and I believe we're going to talk to the weatherman now.
Before we get to Rod, actually, Chris, we have another update on that closure you just mentioned on I-5 South, just south of Salem. Ashley Grams was heading there the last time we checked in with her. Clearly she's there now. So Ashley, what can you tell us from that scene?
Right, we were able to walk over here onto the Kubler overpass, and all we can see are cars. As far as you can see are cars and trucks, and they're moving very slowly here, but I have to assume that that's people deciding to exit the interstate at this point, because as you just heard from Chris McGinnis there, that I-5 southbound is still closed. Now, this closure is just about 6 miles south of the intersection with 22. That's at milepost 248 in Salem. We heard that a disabled vehicle has closed all of these southbound lanes. So again, we're at Kubler right now, so we're a few miles away from that closure, and you can just see how many semi-trucks here are waiting to get through. And again, I can only assume that people are deciding to get off the interstate at this point because this closure has lasted for at least the past 30 minutes or so. And as far as my eye can see, back behind us as well, cars just waiting to get through. So again, a disabled vehicle closing I-5 South here in Salem.
Ashley Graves reporting live for us this morning. Thank you, Ashley. You've been live for us since 4:30. All right, we want to go over to Rod Hill. Rod, one question for you.
Yes.
Have we seen the worst of it, or are we still in? Oh, we have.
At least for the daytime hours.
Daytime hours, okay.
For the daytime hours. I will say, we touched on this yesterday, that it's still expected for the most part that this morning snow ban that started in Eugene at 5 a.m. and now Portland's starting to get into the back edge. The back edge is down here in Wilsonville. That this is truly the only widespread, absolutely steady precipitation band that will take several hours to move through that this particular storm is going to get. But remember, this was snow. We still have that lingering freezing rain, icy threat later, mainly late afternoon, evening, and overnight tonight. But let's track this. So right now, it's moving north. It's moving north slowly, but we now have Canby. You're out of it. Congratulations to you. McMinnville, you're just on the back edge. Where you see the white, that's the snow activity tapering into kind of really light flurries. So by 1 o'clock, it makes sense that downtown Portland, it's only 40 minutes away, will noticeably start to see everything quiet down in terms of the accumulating snow tapering off into flurries and eventually ending. Salem has been dry for a while, and the temperatures actually bounced up to 33. I think that's a 2-degree warm-up since the snow stopped. That's good. I mean, for roads, especially well-traveled interstate highways, if we could just get the temperature above freezing at some point this afternoon, it would be tremendous for obvious reasons. All right, here's the Rose City camera. Again, that's moving okay, right? We're still at 29 degrees, though. We were 32 when the snow started. We went down as low as, I think, 27. Now we're back up to 29. It's snowing up in Kelso, 30 degrees. Astoria's seen snow, but currently at 33. Look at North Bend. 54. It's 36 in Newport where they're warming up too. All right, here's the rest of our day. Here's Futurecast. 1:30 shows the snow moving out of Portland. Shows some dry time from Portland down through Salem. Here's a next shot of moisture coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. And it's this into early evening where we start getting into the meat or the heart of the freezing rain icing possibilities. Remember, there's an ice storm warning from about Wilsonville southward with the bullseye of freezing ice possibilities seemingly down in Lynn, Polk, and Marion counties. So this could be freezing rain that would accumulate a quarter or even a half of an inch of ice around things. That would make it almost impossible to travel. Heighten the chance for some power outages as well. Here we are at 11:38. It actually shows part of the valley seeing some rain of temperatures just above freezing. Portland kind of right on the edge, and then we all get a last shot of snow in the morning, but that moves off, and then by noon tomorrow the storm is over, and we should warm up easily above freezing Friday afternoon. On this map, this is a freezing rain accumulation map. These ones, it's hard to see, but that's 1/10 of an inch. The main concern is this heightened purple area down here. 3/10 of an inch of ice in Salem, potentially closer to a half of an inch of accumulating ice in Corvallis, if that were exactly correct. So that is the next concern. 32 this afternoon, 30, 42 tomorrow. We warm up in the afternoon as all the warnings go away and we pull out of the storm. So the snow gets better after 1 o'clock. Maybe we get lucky and dry time allows the temperature to get up a little bit, which would help the roadways. Otherwise, we'll all brace for the potential of some icy showers and icy areas with that precipitation I showed you this evening into the overnight hours. Back to you.
And if that starts, late afternoon, Rod, the fact is that's just now a few hours away at this point. So things have been moving quickly all morning now into the afternoon. We're going to go back to Devin Haskins. He brought us probably some of the most dramatic video of the morning.
Absolutely.
About 40 minutes ago, we saw all those cars, the pickup trucks, the tractor trailers that just could not navigate their way up I-5 North there where you are, again, in Clark County.
Yeah, Drew, right now we're at the 63rd Street overpass here in Clark County, just in the Hazeldale area. And I-5 southbound is to the right-hand side. I-5 northbound is where the big mess is right now. Slowly seeing cars sometimes be able to get around all those trucks and trailers that are kind of jackknifed or stalled in the middle of the freeway right now. And then you'd see a group of them get through, and then you see one that has a really big problem getting through and get stuck, and then they stall and get everybody stuck and not moving at all. At first, this was just a couple semi-trucks with trailers kind of stalled off to the side and a few vehicles, and then as the more vehicles come up and more of the trucks come up, again, you just kind of a cascading effect of everybody getting stuck at their own little point right here. This is an uphill, though, in this area. We're between Main Street and 78th Street. Again, I-5 northbound. I-5 southbound, don't let that fool you, because yes, it may look empty, but just behind me here on the other side of this bridge, there's also a few semi-trucks with their trailers that are stuck in the middle of the freeway right now, that are slowly letting cars go by, and you see one or two of them at a time right now get through this area right now. So it is just a slow-going mess. I know Rod Hill lives up in this area. It's going to be hours before anybody, if you have to come from Portland, before you can even get up here.
Are they honking for Rod Hill?
Up into this area.
You mentioned his name and the car started honking, Devin.
I think that was a Rod Hill honk. Yes.
Okay.
Because he nailed the forecast.
Yes, exactly. All right, there's another highway that we wanted to check out. We want to go check out what Highway 26 looks like at Sylvan. Our John Goodwin's out there. You can actually see the road over there.
Yeah, hey guys, I got great news for you. If you like getting pelted with snow in the face, that's the situation up here. So you're looking at the eastbound lanes on the right side of the screen of Highway 26. Really, the traffic has kind of been backing up, and then as you can see, it's almost like low tide right now. The backup isn't as bad as it was about an hour ago. The wind's still blowing. Bear with me here for just a second. I'm going to spin this camera around. And I want to speak to what Rod and Chris were kind of mentioning probably about an hour ago, just about the wind gusts on the Glenn Jackson Bridge. That's the way I came in from work today, to work today. And it was my strong preference to stay in the middle lanes of the bridge because, boy, it sure was windy coming in. It wasn't quite icy yet, but as you can see here up on the overpass, there is some accumulation. The wind is blowing the snow around, so it's not, since the past, half hour, that we've really started to see some accumulation. Cars seem to be getting by okay. Every once in a while there'll be someone who's kind of is spinning out a bit, usually over this intersection. But really, as my dad would say, it's pretty much just as cold as a mother-in-law's love out here. Back to you guys.
Excuse me?
Your dad would say what?
It's cold as a mother-in-law's love? I think.
John Goodwin.
Yeah, that's right.
Our viewers getting blasted winter weather and a sense of your dry sense of humor. Thank you for that report again, John, live for us right there at Highway 26, the Sylvan Overpass. So how about a bigger traffic picture now, courtesy of Chris McGinnis. Chris, you've been all over the roadways for us.
Do we need a therapist now? We might, just to get through this traffic situation. I'm running out of the ability to count all these icons on the map. Basically, all of those represent significant crashes. The biggest one I want to let you know about, though, right now is in the heart of Marion County. Again, ODOT reporting a disabled vehicle about 6 miles south of Sunnyside that still has the road effectively closed. We have not seen this camera vantage point change much, as in we haven't seen much traffic actually getting through there. And there might be people sneaking by on the shoulder, but at this point, I-5 southbound remains a big trouble spot. Back to one that we always know is a trouble spot in Portland. This is Breeze Hill near the PCC Sylvania campus. It's a stiff climb for trucks. There's a truck lane there, and right now that is blocked because there's what appears to be a disabled semi in that truck lane, or a couple of them over there at Breeze Hill. I'm not sure if they're chaining up or if they're just stuck, but in any event, a notorious trouble spot doing its thing on a winter day here in Portland, and that's the way the roads look right now. Rod, we are now watching the radar and the temperatures. What can you tell us?
Well, I can say we're still in the 20s and it's still snowing in downtown Portland, but this is a band of snow that is moving north. And look, the back edge is starting to work into the Portland metro area. Canby has cleared it. The back edge is pretty close to where 205 joins I-5 south. So, 35 minutes or so, probably still light snow in Portland, but starting to see it decrease into more of a harmless flurry. And then eventually after that, after 1 o'clock, we'll just see all of this come to an end. And I think we have a good chance to actually have at least a couple hours of absolutely dry weather going into mid-afternoon. This is our Rose City camera. They've had I-5 downtown moving pretty good, actually. Temperature, there it is, 29. We were at 27 in the heart of the heaviest snow. So, maybe we get back up to 32 with some dry time this afternoon. Maybe we don't. Don't forget, starting when the sun goes down, basically, throughout the evening hours, south of Portland, especially parts of Marion, Polk, and Lynn counties, you're in the heart of that ice storm warning. All models show a period this evening of maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 hours of there being fairly consistent freezing rain in your area that could produce power outages, make it very difficult to travel. I mean, at this point, really, it's best everybody just gets home before dark and stays put. We have another shot of snow early in the morning, and then later in the morning, things start to calm down. The storm ends before the noon hour tomorrow, and going into the weekend, we'll be back to normal. I still think we have a chance to get up to 40 degrees tomorrow afternoon with some dry time. So that's your update for now.
Rod, thank you. And we usually do some things you need to know, but here are just a few bullet points that happened the past 8 hours. TriMet bus slid off the road in Oregon City. Clark County I-5, absolute mess. Many crashes in Clackamas County. PDX, 30 cancellations, 50 delayed. That was about 30 minutes ago. Right. You can assume that's probably amped up since then. So very busy morning. Please stay off the roads. And we've heard it the best way, walk.
Yeah, still going to continue to cover the storm, of course. We are going to step off the air for now. Look for us either here on KGW TV or on KGW Plus, our TV app, with more coverage as we move into the afternoon hours.